This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, good morning and welcome cricket lovers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from, and welcome to another exciting day on the European Cricket Network. Halfway through this series, and today is a day where really teams catch up or they could lose out on finals day because there's a bit of a gap developing between teams at the top and the lower part of the standings. I'm Rico Full, you're on tour with the European Cricket Network. Welcome to Austria. Wonderful scenes there of Austria, and I had a chance on my day off to venture around to some of those places, including that great royal palace. It really is quite fantastic. The cricket here today, though, I think is going to be pretty fantastic as well, and why not? We've had 6 days of glorious action so far, and match day 7 will not disappoint. But it is a big day for some of our teams, especially the first 2 that are playing here. Snazzy taking on Lord's CC. As I said in my intro, it's time for some of these teams to catch up with the teams above them. If not, they could find out that they will lose out on finals day. Only the top 5 will come back here on Friday. So Snazzy taking on Lord CC. These are 2 teams that definitely need to start winning some games. Let's see what happens earlier at the coin toss.
Lord's Cricket Club's a call.
Tails.
Tails is a call. It's a hits.
We will bet first.
They can have a bet.
Snazzy winning the toss and deciding that they will have a bat first. It's a positive mood and move, I think, from a team that have really not done so well in the last 3 matches. Remember, they started with a win. The first 2 matches they won, a team that did not win back in 2023. So they started in a promising way, but the last 3 matches they have lost out on. So need to go back to winning ways. They're up against Lords CC, who themselves did get a win on day 1, but they have a 1-4 record. Another team that needs to start winning matches so they can make it up to the top of the standings. Let's take a look at some of the key players that we expect to see here. For Snazzy, it's got to be their captain. I think Janan Gulrais has been absolutely superb for them, but he needs to find that form again that he showed earlier on in this series. Somebody like Lakmal Kasturi is going to be very key as well with bat and with ball. And you've got to believe that if these 2 get going at the top of the order, then they can score big runs, and that's what they're going to try and do here this time around. And something like Basit Iqbal is going to be pretty key for them as well. Lord CC, they're a team that we know if their top order also starts to shine, they too can score big runs. Kumar Jha is a fantastic player, there's no doubt about it. Some great all-round performances we've seen from him so far, but his team and he have just lost out on picking up vital points. He will be key, there's no doubt about that, but other players have to come to the party as well, and no bigger than something like Sahil Bharti. This guy is really good with the bat as well. We haven't seen the best of him. He just needs to maybe pace himself a little bit better when he's out there in the middle. And then someone like Guswar Singh could be the keeper. One man who is back for them and could certainly shine today is Anthony Lark. Excellent in the field, a very good seam bowler, and with the bat he has the ability, I think, to stick around and help his team to a big score. Well, we're going to go over to the commentary position now, and Nishay Bhatt did a wonderful job covering for me yesterday. Well, he was there yesterday. He'll talk you through what happened.
It's time for Super Sunday. We've got a huge 5-match day coming up. Really looking forward to our first game here. But of course, before we progress with Snazzy against Lord's Cricket Club, it's time to recap some of the action from yesterday. So we started off with a rematch of last year's final between Donnerstadt and Cricketer CC. There was plenty of hype heading into this game, and it certainly lived up to it. Fantastic match. Cricketer CC coming out on top. And Donnerstadt lost back-to-back games for the first time in their ECS history. Cricketer CC will pick up another win against Graz. This match was a real thriller. Graz Cricket Academy came so close to pulling off what would have been a remarkable chase. And of course, we saw Donnerstadt pick up a fairly comfortable victory against Graz Cricket Academy. Akshay Wag made some noise with his 66, but you just always knew that Donnerstadt were going to go on to win that match. They were never really threatened at any point in the game. The Neustadt would take on Vienna Danube, and this was just a little too close for comfort for the Neustadt. You never really felt the game was going to go away from them, but they, of course, did manage to pick up the win in the end. And then what an absolute thriller to end the day. Vienna Danube against Graz Cricket Academy. Vienna Danube were 49 for 7, ended up on 150 runs, but it still wasn't enough as Vienna Danube's bowling woes continue throughout this series, and they would, of course, succumb to a defeat against Graz. Here's a look at the standings. Of course, you can see the two teams who are going to be playing today highlighted. Lord CC against Snazzy. So today, it's going to be moving day in the middle of this table. A lot of these sides are just down there at the bottom. Are going to be fighting for some vital points so they can make it to finals day. So there is a lot on the line in what is an absolutely massive day of cricket. Yeah, so really looking forward to this. For these teams, picking up wins against sides at a similar level is going to be massive. You look at those standings right now. I think our top 3 or top 4 is starting to look fairly clear in this ECS. But then that 5th spot, it is going to be such a fight between a number of teams to grab that 5th and final spot to make it to finals day. And I'm looking forward to today's games. I think we're going to have some highly competitive matches, a number of games that are probably going to go down to the final over between teams who are very evenly matched. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game between Snazzy and Lord CC. Of course, Snazzy won the toss and decided to have a bat first. And as you can see, you got to look for someone like Lakshmal Kasturi there with 527 points. He's been superb throughout the course of this ECS. Ryan Ahmed inserted into the lineup for this game as well. Haven't had a chance to see him much throughout this series, so we'll be interested to see what kind of impact he can make. Snazzy, of course, started out their campaign with back-to-back wins. They were winless during last year's ECS, but they're on the slide now. They've lost 3 consecutive games. Meanwhile, for Lord CC, this is a huge game for them. They absolutely need to get a win on the board here against Snazzy. Big news for them is that Anthony Lark is back, the man who probably took the catch of the season. That's how incredible it was out at the boundary, going full Superman mode to grab a catch none of us thought he had a chance to take. Going up and down that list, of course, the skipper, Kumar Jha, we know all about him. One of the finest cricketers in this country, of course. He was part of the Vienna Eagles last year and did superbly amongst the top 5 run getters in this country during last year's ECS. And of course now he's made the switch over to Lord CC, a side that he is an integral part of. And we'll have a look at the win predictor for our upcoming game. So Lord CC given slight favorite status for this game. As you can see, they're at 57%. Yeah, this game's tough to call. It's hard to say who's going to win it. It's going to be an exciting matchup. Well, we've been treated to some thrilling games over the last couple of days here in Austria. Plenty of matches that have come down to the final overs where small moments have decided the outcome of these games. I feel that's going to be the case here again. It really is. So the players are taking the field. Yeah, Lord CC, one just looks at their results over the course of this ECS. They've been a bit hit and miss. Of course, they started out their campaign when they were defeated by Donnerstadt in their opening match. Managed to muster just 103 runs in that game. Donnerstadt chased it fairly comfortably. Their only victory so far has come against the Austrian Daredevils. But if you look at some of their defeats, they're against the likes of Cricketer CC, Indian Cricket Club of Vienna, Shedit Punjab, sides who are sort of in that upper rung of teams here in Austria. I think games where, in all honesty, you wouldn't expect them to win. And today they have a chance to go up against a number of teams who are at a very similar level to them, so could be a chance to pick up a bag of points on an absolutely enormous day of cricket. A very good morning to all of you joining us in the chat. We got Rob Thompson, Cricket with Ashish, Croon 111, and of course Johnny Hisham. So I hope you all are doing really well. Yeah, big day of cricket for both these sides. Snazzy, of course, have a triple header today couple of games in the morning, back-to-back matches, and they play the final game of the day against cricketers CC Lords, playing 2 matches today as well. So we're set for Super Sunday. First ball is coming up. This is going to go straight down the ground, and for a moment you just wonder if that was going to come into the ice cube, but it goes away just to the right of where we're positioned here in the ice cube, our commentary box. Away it goes for 4 runs. It's a good start there by Kasturi. Very nice shot. Saluja just bowling that in the slot. He said just get the length right over here. Push towards cover, and that's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, so Rock Farmer joining us as well. Very good morning to you too. Yeah, as I mentioned, big day for both these teams. A lot to play for. So of course, this Nazi side, as I mentioned, started out their campaign with a couple of victories. Defeated Vienna Danube and the Vienna Cricket Club, which obviously Vienna Danube, you'd expect them to go in as favorites in that game. Based on what we've seen from the Danube this year, slog swept away, and Kasturi gets that away for a 6. The first Maximo of this Super Sunday of cricket goes over mid-wicket. Wonderful shot, absolutely brilliant. Down on one knee, gets that elevation, and it's over mid-wicket for a 6. Oh, he's going to go big once more. He's going to go big once more. It's 6 more runs for Kasturi. Superb shot, absolutely wonderful. That's back-to-back boundaries, 16 runs off this over. Goes over long on. It's gone all the way. Excellent bit of cricket. And Snazzy. Well, this is a fast start for them. Saluja, he's going to have to reconsider a few of his plans here. It's not quite working out for him to start off. This is going to go over extra cover. One bounce over the rope, goes to the boundary. It's a magical over to start things off. Yeah, just once again, it's too much slot bowling in this over. I think Wasif Saluja, he'll wish that he could take that over back. Didn't quite get things right there. So we'll have a look at the stats for this ECS here in Austria, and of course, have a look at that run rate, 14.2. It hasn't slowed down as much as we would have thought. It's still right up there. It has been an absolute batter's paradise out here in this country. I believe we've only seen 1 score under 100 over the course of this ECS, which is absolutely incredible if you think about it. I mean, how often do we at least have one team where, for lack of a better term, probably an inferior side, and they go out there, they struggle to get to 100. Not the case here in Austria. I think every team, even if you look at someone like Vienna Danube, who are yet to get a win, they have shown they have the propensity to go out there and score some big runs. Oh, this is slashed away. Has it gone the distance? Oh, it most certainly has. Ahmed hits a 6 off the very first ball. Just give it a bit of width there by Bharti. See that again, and well, Bharti will want to take that delivery back. Not the way he would want to start. It's been very expensive over the course of this ECS. Has an economy rate of 18. Oh, this is wonderful. Gorgeous shot. Doesn't look to hit it, overhit it. That's just pure timing. Pure timing. Brilliant cricket here by Ahmed. Watch this. Oh, perfection. Gorgeous shot. Of course, a chance to also say good morning to Lincoln Beggs and Khan S, of course, our in-house artist, for joining us. And it's also a good time to welcome someone else who's joining me. Rico Full is back in the commentary box.
Yes, well, in the words of Arnold Schwarzenegger, who also, of course, is from Austria, I did say I'll be back, and I am back, and I'm back after a wonderful day out and about in Vienna yesterday, and yeah, went up to the Schönbrunn Palace as well. What a wonderful place that is. But it's good to be back to where a lot of the hot and fiery action is. And yeah, you're right. What a Sunday this is going to be with teams like Snazzy and Lords really looking to start making the move up to the top of the tables. It is a good start from the two batters here, and scoring runs pretty freely. First you saw Kasturi score 20 of the first, taking him to 189 in this series. And now Ryan Ahmad is making the most of his opportunity at the top of the standings. How are you, by the way? Had a good day yesterday?
Yeah, a good day yesterday. I think we were treated to some excellent matches, which really, really helped. The chat was alive as well. I had some great conversations throughout the day. Yeah, I always thank the chat so much. I mean, they're always just so helpful to get through some of the long days. This one is struck away for 4 runs. Once again, just gives a bit too much width, and that's going to go away for 4.
Yeah, I mean, the timing on this is, again, beautiful. Gets a little bit of width. He plays it away. And, yeah, you just feel that the bowlers here already early on just finding it a bit difficult to get the ball in the right areas, and the batters so far making this look easy. 18 have come off this over now.
Oh, this is massive. Oh. Absolutely massive. And what a flying start for Snazzy. That's knocked over a couple of sunflowers as well.
Well, another magical one. So what a way to start. 20 of the first, and then this one, with that Maximo, 24 of the second. It's an incredibly good start. Snazzy, thing is about Snazzy that they have been in this position before. We know it. And I think both these teams are so similar. As you have a look at the standings, you can see they're similar. They can't be even separated, even in the standings. Both have played 5, and you can see the record 1 and 4 and 2 and 3, but both on 7 points. And it's fair to say that both teams have very good batters at the top of the order. Lakmal Kasturi is great. Ryan Ahmad at the moment is looking good here, but of course Janal Jalzai, very good as well. And with Lords, it's very much the same. They've got good players there. Kumajar, sensational. Sahobati, good as well. But if they stay there, as we're seeing here now, they'll score big runs. But as soon as you get through a couple of wickets, things change. And that's why I think Snazzy, they've got to make a start like this, and they've got to keep going, and they are going at the moment. But could this be the end of the first wicket? It will be. Catch gets taken, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. They start well because they've got good batters at the top of the order, but Ryan Ahmed just goes for one shot too many early on, skies it up in the air, and a very comfortable catch there taken by Muzamil on Raquel. And the first wicket of this Sunday will go down, and it's going to be Ryan Ahmed who goes 24 of 7 deliveries.
Yeah, they needed that breakthrough. They really did. Great start that Ryan Ahmed has given to his team. A fine cameo inside the power play, really showing how he should look to attack in these first 3 overs. So they need that breakthrough. They desperately did. Lord CC, I mean, this run rate, let's have a look at it, up to 19.3. It's been an incredible flying start for Snazzy, so they get an important breakthrough. Sagar Mehman does the trick.
Yeah, well done to Saga. Of course, coming into the firing line when the batters have made magical starts. It gets the breakthrough, does the left armour. And now it'll be down the ground, and, well, business as normal as the captain. And Janal Gulzai comes out, and he smashes his first ball down the ground for 6.
Yeah, slot bowling. I think there's been a bit too much slot bowling over the course of this power play. That's right in Gelzai's arc, and he's going to feast on that sort of bowling. Of course, Gelzai has been the leading run getter for this Snazzy side, at least prior to this game, because Thuri's now just leapfrogged him with the 21 runs he's made already. He's been incredible, absolutely incredible. Strike rate at 222 over the course of this ECS. Gets the dot ball in there, so this is better bowling by Mehman than what we saw from Saluja and Bharti in the first couple of overs. And out towards long on, so it's going to be a single. So what was your day like? What were the main highlights you'd say you got to see from Vienna? I mean, there's so many in this city.
There's so many. I just think I felt when as I walked around, it certainly is a city of colour. And when you get to the high points and you have a look down, just the colour and the colour of all spirals. It's a country of spirals of all the churches, you see. Well, this one is going to be 6 more. Nicely hit. But yeah, just first of all, very, very clean, have to say. Very clean, very colourful. But if I have, not this is much of a complaint, but if something that I found a bit weird, Saturday, and come 6 o'clock, everything was shut. I couldn't believe it. I'm thinking, so I did a lot of my walking, whatever. Then I thought on the way back, I'll just pop into a local store, get a few bits, I'll be done. By the time I came back, it was gone 6. It was coming at about 7 something. Everything shut, Nish. Everything shut around 6 o'clock.
It was actually exactly the same when I was growing up in Cyprus as well. I think they changed that so at some point during my childhood. But yeah, I remember what that was like growing up when everything would be shut on a Sunday and closed pretty early on a Saturday.
No, but it was beautiful. It's a lovely country, and I'm glad I made the most of the day yesterday. Did a lot of walking, though, I have to say. And let's just say that it's a bit hilly at points as well. So a few uphill walks, but it did me the world of good. And, yeah, a few things still left to see. And next time I'm off, I shall be venturing out again. But, no, it is beautiful. And, folks, if you've never been to Austria, you definitely have to come. I have been here before, of course, with the cricket, but I did go to Austria once to Wolfgang, and that was in the winter for some skiing. That was probably about, I'm guessing, I'd guess 12 years ago. Of course, that was very different. Snow, the Alps. Might have a look at this side on. They will have a look. So let's see if Sunil Dutt has managed to get rid of another one. He comes down the wicket, but only just makes it, I think. Let's see. So he comes down, and then let's see if we can just slow this down. Yeah, the bat is down there, I think. He's made it, so well done. And he keeps the bat down as well, which is important. So, been to so I know the Alpines, of course. I know the snow, so that side I know before. But it's only like the last few years where I've seen a different side of it, coming here in the summer. And it is, like people say, I remember when I went skiing all those years ago, that the people in the town then were saying to me, it's not actually, even though a lot of people think that Austria is a place you come just mainly for the snow, it's actually a lot more than that. You've got to come here in the spring and the summer, and now I know exactly what they're talking about. It is quite beautiful.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think one thing I love about Vienna, especially coming from our last destination, is that it's not super touristy. It's not sort of suffocating like Rome can be at times. It's still just very nice to walk around, and it's, as you mentioned, extremely clean. I think with Rome being obviously one of the major tourist attractions on the planet, I think it's a bit overwhelming at times. This could carry. This could carry. Oh, it's been dropped. It's been dropped, and to make it worse, he's also helped it over the rope. Massive, massive error. I think that's Muzamil Omerkale, who's stationed it long off. Oh, that should have been a regulation catch, but worst of all, it's gone away for a 4.
I think it's Muzamil who took the catch earlier. So he's taken one, but that's a big one. I mean, Janan Gulzai, if he gives you a chance, you've got to take it. They don't take it. Huge opportunity to remove one of the key batters. And in fact, it was Kasturi who's actually set. That makes it even worse. So Kasturi being dropped there. And then the ball goes to the boundary as well. So being dropped on 23, remember that. Well, that's a tight call from the umpires. Being called a wide. Kumajar's not that impressed with that call. I must admit, I think it's gone over the line. I think that has caught some of the line. It's a tough call. But I think that's one the umpire could have gone either way. Well, makes him play at this one. That definitely would have been a wide.
Yeah, poor shot selection, in all honesty. I think he just reached out at a much wider delivery and then just tried to hit it straight back down the ground as well, rather than looking to go square. End of the 4th over. Snazi are 71 for 1, continuing to accelerate at a fairly decent rate. Of course, it's just slowed down a little bit after they managed to score 44 runs in the first couple of overs, but they're looking really good here, Snazi. I think they're eyeing a massive, massive total, talking about something up there in the 180s.
Yeah, they certainly are, but once again, maintained. Lose a couple of wickets. That was a big moment. And having taken a good catch earlier, you would put money that Muzamil was going to take that. He puts it down. They also, between him and the fielder that was trying to assist him, they allow the ball to go over for 4 as well. So that hurts, and this will just hurt even more. It's such a good shot. Lakman Kasturi, he's a stand and deliver type of batter, isn't he? You're not going to see him run hard singles. He's not going to be dancing down the wicket and playing glorious shots over our heads. He's just going to stand and deliver. And if you bowl the wrong balls to him, he will score runs. There's no doubt about it. So having been dropped on 23, he quickly moves to 31. So yeah, you were saying about the difference between here and Rome.
This one is just worked away, reverse swept, absolutely beautiful shot there by Kasturi. Gets that one away for 6 runs.
Have a look at this. They don't know if it's 4 or 6. I mean, this shot is pretty amazing because when you look at it from behind the bowler, it is such a dangerous shot to play. I mean, 4 or 6, 4, I think that tells us it's 4. But he plays this off middle stump. And we've got this one once again from behind the bowler's arm. He plays his away off middle peg. Look, I mean, you're seeing this side on, but I wanted to see it from the other angle, maybe a bit later. But it was right on middle, and he plays it away. What a crazy shot that was.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible shot there by Kasturi. And we've seen some really innovative strokes. Yeah, no, I would say I sort of finished my point regarding Rome. I think the main thing is just that over here, even the touristy areas, they're not as packed. They're not as chaotic. Obviously, Rome having all of its famous attractions draws many more tourists in Vienna, and I think that can, at times, that can make Rome a little bit suffocating, especially when you go to, let's say, a place like the Trevi Fountain.
Yeah.
This one is up in the air. It's going to land safely. You contrast that to somewhere like the Schönbrunn Palace, where major tourist attraction in Vienna, but you can still walk around just fine.
Now, that's one thing I did find yesterday, because when I made my way there, and also being that it was the weekend, I was expecting it to be very busy, but I mean, there was people there, but you know, you weren't queuing to get a drink, you weren't queuing for anything really, even if you wanted to buy tickets to go into the palace itself. And the other thing definitely was, I think one thing we both said when we were in Rome, though Rome is a spectacular place, but because of the vast number of people that go there, they do have an issue trying to keep things clean, and we both commented on that. And well, that one's gone clean out of the middle of the bat. That will go all the way to the boundary. And snazzy, they're looking pretty snazzy. 88 for 1 at the end of 5 overs. And Rico Full here, along with Nish, we welcome you into our cube, which at the moment is nicely chilled. So it is a bit like the ice cube at the moment, but I know it won't stay that way for too long.
Yeah, I think by game 3 and 4, that's really when the heat starts to pick up. That's also when it gets the most challenging for the players. I think a lot of these sides like to have the morning game when things are a lot cooler. And so far, well, it's Snazzy who look like the cooler side out of the middle.
Snazzy.
The pressure is on Lord CC.
Snazzy, you're looking cool, but we do know a wicket or two can change everything pretty drastically. Yeah, we were talking about my day out, of course, in Austria. But yeah, one thing that definitely was noticeable, very, very clean and very people-friendly. Most places you went to, the public transport was fantastic. Every 3 minutes, the trains were coming. Every 3, I don't think I've been anywhere where it's been so precise and so friendly towards the commuters. Every 3 minutes. If you think you missed one, don't worry. Another one's coming just round the corner. And, well, that's gone round the corner. Chase is on. Iba won't get there. It's going to be 4 more. So Kumajar coming back onto bowl. And you know what else was quite amazing? As we have a look at the daily run rates, you got to say that we keep thinking that one day they might slow down a bit. Hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, it hasn't happened yet. I mean, I remember after when you came in on day 2 and you saw the run rate was 15 the previous day, I said, oh, surely it's going to slow down. But it's obviously slowed down a bit from 15, but not by much. And this is the point I sort of made in the first over was you tend to have one side in most tournaments or well below the standard of the rest of the teams.
Hit hard, and it's going to get through the fielder. It's going to be another boundary. So you can see that Lord CC, they're trying to... It's an interesting one. It's almost like they're trying to slow things down. They're trying to set the right field, but at the moment, they're just not getting the break that they want. As Janan Gelzar, the captain of Snazzy, gets another one away.
Oh, great ball, just balls out a little bit faster there, Ja.
Yeah, better areas. But, yeah, one of the things I was about to say that I found so unique, talking about transport, is the number of variations of cycles that they have here. So all different types of bikes, loads of from most places you go to, from the train stations to some of the tourist sites. They all have storage areas for bikes. But the number of bikes I saw bikes which were catered for 2 or 4 people. And I saw bikes where were catered for kids sitting in the back in like a little hub. It was quite amazing, and this has been amazing as well. At the moment, going at over 14, and that continues. 14.2, and previously you can see the highest that we had was last year 11.9. So very high scoring this time around. I think the weather certainly has a part to play on that. And also the innovative and the imagination of the batters, because that, again, is a really nice shot again. So Kasturi, this time he takes a walk outside off and whips this down the leg side, really toying around with the field at the moment.
Yeah, the rising run rates have just been a trend across every country we have visited over this year, where it just seems like batters are getting better and better at this format. And I think something that we've started to notice is a lot of good bowling is getting hit away for 6 as well. Here's a look at the scorecard. Kasturi just 4 runs away from a half century. Gelzai looking quite good out in the middle. It's not often that Gelzai is batting on 27 of 16. Tends to usually be going at a strike rate above 200. But yeah, public transport system here is absolutely amazing. I mean, especially coming from a country where there's really hardly any public transport at all. To be here where you can get to pretty much anywhere in the city without owning a car, it's just incredible.
Yeah, it is good. You know what else? I didn't realize until I got there. I was going to ask you about this. This one is going to go for 6 as well. So at that Schönbrunn Palace, it's only towards the end when I made my way right the way up to the top. Had a beautiful viewpoint there when you could look down at the whole city. But coming back, I saw this cafeteria and I thought, I'll go in there and have a nice chill drink before I head back. But there I noticed was the entrance to the zoo. Now, is that the zoo? Because I know that Vienna has the oldest zoo in the world. Is that the zoo, or is there another zoo? Because it was right in the actual entrance to it was sort of inside the actual complex. And I thought, well, okay, well, if this is the zoo, then maybe on Thursday I may venture back. But yeah, Vienna has the oldest zoo in the world, which was founded in 1752. And I wonder if that was it. So I know that Nish is now having a quick look for me, because if it is, I definitely would venture back there again. And also, things that you didn't know about here, the sewing machine was invented in Austria. And, so for those of you that are going to get out your sewing machine a bit later on and make some repairs, just remember where it all came from. That's too wide. It's a good take there from the keeper. Sonny O'Dutt standing up, and there's Wasif Saluja. Looks to improve on the 20 that came off his first over.
Yeah, it is the oldest zoo, Schönbrunn Zoo. I think it's really famous because I know it was built back in the day when Maria Theresa was still the emperor here. Really well-known queen of the Habsburg monarchy. This one's going to go away for a minimo. Doesn't quite get that one right there. No, just gets the line badly wrong, and the keeper doesn't cover himself with glory either. And that's gone away for 5 wide. So yeah, runs continuing to leak. We haven't seen one good over so far this innings, which is really, really odd. Haven't seen one real special over by this bowling side. Oh, is there an edge there? Is there a nick there? There could be. They're absolutely convinced, but the umpire has disappointed all of them by not moving an inch. Let's have a look at this.
They got very excited, haven't they? Let's have a look. Ooh, I actually think he, it's so hard to see. Does he actually guide that into the gloves? They're pretty sure the umpire not moved. And just about here, I think he gets something on that, you know. Are my eyes deceiving me? Well, that's a great tie from you-know-who. The man who larks around is Mr. Lark himself. Can't stop it. There's going to be 4 runs. Well, that is going to be something that will be debated, I'm sure. What do you think on the chat? Speaking of the chat, lots of people on there this morning. Nice to see it. And I want to say hello to, I think I saw the champion there. And from Tanzania, hello, good morning to you. And everybody else that's joining in, hello to Khan as well. John, hope you're well, John. Hope you're having a nice Sunday. I know a few people, John, Rob Thompson, will be having a nice breakfast this Sunday morning. Welcome to Lincoln Beggs as well. But yeah, to all of you, Nish already mentioned you were absolutely brilliant and have been brilliant all the way through this series, as that is what you've been seeing if you've been tuned in all the way through this series. Big runs, big sixes, another one gets fired away. Now, what's this Saluja? Well, it doesn't go well for him, does it? It's an expensive spell of bowling. He's knocking on the door of 50 himself. And at the end of the over, 129 for 1. There's still 18 balls to go in the innings.
It's got 22 days to go until, of course, Cardamom comes alive for the European Cricket Championship. We're not too far away from the marquee event. Just 3 weeks, basically, until, of course, we're the start of the ECC.
Hey, I can't believe it. Nish, we ain't touched on this yet. It's the 1st of September today. The first, where's the summer gone? I've missed the summer, everybody. I've missed the summer again. I can't believe how this year is flying. And you said it, just 22 days now to go for the start of the Euros of cricket. Yeah, it's just going too quickly. You must find it, because this is the first time really, I think, a little teaser, but Anthony Lark gets down, makes a start. I think the first time really that you've done so many back-to-back events, and you probably find that the last 3 months for you have just flown by.
Yeah, certainly has. Been a real honor to cover all these games over the summer. Going to look to go down the ground and over the rope for 6 runs. Gelzai brings up a half-century, a fine knock by an absolutely brilliant cricketer. Second 50 of this ECS for Janan Gelzai. Oh, he has batted superbly all throughout this tournament. Picked one up against Vienna Danube, and now he has a 50 against Lord CC.
बहुत बताइए कैप्टन साहब ने गिलजाई ने अपनी हाफ सेंचुरी पूरी कर ली, and he's done it quickly of 23. And Lakmal Kasturi is not that far behind. Well, that's been drilled pretty hard. Should be just a single. And the man that could have taken Kasturi when he was on, I think at that time, 23, makes the stop there. And now Kasturi will go on strike, has the opportunity to bring up his half-century. So hello to Kroom. No cricket this weekend, no cricket updates. Do let us know, Kevin, how it went, to where you played. And I hear the weather, the last time when I was on, I think, by myself the other day on Friday, I think most people told me the weather was pretty good. And there it is. There's another half-century. Lakmal Kasturi will follow his captain and notch up his half-century as well. These two, as I said before, they are so dangerous. If you don't get them out, they will punish you. And that's exactly what they're doing here to Lord CC.
A beautiful shot there by Kasturi, and second 50 of this series for him. Now has worked away beautifully out towards cover, and he'll just pick up a single here. Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, Kasturi, of course, opened the batting, faced the first ball, but he's faced a lot less deliveries than Gelzai, of course, came in at number 3.
It is a Sunday. Let us know how you started your Sunday. A bit of brekkie in bed. I think I mention this every Sunday when I'm on. Tell us the start of your day. Just because I'm envious of you if you've had your breakfast in bed and it's been a proper breakfast. It's one thing that I certainly remember the Sundays that I had off in the UK, especially when it was outside the cricket season. Would always have a nice fry up in the morning. Would start off with a pot of tea in bed, and you lazily get up, and then you have a bit of a fry up, and then that sort of sorts you out for the rest of the day. Sundays typically, for me, was normally a day where I would ponder around in the garden, do a bit of weeding, if the weather permitted, cut the grass and sort out the flower beds. So let us know what's the sort of things you get up to on a Sunday.
Here's a look at the graph for Lords. Snazi should say, and that run rate just hasn't dipped. It really hasn't throughout the course of the ECS. They've maintained it at about 17 to 18 for much of this innings. And nobody's really been able to sneak in a good over at any point for this Lord CC side. The quietest over we've seen was 13 runs. The previous one bowled by Austria. Well, maybe just overcomplicates that shot a little bit. I think it was a low full toss. If he just slashes hard at that ball, he probably gets a boundary.
Yeah, he's trying to work this around the leg side of it, isn't he? And he's played a couple of shots like this when the ball's a lot straighter, but that's been pushed a little bit wider from him by Cigar. And gets a dot. Cigar, till now, has certainly been the pick of the bowlers. And now, does he sneak this in? Oh, the umpire thinks not. I'd like to see it again. I thought he might have just sneaked this in. Let's have a look here. Yeah, he definitely sneaks that in. That's not a wide. So Praveen gives us a wide. No complaints from the bowler. Fair play. I mean, I like that from the bowler. Just get on with it. But that's disappointing because that should be a dot ball. And now that one ain't going to be a dot. And this is all to do with, I know I go on about this a lot, but the bowler, the ball before bowls a very good legal delivery for me. Gets called a wide. He then tries the same ball again, but he brings it in a little bit closer. Two things here. A, Girls, I know knows he's going to do it. Secondly, because he doesn't go as wide because of what happened the last time round, he gets hit down the ground. So you've got to feel a little bit for the bowler there.
You certainly do. Just these little fine margins that make such a difference in this game. Looks to go down the ground again, and there's a fielder out at long on. Satman Lark, who we know is a gun fielder. He'll ensure that it's just a single.
Slower delivery that time. 150 comes up as the bells are ringing in the background.
Off-pace delivery once more. Struck towards cover, and it's going to be a single again. So 10 runs off this over so far. It's been one of the better overs you've seen bowled over the course of this innings. This is going to be his struck over to long on, and that's really, really well done. Extremely well done by Muzamil Omar Kale. Just make sure it doesn't get above him. And he's handled that bounce off the surface pretty well. 11 runs off that over, the quietest over of this innings.
Yes, it's a good over. 153, though, the score moves on to, and you'd imagine they'll be pretty keen to get it into that 170 area. It is today. We celebrate World Letter Day. That's right. And when I say letter, I mean that's in writing letters. I know not too many people these days pick up the old pen and paper, but yeah, it's definitely something that you can still do, whether it's of course a love note or just a generic letter to say you're sorry to somebody. And it fits in well in Austria because, of course, Austria is where the postcard was first used. As that one, well, that's been posted and it's been stamped all the way into the field of joy. That's 6 runs.
Goes away for a Maximo, and Gelzai, I mean, he started off his innings a little bit slow. He was on a strike rate of about 150 at the 17 ball mark, but he's really accelerated these last 12 deliveries. And he's now gone well past Lakmal Kasturi, who, of course, has been there since the start of this innings. We're just having a look at some of the numbers about this partnership. 114 runs, 41 deliveries. It has been a spectacular partnership.
Yeah, it has. They've been smashing the ball all over the place. And you just got to say here that Lord CC just have not really, apart from Cigar, who's gone for 24 of his 2 overs, the other bowlers just haven't been able to get it right. And now Muzamil Amakel will get to bowl. He's one and only over. Doesn't start well with a 6.
Struck out towards mid-wicket. Wasn't quite able to get a hold of that as nicely as he'd have liked. Just a single, so Omar Kale, of course, gets bashed for a 6 off his very first ball. Didn't want to go back to Sahil Bharti for this final over after he went for 24 in the first. Up in the air. Could be a chance for a wicket. Is there fielder coming underneath it? Oh, he spilt it. He's dropped it. And that's the second chance we've seen Lord CC put down over the course of this innings. I mean, we go back to their first match in this ECS when they were taking incredible catches. I remember thinking that, well, have they used up all their catches in this match? And since then, I have to say, that match was a blip. They really struggled with their catching. Massive shot, flat batted, over long on. That goes for a 6. Incredible strike by Gelzai, who moves into the 70s.
Yeah, he just walloped away. That last one, you felt a little bit for the fielder. He was reaching for it, got it in his hands, but as he hit the floor, then the elbows hit the ground and the ball pops out. So it was one of those. Another one whacked away. The wicketkeeper there just says, yeah, okay, good shot. There's another one. It's another one. You can see why the number of maximums have been so high. That's 14 in this innings so far.
Oh, and this one is just going to slip away past the keeper, and it's going to go away for some buys. Does it get any bad along the way? I just wonder, yeah, maybe it's just taken a little inside edge. Just going to have a look at how it's been given. I don't recall seeing a buy signal there from the umpire, so yeah, maybe there was a little inside edge.
Yeah, Dutch will be disappointed, though. I mean, it's ones that you got to be taken, so that has taken a bit of the edge. And, yeah, you can see the disappointment from the bowler. That doesn't move. The 170 now does come up with the last ball off the innings. Goes for the big one. It's a catching opportunity. Lark takes the catch. And you'd expect him to do it, Anthony Lark. He's waited a long time to get his moment. He comes across, takes the catch to remove Janal Gelzai, and gets a wicket there for Muzamil, who will go for 18 off that over. And it will finish 171 for 2. And the end of a very good partnership comes to an end of the very last ball of the innings. Came together, remember, on 45. Good catch there from Lark. Reads it well, holds on to the catch. Adds another one to his collection. But the thing is here, surely Snazzy will feel that the damage has already been done. And Lord CC, they're going to have to bat out of their skins to get anywhere near this 172 target.
Well, when it went up to Anthony Lark, you knew there was absolutely no chance he was going to put that down. He is an absolutely sensational cricketer, one of the finest players we've had a chance to see over the course of this series. We're now going to have a look at the highlights of this innings, and well, what a fine innings it was to witness this. For anyone who isn't a fan of Lord CC, Snazzy batted incredibly, scoring 171 runs. Of course, they were set up terrifically by that opening partnership of 45 runs between Kasturi and Rehan Ahmed. They were very aggressive during the power play, ending up with 58 runs at the end of it. Rehan Ahmed making 24 runs of 7 deliveries until he hauled one out to Muzamil Omar Kale, who took a good catch to get rid of him. He would put down a chance later in the innings. Of course, he dropped Lakmal Kasturi when he was on 23 of 8. Should have been a fairly regulation catch and a wicket for Ja. And boy, would Kasturi make them pay for that drop. He'd go on to make 54 runs of 20 deliveries, struck 10 boundaries over the course of his innings. It was some fine batting by him. Just take a look at this brilliant shot that was hit over long on. This was the case throughout this series. I think Snazzy will look back at this innings with real pride. They'll be impressed with the way their top 3 batted over the course of that innings. But for Lord CC, there certainly are a lot of things to work on. Their fielding wasn't at its best over the course of this innings, and they also struggled with their bowling, just far too much slot bowling. I think they were serving up plenty of over-pitch deliveries. That was easy for the batting side to get away with. Of course, Clark, now that man, he always sets a very high standard in the field. He took catch off the last ball to get rid of Janan Gelzai. It's now time to have a look at the scorecard of this innings. Lakmal Kasturi with 54 runs of 24 deliveries. Ryan Ahmed, 24 of 7. And of course, Janan Gelzai making 79 of 33 deliveries. A top scoring with that fine innings. A strike rate of 239 for him. Struck 14 boundaries over the course of his innings, and 8 of those were sixes. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling figures for Lord CC. And Sagar Mehman, you could say he had a pretty decent performance. I think an economy rate of about 12 is par for what we have seen in T10 cricket over the course of this fantastic calendar year of European cricket. But I think the rest of the bowlers will just look at their personal performances and feel like they gave away a few too many runs. So plenty of issues for Lord CC to address in the bowling and fielding department. But they've now got to focus on their batting, as they need to get 172 runs to win. Join us after a very short break, the second innings of match 31.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
We are set for the start of the second innings. Lord CC have been set a massive target of 172. Things didn't quite work out for them in that first innings. They were probably got a lot of their bowling plans wrong. They couldn't quite hit their lines and lengths. I'm sure they'll be disappointed with the way they fared in the field as well. But it's time to put all that aside, forget about all that, and focus on these next 10 overs and see if they can go on and pull off something really remarkable. The bonus point equation, well, I highly doubt that Lord CC will be able to pick up a bonus point in this game. Let's face it, in order to pick up a bonus point, they'll have to go at a rate of, well, something above 24.4 to be exact. But there certainly is a chance for this Snazi team to pick up all 4 points in this game. They can restrict their opposition to 119 or less. Though, of course, you just feel like this Lord CC will make this game competitive. Got some talented batters in there. Obviously got Kumoja, who we know is a top draw player. He was amongst the top 5 run getters during last year's European Cricket Series. Of course, he played for the Vienna Eagles, scored 296 runs over 10 matches he played, and averaging 37, strike rate of 176. And of course, Sahil Bharti at the other end. He is such a powerful, explosive batter. I think we've seen him a number of times over the course of this series come out there and play some very aggressive innings. So it's going to be Kasturi to bowl the first over. This is a tactic frequently applied by this Snazi team who like to start with him, like to start with a spin option. He's currently got a long off and a deep extra cover in place. Oh, just straying a bit too far down the leg side of that ball. It's going to be a big chase for the fielder, and he's done exceptionally well to get there. That is Basit Iqbal. And I think he'll just be a little bit disappointed that hasn't gone away for a 4 if you're the batter. Yeah, Kumajian will feel like he should have got all 4 runs out of it. Very quick outfield here as well, so I think if he just times that better, goes away for a boundary. Shouts a catch, it is just going to clear the fielder inside the ring. Yeah, it's going to be a single, so 3 runs off these first couple of balls. And well, you can just see what Kasturi is saying to the man out at deep extra cover. I think that's Kishan Dalpa, though. He's just doing the sprinting sign saying, hey, run a little bit harder.
Nice start, nice energy out there. You got to say, from Snazi at the moment, they're geeing each other up, they're supporting each other. Nice to see them calling out names of individuals that have done well, a couple of good bits of fielding. So they're up for this. They're looking to go back to winning ways. Won their first 2, lost 3 on the spin. Now wanting a win here.
Just strikes him outside the line of the off stump there. Tough for the umpire to give that, but a direct hit. I don't think that's going to be out. I mean, he's well and safely in. I can see that. Got a little bit excited with that. Yeah, Clever making the point in the chat. No, my point was that they need 24 to pick up the bonus point.
Yeah.
So 24 and over to pick up the bonus point, not the victory.
Yeah, Satyam, good throw. Direct hit on the stumps. Of course, Satyam Subhash, good player. And that is a nice shot. Beautifully picked up from Kumajar. Kumajar starting today in the 130s. And it hasn't really gone on to score too many big scores, but we know he has it in him. And he's got to hope that he and maybe, whether it's Omari or when Bharti comes on, that those two can do exactly the same thing that Snazi did. Put a good partnership together. Partnerships is what it's all about. And they'll be hoping that they too can get a partnership over 100 together to get them a win. It's definitely there if you can get in. We know that.
Now run down just behind points, and that's going to be a single. Yeah, of course, have to give a big shout out to Sarah Udebridge, celebrating her birthday today, off on her honeymoon, I believe, to Algeria alongside Jules. I hope the two of you have a great honeymoon, can enjoy your birthday together. So very happy birthday to Sarah Udebridge.
Yeah. Sarah, happy birthday. And many happy returns. And talking about happy returns, this is going to be a happy return for Lakmal Kasturi, who just goes full and straight. And Paigam Omari doesn't deal with this very well, to be honest. He plays all the way around it. It's not a good shot. Just have a look at the head here. It's nowhere. Look where he's looking. Look where the ball is. It's, well, it's a loose shot, which results in the wicket of Omari. Omari goes cheaply. It'll be a 2-ball duck for him. And 138 matches since the golden ball. We'll keep you posted on that as Omari makes the slow walk back with Derek knocking on the door.
So now we've got 138 matches since we last had a golden ball on the network. And of course, been a pretty barren summer that department, hasn't it? Just the one golden ball over the last couple of months. And in terms of men's golden balls, of course, haven't had one since the middle of June.
Yeah.
Got Nico Fernando over from Kent Lanka joining us in the chat. Yeah, great to hear from you, Nico, and it was a real joy to get to see you bat in person over in Rome.
Yeah. Big appeal. And the umpire doesn't look to be too excited about it, but the players certainly were. Yeah, Nicolo Fernando, I hope you are well. And we're very well. And then, of course, Nicolo Fernando played some outstanding innings there, of course, back there in Rome. Of course, Roma CC losing out, though, to Royal Roma. Well, up in the air. He's going to loft the fielder, is he? Just. And I suppose you have to say here, this is timed and placed to perfection. Well, hi and love from me and this to all of you. I'm loving some of the artwork and the design that we're seeing with the rope there. I wonder who's responsible for that. Is it Arthur's now? Ah, well, Elsa and Arthurs are responsible for getting that one. Yeah, Nicola, it was Kent Lanka, beg your pardon. And that's been smashed away nicely. That's 6 runs. And I think Nicola was hitting a few of these. Yeah, we're very well. Good to have you with us.
A brilliant shot there by Bharti. He's such an aggressive player. Starts off with a couple of boundaries. And I was very impressed with him when I first saw him right at the start of this ECS. He's someone who, you know, right from the get-go, he looks to attack every ball.
Yeah.
And I remember he came in this situation where his side had lost some early wickets, and he's just counter-attacked and really, really got his side to recover from what was a dismal start. This one goes away for 4 as well. Streaky boundary, but again, Bharti's going at it hard, so these edges are going to fly away for boundaries as well.
Yeah, Subhash not happy with that one getting away, but it's not where he wanted it, but it's going that way. Yeah, but Nicola did, well, he did sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? He did snooker us a little bit. He was on the chat when Kent Lanka were playing, and he was saying, I won't be playing this time round. And then, lo and behold, he turns up, and well, I think Kent Lanka were very happy that he did, because he played some very good knocks and bowled particularly well as well. So good plays, Nicola, and I'm glad that he and other players do from time to time drop into the chat.
That one is wide, just gets the line wrong there. So yeah, one thing that is worth noting about Lord CC is they have changed their opening pair. They were using Anthony Lark alongside Kumoja at the start of the tournament, but they've gone away from that in this game. Oh, big swing and a miss, not too far above the stump. Subhash could very easily have got a wicket off the last ball of his over.
Yeah, it's a slightly quicker delivery. Just comes back into Kumoja, who's trying to get this away. Good keeping. I've been impressed with the keeping behind the stumps there from Raihan Ahmed as well. End of the over. 28 come off the first 2. So at the moment, they're around about 10 runs behind where their opponents were. But of course, don't forget that Snazi did get the acceleration in pretty quickly as well. So we've seen overs of 11 and 17 to start off with. And now they're asking the question here, and it's gone. The umpire has put the finger up, and Lakmal picks up his 2nd wicket. Smiles on his face. Nice to see the bowler smiling and also bowling with the shades on. Lakmal, the same as Subhash, keeps the shades on to get a wicket, and it's a big wicket. Let's have a look at this. He goes right the way across. It's not a good shot. I don't think the ball is going over the stumps. I think it's no pace on it, and that's going to hit. And it's going to hit the top of off for me. So good. and a fairly easy call there for the umpire. So Sahil Bharti, the dangerous Sahil Bharti, goes for 15 of 5 balls.
Well, it doesn't get much plumber than that, does it? I don't think the umpire is going to have too many easier decisions. That ball was very slow, rather gently bowled.
Yeah.
And it's caught him right in front of the stumps. You can visibly see the stumps as well. So yeah, the umpire immediately knew that was one he was going to have to raise his finger to. So coming in at number 4, I believe this is Anthony Lark. Oh, and he plays a gorgeous looking shot, but straight at a fielder. So it's going to be a good looking cover drive for a dot ball. Yeah, Anthony Lark, of course, started off this series opening the batting for Lord CC, and he just had a few issues with his strike rate, so they've pushed him down to number 4, and just plays the wrong line there. Big miss, swing and a miss.
You can see that we didn't see him the last time Snazzy played, and maybe since that time he's been working on trying to be a bit more aggressive with his shots. He's a bit unlucky not to get nothing from the first, and now he might give his wicket away. He will give his wicket away. Anthony Lark will go for a 3-ball duck. So you can see he's trying to be more aggressive, and just like Pago Momari before him, he's going to go without scoring, and Derek will venture out again. Just this time he changes his mind. I think he thinks about coming out to it, goes back and offers the catch to the fielder, who makes no mistakes there, Rahimi Ahmadi, and it's going to be a 3-ball duck for Lark.
Well, the former Australian Capital Territory under-19 will fail to trouble the scorers in this match. Played a gorgeous shot off his first ball. Was very unlucky that it didn't go away for runs, but he eventually ends up giving a bit of catching practice to the fielder. So this has been a sensational over by Kasturi. Yet to see a run scored in this over, and he's picked up a couple of wickets. He was looking to just pull that one away, but didn't quite have the room to free his arms. And well, where has that caught him? Looks like it's pretty high up on the bat. I'm sure he felt the vibration in the handle.
Yeah, right, here we go. No runs off the over so far. We're going to see a double wicket maiden from Kasturi.
Oh, that is going to spoil the double wicket maiden, but it's still a terrific over. Gives up just 1 run and takes 2 wickets. And now, well, Lord CC have their backs up against the wall. It's a disastrous power play for them. They're 29 for 3.
And you'll see that their opponents were already almost some 30 runs ahead of them here. They were on 58. So, well, with a click of the fingers, we might get that right. There you go. Does the job. Yeah, 29 for 3 as opposed to 58 for 1. And all the recognised batters, apart from the captain, Kumajar, gone. So he's not going to be on strike here because that single was taken. So Muzamil stays on strike. He'll get a wide first up there from Subhash.
Yeah, Satyam Subhash is very, very expensive throughout this series. I think he's, prior to this match, bowled 8 balls and went for 33 runs over them, and had an expensive first over here as well. Caught, taken to the deep. First wicket of this ECS for Satyam Subhash. And it's a little bit of respite for him in what has been a difficult start to the ECS for him. Gets another wicket. Lord CC are reeling at 30 for 4.
Yeah, it's another one. Bites the dust is Muzamil, who's trying to create something by going out on the offside, but he doesn't get the power in the shot. There's another man in shades that's in the action. This time it's a fielder that takes the catch. And Muzamil goes back. Disappointed, but he does get at least something on the ball to show for it. But the captain now, Kumajar, is at the other end, and he's seen 4 wickets fall already. And we know that these guys that are coming in now haven't really done too much with the bat. What can Nandeep Soghi do here, coming in at number 6?
Yeah, all sorts of trouble for Lord CC, and we're reaching the stage where even getting a point out of this game is going to be a massive challenge for them. The win predictor is down to just 5% for them, and I think once you start to see it dip below 10%, then you know a side might not be able to get 1 point out of the match. This one's going to be a wide, and they will pick up an extra run of buys as well. Poor delivery there by Subhash. I mean, the idea was right. He's looking to jam in a leg stump Yorker, but just gets the line slightly wrong.
Yeah, and of course there it gives away not just the wide, but the batters rotate. So Kumajar, at least he gets on strike, and now he's got to really try and stay on strike. Better delivery, and with the keeper standing up, just makes it that little bit harder for Kumajar. Good take behind the stumps there from Ahmed.
Oh, just gets the bat down in time over there, Kumajar. Otherwise, he might have been in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, might have been indeed. Hello to Chris Smith, who's saying hello to us, and a few other people are joining in. Hello to Paul Kempin as well, who's saying morning to us both. That one gets played away, and yeah, well, we're just having a look at the feet of the fielder here. Now they're asking the question. The umpire, I don't think, was looking. If I'm 100% sure, I think the umpire was trying to keep an eye on the fielder here. This is what I want to see. Where are these legs? And okay, so no problems there. Now we'll go to the side camera. Worse, it's so close, you know, so close. So on the line, and I think the stumps just get broken there. So I think he might have just made it there. Might have just made it. So I think they just get home. It's going to be not out. They get two. Good bit of cricket all around, though.
Yeah, just gets there in time. A very tight run, but they're going to have to run hard between the wickets and take some risks in that department. Got a lot of runs to get here. They're required for 172 is 21.6, but even getting to 120 is going to take some doing. Just drop and run over there. Sogi will scamper across for a single.
Yeah, push and run. Just trying to look at the two batters out there. It's almost looks like they've got two different kind of tops out there, unless I'm seeing things differently. High, in the air, catchable, and dropped. And that's Kumajar, the bowler. Well, Satyam Subhash, you can see why he's disappointed. He's looking to pick up his second wicket, but it won't be. As the fielder here gets this all wrong. He sort of leads with his leg, doesn't he? That's Munib and Baramkale. And I think the ball strikes his knee more than it does his leg. So Kumajar gets a break on 10, but still, Lord CC are way behind here. 37 for 4 after 4.
Yeah, we're just going to take a look at this rate over here for Lord CC. They're going below that blue line. That blue line's, of course, the rate they need to go at to pick up 1 point from this game. I think we'll shortly have the graphic up for you, which tells you how many they need to go at to pick up a single point from this game. Struck towards mid-off, and it just gets past the fielder, so they'll allow them to come across very easily for that run.
Thing is, he gets a single, but he's got to try and control and stay on strike, doesn't he? All right, he's probably saying to Nandeep Soghi, come and stay here with me, see what you can do, Soghi. Well, it's a nice looking shot, probably the right shot to play to a delivery like that, but he plays and misses.
Looks to go short over there, Dalpadu, and yeah, it's going to be a wide. Just gets that one all wrong, trying to surprise the batter by banging one in short.
Yeah, Dalpadu just goes a little bit too short, and then sounds like he's apologising to the umpire there, saying, sorry, you're Praveen. The umpire says, I don't mind, you just need to know. Now the slow ball, and cleverly bowled. And Nandeep Soghi trying to get something going, but swings and misses at this as well.
Oh, look how close this was. Just extra bit of bounce that makes it go over the stumps. Oh, that kind of a length, he would have expected him to clean bowled the batter. Now a bit of width on offer there, and slashes at that one hard. And it's just going to be the one run, so we haven't seen a boundary since the end of the second over.
There's a chance here. It's in his hands, and down it goes. So an opportunity. It goes missing again, and this time it's Hamza Bhatti who's not able to hold on to it. So it's Zoggy's turn to get it alive.
Yeah, both these sides have struggled with their catching. We obviously saw Lord CC drop a couple, and now, well, Snazzy drop one more. And Kumaja, the lucky man, no ball coming up here, so it's going to be a free hit.
Yeah, he's gone short too many times.
And the second for the over. Oh, it just clipped away off his pass. Is not quite going to be able to capitalize on the free hit there, so he just picks up a single.
Yeah, that's probably a little bit disappointing, really, because if it's down the leg side, you probably want to just jump out of the way and at least take another go at the free hit. Not able to. That will be the over that comes to an end. So despite the few issues with the wide and the no ball in there, Kishan and Delpathuru, not a bad over at all, just a 5 coming from it. So we're at that halfway point now to score 43 for 4. So a long way away from even picking up a point here. Need to get 120 for that. But we're not a long away from this. In 22 days' time, it will be our time to once again to get to Spain, to Andalusia. They're in Malaga at the Cardamom Oval, where the Euros of cricket will be kicking off starting on the 23rd of this month. Yes, we are in September already.
Big appeal over here. They're absolutely convinced there's some bat on that, but the umpires already signaled this one wide. Let's take another look at this to see how much of a case they have. It's not the best ball there by Iqbal, in all honesty. And, oh, well, does that just catch his glove along the way? It's very hard to tell. I can't say I heard anything. Yeah, it's tough to tell from that replay.
Yeah, very tough, those ones, for an umpire. Of course, that's where all your senses come into play, your sight, yeah, your hearing. The umpire doesn't see or hear anything and says not out. Well, that's a little bit of a Tortuga, and they're going to take on the second, and they'll get there. So Nandeep Soggy, as you can see here, Kumajar is not trying to stay and strike, is he? He's more than happy to take the singles and come back for the second here, rather than try and keep on strike himself, which that's not quite working for them at the moment.
Down the ground for a single. That's just going to be a run. So I haven't seen a boundary since the second over. And have a look at that required to pick up a single point. It's ballooned to above 15 runs. Yeah, at this stage, it looks like Lord CC are heading for a very humiliating defeat and won't pick up a point out of this game. Something's got to change.
Yeah, not just happening at the moment. You can see even shots like that from Kumajar, which could find a gap and get to the boundary. Don't look at the way that Anthony Lark came out. He played a lovely shot first ball, but straight to the fielder. Then a couple of balls later, he's gone without scoring. It just hasn't happened. And Lord CC, they'll play 2 here today. And their second match won't be an easy one against the Grass Cricket Academy. They're playing some good cricket at the moment. Sanazi, they'll stay on the park. They have a tough one up against Indian City Vienna. That will be our second match on match day Sunday.
Got him. Gone. Comfortable catch. Makes no mistake over there. Now Snazzy, they've put down a couple over the course of this innings, but this one is well held on to. Honestly, it was harder to drop than catch. And Lord CC will lose 5. Half their team has been sent back to the shed.
Yeah, that's really disappointing now, isn't it? Because Kumajar, the captain, it's a disappointing walk-off for him as the new batter comes out. Just nothing going right. Now it looks like it's Guswak Sandhu who's coming out. Interesting enough, Guswak never used as a bowler. And last time we saw him bowl, he bowled not too bad at all. Picked up a couple of wickets, but they didn't use him this time. They're going to need him with a bat. Can he do something amazing and at least try and get them a point? Jar will go for the 15 off the unlucky 13. Good catch there taken by Subhash.
Great over so far by Iqbal. Only 6 runs off of the last ball coming up. It's going to be Sandhu coming in at number 7. Now looks up, toss one up, and Sandhu deposits the very first ball flying over the rope. So this is the first boundary we have seen since all the way back in the second over. Well, Sundu's just come out here and said, well, why are you all struggling?
Yeah, he has indeed. He's thinking, what's going on here, guys? What's going on? They're tossing it up. Let's hit it back over their heads. Only the third 6 of the innings. And it brings that over to an end. So Lord CC, 55 for 5, looking to get to 120, which looks very, very unlikely at the moment. I mean, just to get to that, you can see they need to be going at over 16s per over.
It's turned out to be a real mess for Lord CC. Obviously, at this point, I don't think they can climb that 172 mountain. It's unlikely they'll get there, but they've got a huge challenge even trying to get to 120. At this point, I think we'd all be rather surprised if Snazzy don't pick up all 4 points from this match.
It'd be a great comeback there for Snazzy, wouldn't it, after the 2 wins from 2 to start their campaign, having not won a single match in the competition back in 2023. Then, of course, a bit of a downward slide, lost 3 in a spin. But what a way to start on a day where they play 3 matches, start with a win and all the points. That one's, well, that's cleverly played. That's a very nice looking shot there from Nandip Soggy. Just a delicate little nurdle for 4.
Yeah, it's not just away really nicely. Gets enough bat on it and plays it really fine. Beautiful shot.
Well, I suppose if anything else, or if nothing else, I should say, Lord CC, it's an opportunity for the lower batters to maybe just get in, get bat onto ball, and get an opportunity which maybe on another day they wouldn't get. Well, he plays the same shot again, and this is even nicer than the one before because he actually has to do a little bit of work on this one and go to it. Leans forward, gets into position, and gets the wrist into play, and it's another one into that vacant fine leg area for 4 more.
Clearly so strong off his pat, Sogi. Hasn't hit a boundary all innings, and then he just clips a couple down towards fine leg. Well, Ahmadi, he's got to adjust his line here. Surely does after these last couple of shots.
Yeah, well, that tells you one thing. Soggy likes it on his pads.
This time he just backs away, makes some room, and absolutely thrashes one through mid-wicket. So it looks like Sogi's been inspired by Sundu, and he's playing some gorgeous shots.
He is playing. That's another beautiful shot there. So 3 boundaries on the spin. And, well, Nandip Soggy, well, he might have started a bit soggy, but he's not soggy now. He's dry, and he's hitting it well. And, well, Ahmadi is thinking, well, what have I done? All the other bowlers have been able to get away with nice, quiet figures, and here I am, and I've just gone for 3 4s on the spin.
Yeah, I think Ahmadi's got to adjust his line. He's bowling too far down the leg side. Needs to get this wider. See, well outside the off stump. Oh, once again, it's just the same line. I mean, what's going on here with Ahmadi?
I don't know, but that's a great save, really, from Raham Ahmad behind the stunts, because that one, if that had gone past him, I don't even think the fine leg would have stopped it. Good take, but it's a wide. Has to bowl it again.
Better, much better line, and that's just going to be hauled out towards long off. Yeah, he's got to try to force the batter to try to reach out at these wider deliveries.
Yeah, that was a better ball, and straight away you can see that Nandip Soggy not able to get the shot in. But Guswak Sandhu, well, a similar ball that he got, he was able to find the boundary fence.
This is just stroked away out towards square leg. It's going to be another single. Ahmadi, though, he's got to be worried with this line. I think about from the 4 deliveries bowled so far this over, of course, not including the wide, 3 of them have been on the pads.
Yeah, he's got away with that one as well, hasn't he? I mean, it's been clipped for a single, but in the gap, it would have been 4. And tries to work this one away at Soggy, but again, it's another ball down the leg side, so he's probably bowled here 7 balls down the leg side. One of those wides was there as well, so he just hasn't got the line right. The one ball he did bowl outside the off to Soggy, it was almost half a chance catching in that long off area, so he's got to get the line right here.
This is just played out towards a cover, and it's going to be a single. Yeah, I think Ahmadi, if he is brought back for a second over, I think he should consider a change of angle and going over the wicket instead. Clearly, this round the wicket angle isn't working out for him. It's not quite been able to just get that ball to go across, which is normally what you're trying to do when you're bowling right arm round. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. So Snazzy, we expect, will head into that game with a 3-3 record. They're going to be going up against the Indian Cricket Club of Vienna, a very strong and formidable side. I think I've been impressed by Indian CC Vienna. They've had some victories against some impressive sides, so this should be an exciting matchup. Looking forward to this, and it'll be on your screens in just about 40 minutes time.
Yeah, and they've got an avatar playing for them as well, so that'll be interesting. Avatar Singh, we'll just call him the Avatar, why not?
Kazim Hussain inserted into the lineup as well.
Yep. Okay, so 18 balls. Well, they do get 17 of the last one. If they keep going at that, they will pick up a point. That would be something. Gets dragged away, doesn't quite get the connection that he wants. So we'll start with a single as Basit Iqbal comes back to bowl his second.
It's going to take something special for them to get a point out of this game. I think Sandhu and Sogi really need to get a move on. Sandhu, though, he's looking good in these first couple of balls he's faced. Oh, well, decides to become a left-hander. They're going for the old Glenn Maxwell switch hit.
Well, he decides, well, right hand doesn't seem to work for me. I'll turn into a lefty for this one, Paul. And if he did get it away, it would have been pretty spectacular. And myself and Nish would still be talking about it. But he misses it. It will just go down as a bye. Of course, the line doesn't change. It doesn't become the leg stick. It stays the off. And this one is going to be straight into the hands of Hamza Bhatti. He's not going to make a mistake. Doesn't really get any power into the shot. It's a full delivery. But Basit Iqbal, the clever thing about him is, and he knows it as well, he doesn't offer you hardly any pace. He takes all the pace out of the ball. So even though you're hitting a full toss and you think you're going to clear the fielders, and if you don't get it right out the middle, you're going to give it a chance. He does give a chance, and Bhatti makes no mistakes.
Yeah, Nandip Sogi, outside of that previous over where he struck 3 boundaries against Rahim Ahmadi, never looked particularly comfortable over the course of his innings. Spends a lot of time out in the middle, but ends up making only 23 runs off the 17 deliveries he faced. And Saluja is going to be coming on here to replace him, I think. I don't think they're going to mind that wicket too much. I mean, at that point, if you're trying to get 46 runs of 15 balls, someone who's on a strike rate at just above 110, it's probably if he gets better out of the way. Oh, was there something there? Was there something there? Not according to the umpire.
Yeah, I don't think so. Mind you, if I say don't think so, it hasn't been called a wide, so it's caught the top of the pad, I think, as he's gone for the sweep shot.
Going to pull this one away. And oh, well, the fielder and the deep was caught out by that. Let's just take a look who that is. It's Kishan Dalpadu. It looked like it was going to be a regulation bit of fielding. And all of a sudden, he was just caught in 2 minds. Couldn't quite judge which way the ball was going to go. And by the time he reacted, it was far too late.
Interesting one, that, because he looks like he saw it, started to move, then stopped for a moment. And then by the time he got going again, the ball's gone past him. So a valuable 4 runs. Can they get a few more here?
Has to Google it. Gets it to come back in there. And it's going to go away for 4. So Saluja just playing that one nice and late. This is a gorgeous stroke. It's absolutely wonderful. Just take another look at it. Backs away. Plays it nice and late. And just taking a look at how it trickles over the rope. So 4 runs. A couple of boundaries to end the over. 10 runs off that Basit Iqbal over.
82 then for 6. Just the 10, so they fall a little bit behind. Really looking to get a magical over here. And if you can get a magical one in here, then the realistic chance of getting to that 120 stays alive. But if it ends up not being magical, then it's going to be very, very unlikely. But they're going to stick with getting this ball tossed up. And looks like this is going to be Shakwat Ozakil to bowl. And struck well. It's not going to... Oh dear. Well, I was going to say he's not going to pierce the field out there. But the fielder who was a bit indecisive last time, Kishan, gets down here. This one hits him on the chest and gets away from him, and it goes for 4. That's a result for the batting side. Guswak Sandhu picks up another boundary.
There's just been a few too many mishaps in the field by both these teams. I think they'll both be very disappointed with their fielding performance as well. What was that by Sandhu? Stepped so far across. I mean, he exposed all 3 stumps to the bowler.
Gets a pad on it in the end. Well, he's trying to do all sorts of things here at the moment. And, I mean, I suppose that's, an umpire feels that's pitching outside of the line of leg stick. So that's why he doesn't entertain the LBW appeal.
I'll just toss one up there, and it's going to go into the gap. Nice effort, but it's going to still go away for 4 runs. That was Janan Gelzai, the captain, who ran across, got a hand to it, but couldn't stop him going for 4.
Yeah, you can see what he's trying to do. He's very unlucky, actually. He does everything right. He doesn't leave the fielder player to the last moment. He springs into air, slaps it back into the field, and the ball spins backwards. And speaking of backwards, this one goes backwards as well. And look at it spinning viciously. It won't go to the boundary. And batters really, I think, there should have run that first one a lot quicker to try and make that into 2.
28 needed of 8 now for a point. We have seen the scoring rate pick up in these last couple of overs. No, it's going to be a big chase for the fielder to get to it. Just the 1 run, makes no mistake this time. Kishan Delpadu judging that one.
He's got a good arm, hasn't he? You can see that why he's out there, Kishan. Yeah, this time he doesn't make the mistakes. It's just a single, and they really do need 2 big boundaries here now. That one could be a catching opportunity. It will be. Goes for the shot. Doesn't really get the middle off the bat, does Wasif Saluja. And his little quick-fire cameo comes to an end. It'll be 13 off 6 for him. Tries to get things going. But you're right. I mean, if they could have batted like this at the beginning of the innings, you know, you have a look at the last 3 overs, 12, 17, and 10. If they were able to do that all the way through, they at least would have picked up something from this outing, but it looks pretty unlikely now, especially with Wasif making his way back.
And now they really need to get something extraordinary in this final over. We'll have a look at the bowling figures and a great all-round performance by this Snazi side. I'm really impressed with the way Kasturi bowled. I mean, he's a spinner who bowls up both his overs inside the power play, and over the course of this series has been excellent at it, really getting his side off the good starts in those first 3 overs. So the Lord CC need 27 runs off the last over to pick up a point from this game. Can Sandhu pull off something miraculous?
Munib to do the bowling, and it will just be a single to start off with. They might think about the second, and I think in the end they won't. In comes the throw. Well, they might now, though. They still decide not to.
What an excellent ball to start off there by Bottom Kale. Perfect Yorker. It's a top first delivery.
It's a good ball to a batter who likes to be moving around a lot, Kuswak Singh. Trying to get funky a few times, but you can't get too funky with the Yorker. So Munib Badamkur, good start from him.
Nice ball there. Good delivery, and that one just goes past the Surya, and we reach the point where now all they need to do is bowl 4 illegal deliveries to pick up 4 bonus points from this match. So looks like it's going to be an emphatic victory here for Snazi. And of course, it would also be their yet another bonus point win for them. Looks to shuffle across and tries to work that down towards the leg side, but it's a dot ball. Yep. They obviously suffered a couple of bonus point defeats prior to this match, so it'd be huge for them to come back and get a bonus point victory here. Of course, they were defeated by the Austrian Daredevils and Graz Cricket Academy in a couple of humiliating defeats. That's a wide, beg your pardon.
I think with this victory here, that will take them to 11 points off their 6 matches, and also played 6 are the likes of Graz Cricket Academy, and they are on 12 points. They will be only 1 above them. And Indian CC Vienna, who are playing the next match, and against Nazi, only 1 again above them. So if they could get a win against Indian CC Vienna, then that would take them into a position where they're above those two teams and also into that all-important 5th spot. So a hugely important match coming out next for Snazzy. And the good thing for them is that they go into it in good form. But you're right, the one thing that Snazzy need to do, I mean, again, big runs on the board here, I've got them this win, there's no doubt about it. But being tidy in the field and taking those opportunities when they present themselves, because Indian CC Vienna, not overly loaded with batters, but if you drop the key ones, they will go on and hurt you. We've seen that so many times here in the day and in this series. That's going to be a catching opportunity, very well caught. That's a good catch. Running in from the boundary, keeps his shape, keeps his eye on the ball and holds on to it. That's well done. And once again, good performance there from Rahim Ahmadi. Really good catch, well taken. And that will see the end of Gusak Sandhu. Will go for 13 of 8 deliveries. He tried to be adventurous. He tried to do a lot of things out there, but in the end, it's a strike rate which he too will be a little bit displeased about as the 8th wicket falls with a ball to go in this innings from Lord CC.
Top edge over to the fielder, a deep third. It's taking a great catch running in from the boundary. Those are never easy to take. I mean, obviously with your momentum coming forward, those catches can be quite challenging. Yeah, just going back to that point, Snazzy, they do have some issues to address in the field. I think their catching in particular hasn't been at the best in this innings either, as they will pick up all 4 points from this match. They will restrict Lord CC to just 97 runs in the end. Only the second time in this series that a side has been restricted to under 100 runs. I think Lord CC will look back at that innings and question their approach at times. I think some of them will look back at their shot selection too. But the win belongs to Snazzy, who returned to winning ways. A bonus point victory for them, their first ever bonus point win. Top performance. Lord CC are moving up the table.
Yeah, there's yeah. I mean, Snazzy, you mean, are moving up the table. They certainly are, and they've got an opportunity if they can do it again. But yeah, good question there from Santosh. Something we haven't touched on there. You know, what about the wicketkeeper batter, Sunny Dutt, doesn't come out to bat? And the question is there an injury there? Has he injured himself when he's been behind the stumps? That's why he doesn't come out. You would think there has to be. We'll try and find out a little bit more for you, Santos. But yeah, very good question and good pick up from you. No Sunny Dutt coming out there. But Lord CC, as you hear Nish say, failing to get into the 100 score. Not too many teams have failed that badly. So Snazzy winning by 74 runs as we take a look at the highlights here. So it started off with a few boundaries. They needed them. They needed a good start. The hitting was good, and you know that they got batters out, they can do it, but that was just a really good, clever bit of bowling from Lakmal Kasturi on his way to picking up 3 for 11, takes all the pace of it. The batter steps right across and gets it wrong. And then this was Anthony Larko, played a really great shot to start off with, got no run from it because of fine bit of fielding, and then he just puts one in the air, and Rahim Ahmadi makes no mistake. Just wickets kept falling at regular intervals here for the likes of Lord CC. They could never get the momentum going.
They really couldn't. It was a tough innings for this Lord CC side. A difficult outing and a match they'll want to forget as soon as they can. We'll continue to look at some of the key moments over the course of this innings. This was that 7th over where we saw a couple of beautiful shots played by the batter, just clipped 2 off his pads. Nandip Sogi was really struggling until that point of his innings, and all of a sudden he hits 3 consecutive boundaries. I think something we really didn't see coming. Of course, he would depart eventually. Got dismissed by Basid Akbal. Good catch by Hamza Bhatti out in the deep to dismiss him. Gursevik Sandhu played a couple of nice shots over the course of his innings. He ended up with 13 runs of 8 deliveries. Wasif Saluja at the end as well managed to get 13 runs, struck 3 boundaries. And you've got to say the lower order, I like their approach. They were looking to attack. They were looking to play their shots. And you wish you'd just seen the same kind of positivity from the top order.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think we mentioned that earlier. The intent at the beginning wasn't quite there. I think Kubajar will be disappointed with the likes. Once again, Omari gets the opportunity at the top of the order. He fails to score, going for a 2-ball duck. it was very much the same with Anthony Lark, though I think the intent there was Lark. I think he was unlucky. Sahil Bharti, the way he got out, and we saw that LBW in front there to Luckman. It wasn't a good shot, really. And Kumajar running out of partners. He himself then went for 15 off ball number 30. But I like what we saw there from Nandeep Soghi. Looked like he was pretty strong off his pads. And he ends up being the highest scorer. You can see there he gets 23 off 17 balls. And the tail did wag a little bit, but not enough to get them a point and not enough to get them past the 100 mark. The Graz Cricket Academy, the only other team who failed to get to the hundreds. Then the bowling figures there. Lakmal Kasturi keeps it simple but gets the wickets.
Yeah, brilliant stuff by Lakmal Kasturi. I love the way he bowls inside the power plays. He's such an asset to this snazzy team, and I think his addition has altered this team massively for the better. We'll now have a look at the match summary. So Snazzy with a dominant victory. They take this one by 74 runs and grab all 4 points out of this game as well. We'll take a short break and we'll be back in 25 minutes time as Snazzy have another fixture coming up against the Indian Cricket Club of Vienna.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome viewers to match number 32. Well, Snazzy stay in action. Well, Snazzy put a good snazzy performance in the last match. Can they do it again? They're up against India CC Vienna. Let's join Chima and of course Gulzar in the middle with Taro and Peters for the all-important coin toss.
Indian Vienna the call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It's a hit. They're going to bat first.
Jadan Gulzar winning the toss and deciding he will continue to have a bat. Indeed he will. Well, he batted marvellously well in that last match, smashing a half century. And what a partnership it was between him and also Lucknow Kasturi. These two are the key cogs though, aren't they, for Snazzy? I've said before, and you've heard myself and Nish say in commentary, if these two get going, then they will get to big scores. And of course, they got to 170 in that last match. And then maybe when they get those big scores on the board, then somebody like Basit Iqbal can come on, bowl his spin and try and chip away at those wickets. They're up against a team though that are in good form and a team that is holding that fifth position at the moment, the all-important fifth. Finish in the top five, you'll be back here on finals day. And the main reason for that, of course, Karanbir Singh earlier on in this series made some good runs for them. He's once again unavailable for this match, so they're going to be relying on the captain, Mehar Chima. He's found his form, and Ahmad Ghani. Last time we saw Ghani at the top of the order, he batted beautifully well as well. And then an all-rounder that can make a big difference with bat and with ball will be Irfan Safi. So watch out for Safi as well. Going to be an exciting match, and I'm expecting once again there to be big runs being scored here. So let's go back to Nish. Nish, tell us a little bit about the two squads. The news though from the middle is that Snazzy will be looking to hit big again.
Yeah, looking forward to this. Great game here between Snazzy and the Indian Cricket Club of Vienna coming up. Both of these sides, of course, have plenty of quality, and this is an enormous matchup. I'm sure they're both vying to grab that fifth and final spot to make it to finals day. And this matchup could go some way in determining who grabs that spot. We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard for the upcoming game. So a few additions to both these teams. As we can see, Rayan Ahmed coming into the lineup for Snazzy. He's listed to open the batting alongside Lucknow Kasturi. Of course, we got a glimpse of him in the previous game, and I thought he batted really well, made some quick fire runs, and gave his side that propulsion they needed during the power play. Indian CC of Vienna, we can see Avdar Singh and Qasim Hussain for the first time in this ECS. So a big day for them, and their first match is going to be a huge one. I think this is such a high stakes game for both these teams. They're at a pretty similar level, so this is the kind of match which both of these sides will be looking to get 3 points out of. They just can't afford to lose when you're coming up in these vital games against teams at a similar level. Now have a look at the win predictor for our upcoming game, and have a look at that. It's a coin flip. It's exactly 50-50. You'd love to see that, don't you? And this game, it's really hard to call who's going to win this one. Snazzy, Indian CC of Vienna, both sides so evenly matched. It's not much to separate them. They both had some impressive wins over the course of this ECS, but also some lows. So we're moments away from the first ball. Got a long off in place, as well as a long on. Long off is very, very straight, about as straight as a long off can get. The long on, the more sort of orthodox long on position. It's going to be Kasturi along with Rehan Ahmed opening the batting. Yeah, I love the way Rehan Ahmed played in the last match. Very positive approach by him in the power play. Got his sign off to a good start. Managed to make up 24 runs off the 7 deliveries he faced. Bowler's running in. Set for the first ball. And he looks to go for the Yorker over there. It's Hussein who's got a slingy action. That was a chance. That was a chance to get rid of Kasturi. Hussein almost gets a breakthrough on the first ball. Just a flick of the wrist. Oh, it's always tough to take those chances, really is. And they're going over your shoulder, your back's towards the batter, running towards the boundary rope. Would have been a tough chance, but I'd have liked to see him at least get a hand to it. Maybe slow that down. The width. And he's going to use some foot fielding here to stop it from going away for a run. So that's going to be a single. Well, not the textbook way to stop a boundary, but gets the job done. Struck away, some width on offer, and that is going to land beyond the boundary rope for the first 6 of this innings. He's just continuing the kind of positive intent he had in the previous match when he came out and was looking to attack off the first ball. I think they found a real gem in Rayan Ahmed. He could certainly be a difference maker for this snazzy team. I just love his positive approach. The fact that he looks to attack from the very first ball of the innings. Flicks that one away, straight towards mid-wicket. It's a single. Beg your pardon, a dot ball. The fuller delivery there by Hussein. Yeah, obviously with the kind of bowling action Hussein has, you'd expect him to look to bowl tons of Yorkers. Looking to go for the wide Yorker there, but just on the wrong side of the tram line. He got sports highlights in the chat, obviously making a comparison to Lasith Malinga. And well, anytime you see someone with that kind of slingy action, your mind always goes back to him. Of course, you got Matisha Pathirana as well now for Sri Lanka. Such a wonderful bowler. This one is coming into the commentary tent. It's, well, actually come into the ice cube, and, well, you can breathe a sigh of relief over at Spring Productions. Not that any damage to the equipment. It's actually landed right on top of our audio box. And just about to welcome in a man who was, well, saw that cricket ball heading right for him.
Yeah, well, it was coming in as I came in here. It actually bounced over the parasol and in between the parasol and the roof of the cube, and bounced over me onto the back and landed on the table. Everything is fine, Spring Productions, don't you worry. That's a lovely shot down the ground. We're in the firing line here, Nish. We're in the firing line. And it's Rayan Ahmed who started well here. But once again, Lakmal Kasturi gives a chance, but they don't hold on to it. He could have gone for a royal duck. End of the over. It's looks like it's going to be... Oh, is it the end of the over? I don't think it's the end of the over. We've still got... I think we still have a ball to go. Well, there's the signal for the umpire to say it's 6. And, well, maybe that concludes the over. 24 then. I think we're going to get off the first. That's umpire Bunty who's out there with Praveen. And Siva is the third. Well, that was that ball coming in here again. Yeah, 24 without loss then. It's a magical start. And just the same way they did in the last match. They smashed the first over that time around for 20. So this time 24. All right. Kasturi. And gone. Done by a full delivery. Now that's what you want to see. Get the ball up there full and straight. We haven't seen too many this length in the day, but when you get it there, it's going to count. And that's a great bit of bowling there from Kazim Hussain, who knocks the timber over of Lakmal Kasturi. Well, this time round, the chance that he gives is not going to go on to see him score a big score because he doesn't get another chance. The stumps are knocked over. And that is the end of East Castle.
Oh, brilliant bit of bowling. Top stuff right on the stumps. And Kazim Hussain, who's of course been inserted into the lineup for this match, playing his first ECS game, makes an immediate impact, gets a wicket off his very first ball. So impact player has been added to this Indian Cricket Club Vienna side, and he's done the trick of his very first ball. Now that is a dream start to your ECN career, if there ever could be one. I mean, I'm sure he was nervous and anxious heading into his first ever ECN game. Probably dreamt of this moment a lot, and he couldn't have had a better start.
Yeah, great bit of bowling, great start on the money from Kazim Hussain. Thing is, you get rid of one dangerous guy and another one joins in. It's Janan Gulzai, captain, and he plays that away beautifully. That's a lovely shot. Really good shot. Intelligent as well. You know, it's all right. Got a bowler's got a bit of pace. If he does go a little bit too wide, if he offers a bit of width, get the wrist into play and guide that beautifully in the gap between the third and point. 4 runs.
Yeah, nicely played there by Gelzai. Just not just when that went down towards third, uses the pace of the bowler beautifully. Excellent bit of cricket. And,
a bit straighter. And this time, can't get it away. That's the fielding of his own bowling, that's Kazim.
Yeah, nice bit of fielding off his own bowling there by Kazim Hussain. And I like what I've seen from these first 3 balls. Looks a very solid bowler based on first impressions.
Just strays down the leg side. Once again, the length is okay. Just loses his radar a tad. He'll have to go back and get that sorted.
Yeah, just getting encouraged by some of his teammates are telling him not to drop his head.
Yeah, plenty of support there coming from a number of people, one of them being Chima. You can always hear him. Oh, well, talk about getting spicy in the middle. Well, there's a little bit of masala for you. That is going to be a minimo. That will be wide because it goes over the head, clearly over the head of the batter. Not over his head, but also that of Chima. Chima can't stop it. And that's going to be a minimal. And also the one for the over. Oh, that just taken off, Nish.
Oh, what a short one. I mean, that was nasty. Just absolutely leaps up off that shorter length. And it sailed over everyone's head. So Kazim Hussain, after a good start to his over, has just spoiled it these last couple of deliveries.
Yeah, Halitic Sports Highlight was saying the best batter gone. I still think that Janan Gulzai is just as good as Kasturi. Gets played away and they decide not to take the run. Good call there from Gulzai. I don't think he was going to get there. And you can hear them saying, Maro! And basically saying, have a go if they go, because you got a chance, but they don't go. Good comeback from Hussain. Oh, that's launched into, it's gone high and it's gone mighty. And that one is going to be 6 runs. It just goes to the edge of the Field of Joy, and we call that the Field of Joy, of course, because, of course, Field of Sunflowers, dried sunflowers now, but, of course, sunflowers do bring us joy and happiness. Powerful hitter of the ball is Gulzai. And that's beautifully played, just pure timing. Once again, just strays a little bit too full and onto the pads. And Gulzai works that away. So despite taking the valuable wicket of Lakmal Kasturi, the over still, like the one before it, goes magical. And after 2 overs, the score is 44 for 1.
Here's a look at the standings. Indian Cricket Club of Vienna currently occupying that 5th spot, and Snazzy are trying to catch up on them. Of course, Snazzy played 1 extra game, so Indian CC of Vienna do have a big advantage. Oh, this is a mammoth matchup, absolutely massive. I think this could go some way in determining who grabs that final spot to make it to the playoffs. Here's a look at the final over of the power play, and it's going to be bowled by Irfan Safi.
Good delivery there from Irfan. It's a good all-rounder to have in the side. We've seen him be useful with the ball and with the bat, and it ends up being a good leave there from the batter as that one climbs up. But you're right about this match, how important it is. Indian CC Vienna are holding on to that 5th spot at the moment on net run rate over the Grass Cricket Academy. Having played a game less than them, though, they've only played 5. Grass have played 6. That's going to be worked away into that 45 area. That will go all the way as well. Manos arriba, vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Just helps that along the way. A little bit too short. And down the leg side. But yeah, just going back to those tables. But Snazzy with that win now. Having played 6 matches, though, so one more than Indian CC Vienna. They know if they can win this match, then they will take that 5th spot. So everything to play for them. And bearing in mind that they would have played a game more than their opponents, they need to get an advantage ahead of them. It's a big match, this.
Looks to advance there, the batter, and try to play that through cover. Good comeback ball by Safi after getting struck for a boundary. Irfan Safi's had a great ECS so far, bowling with an economy rate of 8.1. He's picked up 4 wickets as well. You could say he's been one of the most impressive bowlers for this Indian CC side.
He's the sort of bowler that I call a thinker. He's almost like you can see him walking back and thinking about where he wants the next ball to be. All right, up in the air now. Can this carry? Oh, it does, but it gets put down. Oh dear, big opportunity that for Kunal Joshi. And he puts the catch down. Rehan Ahmed gets a life on 24. That could be a big moment.
Massive moment. You were just talking about how he's a thinking bowler. He set that trap in. He went for the wider line. And long off was interested. I liked his reaction as well. I think a lot of bowlers would have gotten extremely frustrated at that drop catch, but he went to the fielder immediately and said, don't worry about it. Forget about that. Let's move on to the next ball.
Yeah, I like that. I like that when a team goes about their business that way. I think Chima's very much the same, the captain. Slower ball. Tries to guard it away. They will take just a single. 50 has come up here for Snazzy. Once again, they're going at a good rate. The power play, they are a team, because of the batting that they have, they are a team that usually always gets a good power play in, but the times when we've seen them have those, when they went through that period of 3 losses on the spin, it's when the openers went cheaply and they went early. And they start well, but then the rest of the batting that comes is not able to click. And that's what Indiana are looking to do here. That's going to be a little bit too wide. Tries to finish with a dot, just trying to squeeze that in as Safi, but goes too wide. So he's going to have to bowl it again. Ahmed on 25 of 8, looking good at the moment and looking to make the most of the life he gave that wasn't taken.
Yeah, Ahmed, he's not someone you can afford to give second chances to. I think this morning we of course saw him make 26 of 7, and look at him now on 25 of 8, going at a very similar rate.
Gets tucked up. It'll be a dot ball. You could hear probably Chima there saying, "Bahut badhiya." He's happy with that. A little bit too high for an LBW, but it gets a dot ball in. He'll go for 9 in the over, which means that the score, a healthy start again for Snazzy. 53 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, excellent start for Snazzy. I think this addition of Ryan Ahmed has absolutely transformed this opening partnership. It just takes so much pressure off someone like Kasturi, who doesn't feel like he has to go out there and do all the attacking himself. I think it allows Kasturi to look to construct his innings, take maybe a little bit of time to settle in, whereas Ryan Ahmed, he just goes from the first ball, looks to attack right from the get-go.
Oh, in comes the slinger, a slingy action from Naveed Hussain, but not able to whip that ball across over to the offside.
He's going for that leg stump Yorker over there, Hussain, but doesn't quite get it right.
And not a good delivery once again, just can't get the ball in the right areas, and Janal Gulzai is too good a player and not to capitalize on balls that are shortened down the leg side. He just helps this on the way.
Yeah, very good looking shot there. Just a brilliant wristy stroke by Gelzai. Yeah, Snazzy, have a look at that run rate. I mean, this is a very similar start to the one they had this morning. Going along at just under 19 and over.
And it's gonna not carry. Oh, does him here. Turns him inside out. Now, I say not carry. What are your thoughts on this? I mean, he gets him inside out. Does it carry? Ooh, probably just not.
It's just falling short of the fielder. It would have been nothing short of miraculous if he had managed to take that one. Yeah, unfortunate. Hussein creating a half chance.
This one's a little bit too wide, so you can see he's starting to get it in the right ears. But once again, just saying, Naveed Hussein, that when he does get the ball pitching on the stumps, how difficult he is to play, because you can see that one was completely not read properly at all there by the batter. Gulzai gets squared up. I heard a bit of bat. I heard something. Now, it could have been after the pad. It's being given here. I did hear bat.
I'm looking at where this ball impacts, and I just get this feeling that it might just be sliding down the leg side.
Yeah, I also heard bat. I mean, it's very difficult. I heard the sound of bat. I mean, in terms of whether it's hitting or not, I think the umpire, again, in the best position for that umpire, Praveen, maybe he thinks, remember, doesn't have to hit middle. He thinks he's going to catch a bit of it, but you can see batter not happy. Batter is not happy, and now he's going over to well, I'm not sure what Tyrone is saying to him there.
I think he feels like he's nicked it, yep.
Yeah, I definitely heard it. I have to admit, I definitely heard the sound of bat, but of course, sometimes the ball can hit the bat afterwards, but I reckon he has got a fair bit of that. He's a bit unlucky, and I think Tyrone is probably, I'm not sure, probably saying, hey, look, it happens. I'll talk to you afterwards, don't worry. But a second wicket goes, and maybe it's a bit of a lucky break as they find the wicket of Rahan Ahmed. He'll go for 25 of 10. 4 sixes on his way to that 25.
Yeah, pushing that one down towards mid-on is a huge moment. Could be a massive, massive moment. Rahan Ahmed was looking sensational on 25 of 10. Just getting his wicket there could really just slow down the scoring rate a fair bit.
Shivam. Subhash is the next batter who comes in at number 4, and he's obviously going to try and keep company out there for his captain Gulzai, who's well set on 22 of 8 and hasn't played a shot wrong so far. Slower delivery, that's well bowled. It gets played out, just be a single. So this over had a few extras in it, of course. As Naveed Hussain, 3 wides. There has been that one big 6, but other than that, he's keeping it ticky-taka. Now he'll be looking to see if he can get a breakthrough here against Subhash. It's elevated in the air. They're not going to be able to stop this, I don't think. It's a good effort from the fielder. Fielder ne apne de changi koshish ki thi, but chauka lag gaya. And the over comes to an end with a boundary. So once again, a wicket does come off the over, but it's a healthy one in terms of the run count as well. 16 will come off that, and Snazzy 69 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, despite that wicket, it's been a very expensive spell for Naveed Hussain. Ends up going for 40 runs in the 2 overs he bowls. We'll have a quick look at the run rate here for Snazzy. So yeah, looking good so far. Coming at just above 17 and over. Yeah, they look set to get to something in that 170s or 180s, just as they did in the previous match. But let's see now with Rahan Ahmed's wicket, can they put the clamps on the scoring? I think getting rid of Janan Gulzai will be priority number 1.
Yeah, Zidran to bowl. Subhash slashes out at this. You'll get probably just a single, and I think that's what they've got to try to be thinking here. I think you're right, but I do believe that once again, Janan Gulzai has to bat most of this innings for them to get to that big score. If they can get his wicket here, I think the rate that they're going in at the moment would definitely change. Expected 150 at the moment, but that's with this guy, the captain, still out there. Big shout of no from the non-striker, Shivam. I like this. I like the fact that they've gone for pace off outside the power play. Look, just looping it out there. That's nicely played. The sweeper should get there, and oh dear, that's not good really from Naveed Hussain. Just tries to put his right foot in the way of that one. He doesn't want to go down at all, and that's not the way to do it. That's disappointing really for Indian CC Vienna. Their standards should be better than that, and Daud Zadran will not be happy with that attempt. Gets played. 1 run is what Chima is saying, and 1 run is what they will get.
Daud Zadran, such a key part of this Indian CC side, not only with the ball in hand, but it's going to play a big role in the second innings as well. Oh, straight down the ground, and that's going to go all the way. 6 runs. Gelzai moves on to 30.
In the slot, and I get the feeling I heard a little bit of metal here, and I think this Grizzly has made a little bit of contact to the old camera tower here. It's straight down the ground, incoming, and yeah, crashes into the base. It's very much the same again, just drifting the ball out, and good pickup from the fielder. That ball just pops up, and Irfan Safi makes and does a good job, and it's an opportunity with the score on 83 for us to say hello to you on the camera. Welcome to the Cube, warming up here a little bit, but lovely to have you here with us wherever you're tuning in from around the world on what promises to be another very exciting day here on the European Cricket Network.
Absolutely, and Snazi off to a terrific start with the bat in hand. They've been impressive with their batting throughout this day, scoring 171 runs in their opening match, and they're off to a flyer of a start, going at almost 17 and over through the first half of this innings. I just love how they're looking as a side. I think just a little tweak where their opening partnership has also worked wonders. Getting Rayan Ahmed up that order has been a huge plus.
It has been, and one thing, I mean, look, they know what they have to do to get big scores. They know that the top 3 are pretty key here, so this is interesting. Subhash is out there now. He knows he's got to stay there with Janan Gelzai. Players at the moment just having some drinks. So, of course, an opportunity for us to say thank you to Perry March for the in-game analysis that they present. And, of course, to all of our partners that are involved with the European Cricket Network. Of course, HCL Software, along with Bears Away Travel. Of course, Grizzly Bear Sports, loving the outfits of the umpires. And, of course, this Friday, we will see those trophies coming out as well. I hope you're enjoying your Sunday, and thank you for sticking around and watching the European Cricket Network amongst the other chores that you've got to do. And hello to the likes of Helix that is also joining us in the chat. I hope you've had a very good start to your Sunday. Of course, it's a start for some, halfway through for others, and maybe coming to an end for some people as well. Hello to Sharbon, who is saying he's doing well as well. And Sharbon and Helix were having a little bit of a chat, but welcome to all of you. Hope you're having a marvellous Sunday. So dot ball to start as they do go to Ahmadzai with the ball here. And it gets this, but not out the middle chance, and it's been held. What a good catch this is, and what an important catch. Janan Gelzai will go straight after the drinks break, hoiks out onto the leg side, and the square leg fielder, for a moment I thought he misjudged this, but he finds the ball again, and Faridullah Shams takes a very good catch, well held, and Janan Gelzai, the captain, will go, and everything can change here now. The expected score was around about that 150 mark. Let's see what they do end up now without Gelzai out there in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. Gelzai's wicket is potentially match-changing. Enormous moment. You just see, well, one of the fielders getting a massage. This is quite interesting. You can just see him massaging that neck. Not sure about the massage technique over there. I don't know if you have any masseuse in the chat who could probably give their opinion on that, but that didn't seem the best to me.
Ahmadzai comes on to bowl and takes a very important wicket. And I think we just need the scores to update there. Of course, there was a ball before that hasn't come up there. I think we're just getting updated now. You'll see that the graphics will return in a moment. Well, there he is, and we just now need to get updated where we are. So that's 2 balls in here. But the wicket of Gelzai hugely important. New batter now has to come out and really, this is where Snazzy has to start to show a bit more character and a bit more fight. So you can see already there with the captain gone, the 150 went to 144, 137 expected score. Let's see where they can get to. Of course, we're saying my good mornings to everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining us. You are watching the European Cricket Series. We are in Austria, and of course, not only have we got the European Cricket Series here, we will have some international action for you as well. Starting this weekend, the men from Sweden will take on the men from Austria, and it will be the women as well from Austria that'll be taking on the women from Spain. So, just trying to sort things out here, but looks like we are now ready to go. And this one gets played away, and it's going to be just a single. Now, what I can see out there, now you'll have to explain this to me, Nish, because Janan Gilzai, who I was saying just got out, is still there. So I'm guessing that we must have had the batters the long way round.
Shivam Subhash was the one who departed, making 10 of 7. I was going to look to go big over here. That is a massive, massive shot going over long on. And it's going to go away for a Maximo. So 6 more runs. Of course, that's the man who many of us thought was dismissed, Janan Gilzai. Well, it's not going to bring too much relief to Indian CC Vienna to know that he's still out there.
Well, he's just letting me know he's still out there as well. So, yeah, let's just say we got slightly cooked by the scorers there for a moment. Of course, Gilzai is not the man out. The man who was out was, of course, Shivam Subhash, who goes for 10 off 7. So Gilzai still there. So take back what I said. That 150 is still on the cards if they can't get rid of him. Abdullah. This is now Ahmadzai. Let's see if he can get one right up there. It's nice he played, and they have got him. Have they? Oh, no, they've dropped him. Oh, it's like me in the morning with the bar of soap. I had it and I lost it. And that is huge. And now they will take a run here in the end. Oh, my word. What is going on there? He had this. He had it. Watch this. It's in. Oh, no. It's in and out. And then he's trying to throw the ball in and he lost it. So I thought he had it and hit the ground and then the ball popped out, but it wasn't. He never really had control of it. Huge moment. Gilzai maybe should have gone. He gets dropped on 37.
Yeah, slippery hands there for the fielder, and almost had it. Almost had Gilzai's wicket within their grasp. It's played out towards mid-wicket. They'll pick up a single, and this brings Gilzai to the other end, but of course that means Dalpatu will keep strike heading in to the 7th over.
Oh, it's all happening here. Mind you, Kishan, remember, we've seen him at the top of the order at times. He's another guy who doesn't hang around. He does like to crunch the ball. So they've still got Kishan here. And Kishan and Gilzai are 2 men that have been out there before and have scored handsomely for their team. So score and the rate, you're more than happy with that at the moment. 91 for 3, and you still got 2 good batters out there. But once again, Indian Vienna had the opportunity to take the big wicket, but they put it down.
Yeah, Kishan Dalpatu, he is an exciting young cricketer. Of course, he made that brilliant 43 against Vienna CC. Big talent here in Austria, just 19 years of age. Just to dig that one in a little bit shorter there, Ghani, and get some nice bounce and carry through to the keeper. Take another look at this to see where that passes the batter. Yep, just underneath the shoulder, I believe. So it's not been given the 1 for the over.
Yeah, Ahmad Ghani, good player. We saw the best of him with the bat the other day. And that's played away beautifully. That's going to be 6 over deep extra cover. And, well, if you wanted to know just why I said that Kishan can be very useful and he's a top order batter, there it is. There's the evidence. A cracking shot from him over deep extra cover. That's 6 runs.
Now, a little bit of helicopter about that one. Just whips through that ball and gets it away towards mid-wicket.
Ahmad Ghani with the ball. I just think, and what I like to see a little bit of spin, and maybe something like the Avatar Singh can provide us with that. Of course, it is Avatar, but I like Avatar much better, and that one has gone into the field of joy. Well, be careful going out there. Well, maybe he'll get some assistance with one of the animals in there helping him find this ball, because there's all sorts in there. There's friendly ones, and, well, there's the old mean ones as well. But that's gone into the field of joy. And let's see if you can find this one. And he's in there somewhere. Oh, this is when it starts to get worrying, when the fielder doesn't come back straight away. And it looks like the umpire's saying, where? But he's come. Oh, well, that's why he's come running out of there pretty quickly. Mind you, that's a giraffe. It's good when you got the giraffe in there, because the giraffe, using his long neck, can help you find the ball. But he come out there pretty quickly thinking, well, if the giraffe is there, there could be some other animals lurking. Well, out he comes, but he's all right.
Yeah, luckily he didn't go to the part where the wolves are located.
Slower delivery. That's nicely bowled. Good comeback from Ahmad Ghani after being sent into the sunflower field. I wonder when they harvest these sunflowers. Of course, will be harvest for the seeds to make the oil. And he will sneak this in. Yeah, that's a good finish. Darts this one in. And if you can bowl a delivery like this, 5 out of 6, you'll do pretty well. Let's have a look at some of our upcoming events. Of course, touched on the fact that we'll have ECI and ECWs here in Austria. Croatia coming up. You'll be there with Charlie. So the young guns will come together again for Croatia. I'm sure you're looking forward to that. And then, of course, we have a T20 Women's International Series happening there in Greece. And that leads us nicely onto the European Cricket Championship. And after that, we still have Malta, where you also will feature again. We have the Italian finals, T20 men and women's. I'll be there for that one. And then, of course, we'll go to Spain and do it all over again there in Barcelona. So we've still got a very exciting season to come to duration here. Plenty of cricket coming your way. 104 for 3 was that the score at the end of the 7th.
Yeah, according to what I've been looking up over here, it does seem like harvest season should be somewhere around the corner. Tend to see sunflowers get harvested around this time of year. That one just takes an edge and it goes away for a boundary.
Right, so not long now then, really. Mind you, you probably don't want to be, we don't want to be here when they do that. I reckon there could be a fair bit of, let's just say, pollen and dust and things flying around. Right, Jorlaki Mundia Shabash. So with a bit of energy, with a bit of fire, with a bit of strength, is what he's saying to Ahmad Zai. Chima, and it's a slower delivery, which is going to get hit clean over the head of the fielder. So Kishan is finding his rhythm and finding his hitting ability, and maybe he's found his spot here at this number 5 position.
That's very good here, isn't he? Kishan Dalpadu, I think coming in at number 4 or 5 really suits him very nicely, because then he can just look to attack after that top order. Constructed a good platform for him.
Yeah, I like it. I like what he's doing. All right, this one probably just drops before Kunal. Remember Kunal, he did drop a sitter a bit earlier, didn't he? That was key. Putting down Gulzai on the, he put down Gulzai. Gulzai was put down on 37. We saw Ragan was also put down on 24. I suppose that one doesn't hurt you too much when he went just a ball later. But is that drop of Gulzar that's important? That's up in the air. That's also going to be runs. What a lovely shot this is. And he's showing his class now. The umpire wants to check this. I'm pretty sure this is 6. And I'm certain of it. And that is going to be a half century for the captain. And Janan Gulzai, 6 to bring it up. He's done it in 18 deliveries. So Snazzy, well, they've definitely woke up on the right side of bed here today on a Sunday. Well, they're making it look like it's easy like Sunday morning at the moment, Snazzy, with the batting. So back-to-back half centuries from the captain. Play it away. He's got to get something on this, and Kunal gets beaten. It's another one that gets past, and you can hear Chima, the captain, saying 1-1-1-1. And Kunal, I'm happy that he's actually gone for this with his hands. He hasn't stopped the ball, but at least he's gone with it with his hands as opposed to trying to stick a foot out there.
Yeah, just puts in that dive, but he's unable to get to it. You got to give him plenty of credit for the effort. The run rate is dipping a little bit for this Snazzy side, but it's still very, very healthy, as you can see, above 15.6. So they're still looking set to get to a very big score over here. That 150 is certainly on the cards. As you can see, the expected score is 156. So there we go. 9th over coming up. Oh, what a shot. Incredible strike by Dalpa. We saw him dig one out earlier incredibly well, but this time he's gone full helicopter shot. Look at how he just whips right through that ball.
And here we go. It's the chopper shot. It will go all the way. 6 runs. And Kishan is now turning on the style. 26 or just 10 balls. Well, you said they just slowed down, but that last over, of course, going magical. Gets them back on track. Slower ball, and that's a good comeback. It's interesting this. The slower ball seems to be the one that's working for them, yet no slower bowlers coming on to bowl.
Yeah, no, it's I wonder if there's just a lack of slow bowling options in this Indian CC Vienna side, but you know, if I recall what I saw earlier this series, they should be able to get a slow bowler or two into the attack. Beautiful shot there by Delphi. Wonderful straight batted stroke. We'll take a look at that again. Now this is just gorgeous. Have a look at how nicely he plays it. Presents the full face of the bat, high elbow, has gone away for 4.
Yeah, the hitting now looking pretty sweet. And of course, when you're so deep into your innings, you've got good batters out there. This is the way you want to be playing, and that's exactly what they're doing. Just going after every ball. Good comeback. There's those variations that Ghani can provide. So gets a dot ball in there. Dot balls are crucial. So this has gone boundary dot so far from Ghani. And now maybe, I don't know, what do you reckon? Slower ball here again? Feeding it. Feeding another slower ball perhaps from Ghani. Wow, that's beautifully played. Gets into position so early, Kishan. In fact, he goes for the fuller delivery, but again, it's too full. Batter picks it, gets into position, and just helps that along the way. Delightful batting here from Kishan.
Absolutely audacious shot there by Kishan, and he has executed that to perfection. His wrist faster than the pickpockets on that one. Incredible shot.
Now, what next here? Scratching their heads. Indian CC Vienna, they will not want to be chasing anything more than 150 here, and you can see the expected score sitting at 158. They just haven't been able to find a way to get past Janangalzai. He was dropped earlier, what was pretty routine. There's the slower one. He misses out on it. It will be a dot to finish Agani. The slower ball does the trick. That's been a funny over, the 9th. A little bit of everything as you'd expect in the 9th over. There were 3 boundaries and 3 dot balls in there as well. 139 then for 3 at the end of 9.
Yeah, the slower ball worked really well for Ahmed Ghani, and might even argue that Indian CC Vienna have slightly underused it throughout the course of this inning. So who's going to bowl this final over? Going to be interesting to see. Do they go with Irfan Safi? I think that would be the right choice here, although I don't think they'd be that wrong if they went for Daud Zudran either, but surely it has to be Safi.
Yeah, Safi does have the ball in his hand. Now, can he get a really top over in here? Just to keep it, if you can keep it in the 140s, you know, I think Indian Vienna will still fancy themselves. Oh, that's a bit of a... Well, he'll get away with it. I thought this was a little bit high and wide, but not according to the umpire. And, well, you can see Janan, he walks away a little bit, well, he's a little bit disgusted. I'm not sure if with himself And yeah, that's a big wide for me. If I'm honest, that ain't coming back. That's a wide ball. I'm surprised, very surprised, because I know that normally umpire Praveen is very strict on those. Another dot, no run. 2 dots in the over. The first one was a bit of a surprise. The second one, good bowling from Irfan Safi. Just takes a little bit of that pace off and gets another dot ball in here.
Such a smart bowler, Irfan Safi, and I love his bowling plan as well to start this over. Looking to hit that tram line. That's the way you've got to bowl in the death overs. Yeah, lovely. Absolutely spot on with his plan here. Looking to bowl it full and wide, and now the batter's got to make an adjustment. I mean, he's played 3 straight dot balls. He's either got to look to maybe shuffle across or go nice and deep in his crease and try to play this square of the wicket, just open the face of the bat a little bit. Got to make some kind of adjustment. You can't just let these dot balls go by.
Yeah, he knows it as well. 3 balls to come, stuck on 139. Safi. Right, gets hold of this one though, doesn't he? That will go all the way. Bolle, 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 kinna sona. Shaka lagya. So 139 becomes 145. 2 to go in the innings. Looking to get past the 150 here, Snazzy.
Yeah, Safi just got a little too predictable with that line, and the batter made the adjustment. Gelzai stepped across and hit that straight down the ground. Yeah, that's where Safi just has to be a little bit brave and go for glory. Go for that leg stump.
Up in the air, maybe this goes to hand. No, they'll be keen to get back for 2. In comes the throw. Chima. He's got too much to do, hasn't he? Too much to do. Good running, positive running. You've got to go for those, and Gelzai backs himself to make it. And the throw is taking Chima away from the stumps, which means that he'll get back. There'll just be a couple. 147, a ball to go. Looking to get past the 150 here. Snazzy. And they will do just that with this boundary. It's probably a wide delivery, but he gets drawn to it, but he makes good contact. And Janan Gelzai, what a morning that he's had after scoring 79 in the first match. He now goes and completes another half century, this time finishing on 64, which means that Snazzy will finish on a very healthy 151 for 3.
He ends the innings with a boundary. 12 runs coming off that final over. You have to say overall it's not too bad from Irfan Safi's final over. I think he'll take 12 runs in the 10th over more often than not. Let's roll the highlights package and relive some of the key moments from this innings. Well, it was a flying start once again for this Snazzy side. They were 53 for 1 at the end of the power play, thanks to some superb batting by Rehan Ahmed, who's made it a habit to get his side off to great starts. There's a look at one ball that came right into our commentary position.
Yeah, it was, and you can see that one, well, bouncing in and smashing into the back of the ECN logo. But we thought it was curtains for the key batter at one point, but it wasn't to be. I like the start, though, there, I have to say, from the bowler of Naveed. He bowled really well. And also, don't forget, Kazim Hussain picked up that wicket. The thing was, though, even though they were getting wickets, there were plenty of runs being scored as well. This one was the LBW that was given. We think there was a little bit of bat that was involved in that. But sometimes, you know what, things happen for a reason. So even though the Ahmed had to go, out came Kishan, and what a difference he made.
Yeah, certainly made a huge difference. I love the way Kishan Dalpadu batted. It's the second big innings we've seen from him over the course of the series. Of course, he had that brilliant 43 against Vienna CC. Exciting young player, 19 years of age, and looks like he's going to be a prospect to watch in Austrian cricket for many years to come. Taking a look at some of the great shots that were hit during those death overs. He batted really well alongside Janan Gelzai, the skipper, with another fine captain's innings. 66 runs, 25 to lose for him. His third half century of this ECS. You can see over here he's looking to go over long off, and he got that one away for a 6. This was a shot right at the end of the innings off the last ball of the final over. Irfan Safi went for 12 runs during that over. Not too bad, you would say. Could call it about par for the final over. We'll now have a look at the scorecard for this snazzy team. And of course, Rehan Ahmed with 25 runs of 10 deliveries. Gelzai top scoring with 66 of 25. And then Kishan Delpadu batted beautifully, didn't he? At number 5, playing the role of a finisher to perfection. He ends up with 34 runs of 15 deliveries. It's time to turn our attention to this Indian Cricket Club of Vienna bowling attack. And looking at their figures, well, you have to say they've all been just a touch too expensive, I think. Irfan Safi, I think he bowled all right, 0 for 21 in a T10 match over 2 overs is very respectable. I think there's going to be a few bowlers in there. We're going to be a bit disappointed with the way they bowled in that match. They're going to have to perform a lot better in future games. They end up giving 11 runs of extras, which is slightly above par for what we've seen in this series. So Snazzy have once again put in a great batting performance, and they've set a target of 152 for Indian CC Vienna. Join us in just a few minutes' time when we'll bring you The Chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back as we are approaching midday here at the Seabran Cricket Ground in Austria, and temperatures are starting to move upwards as well, now into the 30s. So the teams will continue to take drinks after 5 overs. So one man who is thirsty, but thirsty for runs it would seem, is the captain of Snazi, Janan Gulzai. Scored a fine 79 earlier, 66 in that match as well. Means that he's moved on to 145 runs in the series, and now he's eyeing up a top spot with the runs. He's right up there with about 300 runs to his name, and I think you'll find that he's in between sort of Mark Simpson-Parker, who's on 347, and Amar Naeem, who's was on 301. I get the feeling though that after that knock there, that Tanan Gulzai is probably in second spot, so he's had a very, very good start to the day. And Lakmal Kasturi also 223 runs, but I'm pretty sure that he's looking to add to his tally of wickets as well. He's taken 11, so he's joint top at the moment with Avinash Surra, who's got 11. So let's see how he fares here. But work has to be done, of course, for the bat for Indian CC Vienna. We know that the likes of the captain, Mehachima, has been in good form. He doesn't tend to always open up, and you might see here that he may give opportunities to one or two other batters before he comes in. I wonder what his thought is on that, but certainly someone like Ghani, I expect him to be at the top of the order going into this. And somebody, I can see that they've gone for, that looks like Naveed Hussain. So Hussain is up there. They have at times gone for someone like Kunal Joshi. But look, a quick look there, looks like it's going to be Safi and Naveed Hussain that are opening up. And going to start, of course, with Lakmal Kasturi with the ball. There we go, it's the first. And that just gets played away. And, oh, it's a little bit of a Tortuga. This is a genuine Tortuga. Well, I hope he's all right there. There's not a lot the fielder could do about that. He says, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm all right. And he's getting a little bit of love because that one nearly knocked his block off. Have a look at this. And this is where you go. Tortuga. Yep, not a good one, that. I think that's Basit Iqbal. That's fielding in that area. Well, he gets one that really jumps up. And Naveed Hussain off the mark, and now he will push. Oh, no, that is a disastrous bit of fielding. Well, we've seen a Tortuga, and then, well, I suppose Janan Gulzai, the captain, his excuse will be that he's tired after two very important and long batting sessions. But he's just provided Naveed Hussain with another boundary. So Naveed, or maybe luck, is on his side at the moment. And now he robs the salt into the wound, nice and big, as he goes for a big hit for 6. So Lakmal Kasturi, 2 4s and a 6. Naveed Hussain gets that one sweet out of the middle of his bat. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai, as I like to say. Right, here we go. He checks his field. Hopes to have a little bit more luck go his way. Lakmal Kasturi now. And he's going to get right through. Well, and just look at the reaction there from Lakmal. He just stands, not amused with the shot that's being played. No celebration. Watch this. The ball comes in. It's another horrendous shot. We saw Lakmal get a wicket doing the same thing earlier, but that is not a good shot. And Naveed Hussain, well, let's just say luck changes pretty quickly, doesn't it? So he'll go for 14. of the 4 balls that he faces, but not a good look. That, I mean, I can understand go out there and play these shots, but to get your wicket, to give you a wicket away like that when you've got the upper hand is not good. So Safi now will be joined by Ghani. Ahmad Ghani makes his way out there. Had a good day last time that we saw him with the bat. Well, this one's worked away. Should have been a single, but the non-striker should have called it. And Ghani had to go and respond, but in the end, they'd end up looking at the ball and nothing happens. Yeah, Ahmad Ghani. Well, that sounds good, and this time, Gelzai shows what he should have done last time, gets right behind it. Doesn't let this one get past him, so a good bit of fielding. He made a 51 of 16 when Indian CC Vienna scored that high 164 against Sherry Punjab Vienna and won that match by 55 runs. So we know he's got the ability to go big. It's all about the way you apply yourself. So 15 coming off the first over, which I suppose is where you want to be. Chasing 150, 15s gets you to that 150 score. Ghani getting back on strike. This is going to be Subhash, who, oh dear, that's not a good delivery. That's going to go all the way to the boundary. It's going to be a minimo to start from Satyam Subhash. Not a good start. Always makes me chuckle when a bowler bowls a bad ball like that, then straight away turns away and starts loosening up and swinging the arm over like it's a bit rusty. It's the second match they played, and you do all your warming up before you bowl a ball. So Subhash lets himself and his team down. Now the next one gets muscled away over the mid-wicket boundary. Well, that's going to be 6 runs. Manos Riba Bitro, thank you very much. And it's a fine time to welcome back into the cube to Nishay Bhatt. Well, they need to be positive here, Nish. And I suppose, though they've lost that wicket, it's a positive start.
Yeah, they were attacking early. That's the kind of intent they need right at the start of their innings. You'd love to see the approach. They're going along at the rate they need, that required. Still very early in the innings, is down to just under 14.3.
Okay, Satyam is going for 11 off just the 1 ball after the 5 wides. And this one hits flat, and this time, once again, Janan Gelzai, after his earlier blooper, makes no mistakes, just keeps it to a single. Short, goes for it, gets it, big, down the ground, 6 runs, solid striking, just a slightly quicker ball, and Safi, well, he opens his account with a 6. That's pinged off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, incredible shot there by Safi. Just given a little bit of width by Subhash. He was in the slot, a chance for him to free his arms, and he sent that ball straight down the ground.
Yeah, nice shot. I get the feeling that this match, every time the balls had no pace on it, it's been a winner. The quicker balls have been going to the fence. That was a little bit shorter, just changes his length, just brings it back a little, not allowing the drive down the ground. And Safi takes a single, hands the strike back here to Ahmad Ghani.
Yeah, the quicker ball is just coming a lot nicer onto the bat on what is a pretty flat surface. So the off-pace bowling is very effective.
Uses his feet beautifully here. That's a really good shot. And not afraid to come down. Of course, with the keeper standing back, you can afford to do that. And he crunches it away. Looks like he wants a helmet change here. Ahmad Ghani didn't feel very comfortable with the one that he was wearing. So makes a change. And gets back to receive the next delivery. Satyam Subhash gets smacked for another big one. 19 off the over. Still 2 balls to come from it.
If you go back to how Darmstadt have bowled throughout the course of this series, of course, they're the best bowling attack in this country. If you look at the way they bowl, their plan is usually pretty simple. Lots of Yorkers, lots of slower balls. Just keep mixing up the pace. And I think a lot of sides would do well to just take a page out of them.
Yeah, I watched there. I mean, the 2 defeats on the spin for Donnerstad before they went back to winning ways yesterday. But one thing I noticed with Donnerstad, I mean, you're right about the way they bowl and field, but Sahil Zadran, he's probably the worst bit of form I've seen him in with the ball. He's been very expensive on a number of occasions, so just not going right for him. And that's why they're lucky, Donnerstad, that they got the likes of Didal, who came back yesterday, and other bowlers that are there to tidy things up. But Sahil, not quite having it his own way with the ball at the moment.
Yeah, Sahil Zadran, he struggled massively. He's been very expensive, not bowling with much consistency. Things just look off for him. And I'll be hoping that he could find himself some form before Friday's finals day. Here's a look at the standings. Of course, we just mentioned Donnerstad. They're currently sitting in 2nd place, a point behind Cricketer CC, who of course beat them during yesterday's match. We're just going to return to live action as this one is sent away for a boundary. A great start to the over.
Last one went for 26, and this one now starts with another boundary, so they will go straight back to Lakmal Kusturi. He did go for those 3 boundaries on the spin of his first over, but came back with a wicket. Doesn't show any signs of being flustered when he's been hit. That one gets dragged away. Fielder does well. In comes the throw. No, for a moment I thought the fielder backing up was a little bit slow getting there, but fortunately the throw didn't have that much bite in it.
And not the best throw.
That's delicately played. It's a lovely shot. Just helps us around the corner. There's going to be 4 runs as this ball races to the boundary. Doesn't do too much, just a little swivel on it. And that gets played away by Safi.
He just steps across and flicks that one away towards fine leg. Incredible shot by Safi. Not the best ball by Kasturi, though. Too far down the leg side.
Now this is Fuller. Fielder has work to do, and oh well. This time I don't think you can blame the pitch, Iqbal. But you can understand he's been a bit wary about this, Basit Iqbal, after getting the Tortuga. It's a tricky one, but he needed to get his hands to that and push it forward. So 4 more runs here for Safi, and the 50 has come up in this over. So in terms of like for like, it's, well, you would put them just in front at the moment. And looks like Basit Iqbal has now been removed from that area of the field. He was given 2 chances. One, you can't blame him for the Tortuga, but that one you probably could, so he won't be there anymore. And that's just bad bowling. It really is. It's bad bowling, but intelligent batting from Irfan Safi. Not trying to. One thing I like about Safi, a lot of batters will be trying to really whack this, and they'll probably end up getting caught on the pad, or they'll scuff it or might sky it. He's just basically intelligent. Just he knows it's short. He doesn't have to hit it too hard. There's nobody there. Just literally just helps it along the way. That's nicely played. Just pushes it out. Ooh, good effort. Very good effort. And there's no way. He says I can make it, but I don't think he would have. He really overruns the runway by a long way, does Irfan Safi. And then he's sort of reacting, I think, to his teammates who are saying, door, 2-2. I'm glad he decides not to, because, look, you've just taken 20 off the over. You're on 61 off 3. You're well ahead. Why would you want to risk giving your wicket away at that point?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're building a good partnership here, a terrific partnership. We just want to see a comparison between these 2 teams, and you'll see that, well, they are 8 runs ahead of what Snazzy were at this stage. So a terrific start for Indian Cricket Club at the end. The interesting thing is they made almost all their runs through that mid-wicket and mid-on region. Just having a look at this wagon wheel, we've only seen a couple of runs on the offside this entire power play.
That's not a good delivery down the leg side. And John Hisham asking a question. John, yes, Salzburg are going to come and play, and you'll be pleased to know that we'll see them tomorrow. They will be here tomorrow, where I believe they'll have at least 2 matches. So you will see them tomorrow. Relax, they will be playing. And I think they're going to be pretty good as well. They've got some good players on that side.
Yeah, of course, Salzburg, the last time they played in the European Cricket Series was all the way back in 2021. They had a pretty good record back then. They went 5-2. They were second overall during the group stages, but were defeated in the semi-final.
All right, up in the air. Now this is an opportunity. He's got to take it, really, and he will take it. There's a big wicket. Irfan Safi has to depart, goes for 20 of 7 deliveries. He's not going to be happy with this shot. It's not the right shot to play. Really, he's played intelligently on the leg side. But look, he charges at this ball and then tries to thump this over the cover boundary. He would have been far better off waiting for it and playing the cut shot, or just a little delicate fine, backward little nudge. But as it is, he's going to depart. 20 of 8 deliveries. So that is going to be the end of him. And it's Kunal Joshi who will come out before the captain at number 4.
Yeah, so Kunal Joshi, we know he's also a very handy batter for this Indian Cricket Club Vienna side. Seen him make a few runs over the course of this series. Need him to play a big innings here. They've got the platform. They've got a great platform. It's now up to that middle order.
Yeah, Rahim getting a wicket just when they needed it. If this ended up being an over like the ones before, they probably would have been up against it. But they get a breakthrough. But Kunal Joshi, as you said, he's another batter that doesn't like to hang around. He plays some nice shots, and he just strokes this one out nicely out onto the offside to take a single, get him off the mark.
Yeah, strike rate of 173 over the course of this ECS, a top score of 31. Back on the very first day Indian CC Vienna played in. 31, of course, came against Lords CC.
Okay, Ghani probably needs to stick around a little while. He doesn't want to be giving his wicket away.
Does a really good job of following there. I mean, Ghani is backing away, looking to create some room, and Ahmadi just make sure that he follows the batter, doesn't give him the room to play the stroke he wanted.
They're trying to take him on, aren't they? They're trying to come out to him. I suppose you can do that with luxury, with the keeper standing back, but he's just not giving them the line they want. Again, here you see, just slightly short of the length. It's going to get a boundary here, though, because when Iqbal was out there, he was a lot finer. He'd been replaced by another fielder. Now, whether he got moved from that position or he's ended up dragging himself away from it, but that's going to be 4 runs, and it wasn't the cleanest of hits, so that's a little bit of luck there for Ghani to get the boundary there. Now they do make that move. They do move that fielder more sort of at the behind square area. He was too close to mid-wicket. The ball before. Pitched up, and that's pretty close, you know. That's pretty close to crashing into the timber. Great comeback. That's been such a good over. Really good over from Rahim. He's thought about what he was doing. He's only conceded 6 runs and takes the important wicket of Safi. And at the end of the 4th over, it's 67 for 2. And, well, the opponents at this point was 69 for 2. So very like and like. And, of course, the start of this match, don't forget, the win predictor had it 50-50. And at the moment, certainly seems that way.
Yeah, these two sides neck and neck as things stand. It's interesting that they've opted to have a deep cover back. I'd probably bring him in and put another fielder on the leg side just to go through this wagon wheel. We've only seen 3 runs scored on the offside this entire innings. So yeah, I mean, they are clearly looking to target that mid-wicket and mid-on boundary, and yeah, more than 50 runs through that region. Probably just put another fielder out there.
It strays onto the pads, and that's hit firmly by Kunal Joshi. Yeah, probably a good idea not to keep it there. And Kunal, that's where he likes it. Good, powerful strike, firmly struck, and he's back to the boundaries.
Yeah, Dalpadu was looking to go for the Yorker, was just a little bit short of that length, and it ends up being a nice over-pitch delivery for the batter.
Now goes short. The fielder out there, but he's only going to see it go over his head and crashes into the stems of some of the sunflowers there. At least he doesn't have to go into the field, but it's going to be 6 more. Back-to-back sixes here now. And Kunal Joshi just starting to open up. After that quiet over, they need to come back with a good one. Over-pitched, hit hard. Fielder attacks it, makes a stop, keeps it to 1.
Just the 1 run over there.
All right, this, I don't think he's got the distance. It's a catching chance. Gilzai takes a really good catch. Very good catch taken by the captain. Good and important catch as well, because the dangerous Ahmad Ghani, he will depart now. So even though India CC Vienna are staying up with the rate, they're losing wickets at the wrong time. They can't seem to establish a good, steady partnership. So another one bites the dust, and Kishan is the bowler, the captain is the catcher. The two combined well in the middle with the bat, and they combined well here in the field as well, removing the dangerous Ahmad Ghani for 26.
They lost 2 wickets after the power play, and well, after Indian CC Vienna were ahead in this game at the end of the power play, you have to say they probably just stuck their noses forward. Snazzy have now up to Kunal Joshi, and of course the new batter, Daud Zidran, coming on to bat.
And he will start with a 6. A little bit surprised. I mean, okay, I get the feeling here that Chima is feeling that the likes of Zidran and Joshi have got the power to keep them in the match. I mean, this is so close. You can see just why this is a 50-50 kind of match, because the ball's been smacked around all over the place. And once again, I think you can see that the win predictor is thinking this is 50-50. You can join us back in the cube where it is starting to warm up. It's getting a bit warmer out there in the middle as well. The players will take an opportunity to take on some drinks, and we have the opportunity to chat a little bit to our audience. Did you know that it was on this day back in 1985 that they finally discovered the wreck of the Titanic?
Really? I didn't know it was that recent.
Yeah, 1985 it was. The recent, it wasn't that recent.
Oh, recent in terms of, I would have thought that it would have been a lot earlier than that.
And of course, a lot of that was caught on camera, and then of course, a lot of it was used in the making of the brilliant movie as well, the Titanic. So if you haven't watched it, a few people might not have watched it, it's definitely worth watching. You watched it, Titanic?
Oh, I've seen it. The movie, though, is completely inaccurate. It's a classic example of a movie favoring dramatization over facts.
Still a very, very good movie. I certainly did enjoy watching it. I've seen it a few times now. I think it's one of those which, on a day like today, a Sunday early evening, once the cricket's finished here, of course, you go back and think, it is a Sunday, what can I watch? Well, maybe something like the Titanic, particularly today, with the little bit of history that surrounds it on this day. Where we hear this match, well, very even Stevens. Partnership required for Indian CC Vienna. They're 86 for 3, and just dropped a little bit behind maybe where their opponents were. So they've got to keep playing shots. Could be a wicket straight away. He's dropped it. He runs into this. Now, we saw this earlier from Jamil Barakhel. When the ball was hit down the deck, he attacked it by running into it. He's attacking this as well, and I think he's taking himself out of position. It crunches his hands hard and goes for 4. If only he stood where he was, it would have been a low catch around about waist high. It would have been far easier. Drop catch, how important is that going to be? Kunal Joshi gets dropped on 12.
He just gets excited and charges forward and then watches the ball sailing over his head. If he'd stayed back, he could have taken that catch at a very comfortable height. Yeah, huge mistake.
Right, well, will it be expensive? Will it not?
Yeah, just going back to the Titanic, I remember the reason I brought that up is because we had a big project, I remember, back when I was in year 8 in school to do with the Titanic. Oh, pulled away, shorter delivery. It's going to get sent away for a 6. So Kunal Joshi gets a little bit lucky on the previous ball. Should have been dismissed, but there's no luck about that. That is just a terrific shot. The bowler dropping it short, swivels on the spot, and unleashes an incredible pull shot.
Yeah, well, Rahim Amadi, his first over actually was so good. It only went for 6, but 6 and, well, 4 and 6 of this one means that 10 have come off this over already. That's all the legs as well. And he has lofted this into the field of joy. Well, joy you can hear from Indian Vienna, as that's another 6. So 16 off this over already. And, well, we might think it's a Titanic kind of run chase for Indian CC Vienna, but at the moment, they're on their way as they move past the 100 mark. 102 for 3.
Oh, superb, absolutely superb. And we were just wondering if that run rate would dip after they had lost those couple of wickets in the space of 2 overs, but not the case. Kunal Joshi continuing to accelerate. He's keeping them up at that rate they need, well above that rate they need actually, because the required is at just 11 now.
And that's 6 more. That is the best of the lot. Hit firm and hard down the ground. So Joshi gets put down by Jamil. And now he's gone ballistic as he's gone. After that drop, which went for 4, he's gone 6, 6, 6. And this one sails over the head of the fielder. That put him down. Boy, he must be feeling it.
And now that win predict is at 96%. This is Vienna's to lose.
Well, that's a very good stop. Very, very good stop. This was hit firm and hard. Sensational stop, that is. Wow, this ball was motoring. Saves 3 runs for sure. And that was Satyam Subhash. They're probably thinking maybe, well, I don't know, do you go back to me? We did go for 26. Up in the air, miscue. Well, here he is. Takes the catch. And it's a wicket to the cheers of some of the snazzy supporters. So, well, Zadran wants to keep up the big hitting. Remember, he started with the big 6 himself. And this time, well, it's very much 6 and out for him as he skies this. But, of course, who comes out now? Probably the last of the recognised batters as the captain, Mihar Chiba, comes out. Surely now he'll be saying to Joshi, hey, look, I know you're smashing it big, but we need 43. Let's be sensible about this because we have taken that rate down to under 11.
Here's a look at the scorecard, and as you can see, Kunal Joshi batting very nicely on 37 of 10. Daud Zadran hits a 6, and then he gets out the very next ball. So, well, Meher Chima is now going to come on strike. Now, Meher Chima is a very decent batter as well. He's more of a stroke player, though, rather than someone who looks to go for big shots. And this makes it an ideal situation for him. I think
Absolutely.
He can play a smart innings here. 1 boundary and over is enough to win it for Indian CC Vienna from here. He can just rotate the strike and let Kunal Joshi be the aggressor.
Yeah, it was the end of the over, 109 for 4. So, launched into it, and Kunal Joshi. Oh, my. This guy is not wanting to hang around. He wants to finish it quickly. And he gets one where he likes it, and it gets smashed big over cow corner. 6 more runs. He's moved to 43 of 11 deliveries.
Yeah, look at that required now, just at 9.6. Indian CC Vienna, the way they're going, they could wrap this up in the next couple of overs.
Kazaksil wants to try and target this short of a length outside the off. He goes wrong, goes down leg side. It's a tremendous stop from the keeper, Rayan Ahmad. But if you think about the wickets that have fallen, all of them have been the slightly shorter length delivery going across the right-hander, which have been skied up in the air. Slower delivery, goes for it, and he gets it. It's going to go all the way. And the problem with this ball is, again, where it is. It's in the swing zone. And if it's there, it will go all the way. And that's another 6. Joshi, 49 now off just 12 deliveries.
Joshi now just 1 run away from a half century. What a fine knock it has been by Kunal Joshi. We knew the talent he possessed, but this has been a huge, huge coming out party for him, just showing to all of us just what he's capable of. He's closing in on his first career 50.
And he's going to have to run hard to get there, and he will make it. 50 to Kunal Joshi. He's first on the European Cricket Network, and he does it of 13 deliveries. Well batted. I don't know if the news has gone through to his camp yet because there haven't been any applause for him. Well, he has got there. Well batted to Kunal. Oh, Chima. Well, what a screamer from Chima. He smashes this into the field. Well, get stuck in there to find this one. Well, he ain't hanging around, is he? This is Chima's turn to go big. What a biggie that is.
Oh, what a shot there by Mayor Chima. And I remember saying that he's the sort of player who is more of a stroke player, looks to rotate the strike board, but Chima comes out. First one, pumps it away for a 6. It's now down to just a shade above a run a ball for Indian CC.
Oh, being that's a massive hit. This one just gets worked away. Nicely played.
Yeah, it's going to be a single over there, and well, it's a rare single. The way these last couple of overs have gone, where it's almost a surprise when the ball doesn't go for a 6. We've seen 6 sixes struck over the last 11 deliveries. No, well, he tossed that one up, and that deceived the batter. He thought that was probably going to end up a wide, but it landed just inside the tram line. A rare dot ball, the first dot ball we have seen in a long, long time in this innings. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard. And, of course, Lord CC, they slumped to 1-5 after their defeat earlier today. And they'll be going against Grass Cricket Academy, who are 3-3 for this ECS, of course. Got to look out for Hamid Safi and Akshay Wagh at the top of the order. Both of them are incredible players, and we saw some fine innings from the two of them yesterday. Grass Cricket Academy have won the toss, and they're going to have a bat first, so they'll be looking to put plenty of runs on the board in the first innings.
There are a few people asking about fixtures. I know that Paul was saying, when do Vienna CC play next? Won't be tomorrow, they'll play Tuesday. But remember, you can go onto our website, europeancricket.com, and if you click on to this series, the fixtures and everything are up there. Not only can you get the fixtures, but you can also find out interesting things like the player stats as well. Short delivery, hit hard. This is going to take some stopping with the fielder. Goes with his feet. Not the option to do. And Jamil Brahmkel, you'd have to say that maybe he's somebody else that perhaps is fielding in an area where perhaps he shouldn't be. And straight away, he is going to get moved from there. Well, you can't have this man everywhere. Whenever there seems to be an issue in the field, it's Satyam Subhash who ends up taking that area. But, of course, the ball doesn't always go there. Nobody's stopping this one. Oh, that is 6. Flat and hard. 6 runs. What a shot. So Meha Chima, the captain. We know that. We said that this sort of going at 10s is his sort of game. He can play it around, nudge it around, get the singles. Well, Chima, he certainly ain't thinking about that, is he? He's absolutely smashed that.
Look at the bat speed on that shot. How hard he hits the ball after he advances. A couple more of those, and they'll win this.
That's hit fairly well as well. Bobbles around. He comes to throw. Ooh, I tell you what. There might be... once again, he's got too much to do to get that Chima. This would have been close. This would have been very close. It's a wonderful bit of fielding. Great pickup, great throw, and almost has Chima in trouble. Oh, Divith Wijasekara, he's another bowler who hasn't quite had things go his way in the series so far. And it's not going to get any better for him either, as this is another one that is hit down the ground. So Kunal Joshi, who took the single to get to his first 50 on the European Cricket Network, now goes back to hitting. He's balls to the boundary, which is what he started off doing from the word go. Smiles on his face. He's loving this at the moment.
He's absolutely loving this, Kunal Joshi. This has been an excellent innings by him. First half century of this ECS. 4th overall for his career. And now with one more big shot, he can win his side the game. Rayan Ahmed coming up to the stumps here, but Indian CC need just another 5 runs.
Yeah, this is dodgy. If he doesn't get this right, if he goes down the leg side, it could be done pretty quickly. And that's on the lid. That's hurt him. That has hurt him. Right, we're going to have to just stop proceedings here for a moment. That is right on the lid. I mean, I don't like the reaction, I have to say, from the bowler here. The bowler bowls at Divith. He knows it smashes on the lid. He just walks back and as if to say, well, nah, I don't like it. Look, as soon as he smashed him right on the lid. He just turns away and walks away. Look, you got to play this game in the spirit. That's a nasty blow to the helmet. And the umpires are going to have to check it's okay. But you got to do a proper check here. You got to, come on, I beg the umpires, there we go. But he needs to be checked over properly. That was a nasty blow, honestly. That was nasty. Can you imagine not wearing a lid to that?
No, absolutely. That was a huge blow. It just took off from the pitch, and yeah, not a single member of this Nazi team went over to him. Not even the wicketkeeper. He walked away as well.
Yeah, that's. I mean, all right, you're getting beat, you're getting thrashed here, but you still got to play the game in a respectful and sporting way. Yeah, didn't like that. I mean, Divitt's obviously not liking the fact he's gone for 17, but well done to the umpires there, and that's umpire Banti, who takes the time to check on a couple of occasions to see the batter is okay. That's Kunal Joshi. But good to see he's fine. And, well, Divitt, I think next time just show a little bit more concern. Kunal plays that nicely, and that's going to be 4 runs. Well, that's a reply back from Kunal, who is probably looking to see if the bowler will make some eye contact with him this time. He says, well, there you go. That's what you get. Thank you very much. It's going to be 4 runs. The over will go magical. And the scores now, of course, are tied. It's the end of the over. They will take it into the next. But you feel that this match is going to be done and dusted in a very solid, has to be said, professional way as well. Let's say hello to Monica, to Emmanuel Robbins, who's in the chat as well.
Yeah, so just 1 run needed now to win it. And you know, they've done so well here. They're actually not going to end up too far away from picking up all 4 points. It's just been a remarkable chase. And maybe if they'd just done a few things better in the first innings, they would have left this game with all 4 points.
That one is the one for the over. It's another short one being delivered for Chima, who swings and misses at it. This is Kishan, who's bowling the 9th over. He gets played away, and that will be the victory. They do it, and they do it with plenty of balls to go. And with 10 balls out there, a win for Indian CC Vienna. Oh, what a batting performance that is. I mean, to chase 151 is good, and you know most teams plan to do it, so you do it in that last over, but to do it with 10 balls to go, that's extraordinary. But the hitting, one thing that we liked about their innings from the word go, the batters who went out there, from the moment they got out there, they were only doing one thing, hitting the ball hard. And when you have a look at the strike rate of all the batters there, what's amazing is there's nobody under 200. In fact, the lowest is Ahmed Ghani, who scored 26 of 12, 216 rate. After that, everybody goes over 250. That's an exceptional batting performance.
Yeah, top draw batting performance, as we'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game between Graz Cricket Academy and Lord CC. So Graz with a 3-3 record going up against Lord CC side, who have struggled over the course of this ECS. We'll now have a look at the highlights of this innings. It was Navid Hussain who opened the batting alongside Irfan Safi, and the two of them got their side off to a rapid start. They were 61 for 1 at the end of the power play. Of course, it was 1 shot too many for Navid Hussain as he played this very aggressive and wild shot and get cleaned up by Lakmal Kasturi. We then see Ahmed Ghani come in at number 3, and he'd continue to put the pedal to the metal. They accelerated despite the fall of wickets. They never let their run rate slip.
Yeah, it was great to watch. I mean, there were, of course, a few issues. You saw that there on the leg side boundary that Iqbal had a few issues. He got moved from there. Then you saw right in front of us, Jamil had a few issues. He got moved from there. But as I said, you can't have your good, 1 or 2 fielders that you've got in all of those places. The other fielders have to meet them out. That was the opportunity there, wasn't it? Where we thought, how important was that going to be? Because that was Kunal Joshi when he was on only 12, and how quickly he went from 12 to his half century. And you can say catches, they either win or lose your matches. And that one being dropped there by Jamil certainly meant that this one would go in favour of Indian CC Vienna.
We'll continue to have a look at some of the key shots that were played over the course of this game, and right at the end it just started to slip away from this Nazi side. It was just a matter of when Indian CC Vienna would win, not if. We'll have a look at the scorecard, and the top scorer is Kunal Joshi's first 50 of this series, 4th overall for his career. He made 60 runs of just 17 deliveries. Naveed Hussain gave them the start they needed in that first over, but maybe should have just been a little bit smarter with his shot selection, got a little bit too aggressive, and he got clean bowled by Lakmal Kasturi. Irfan Safi with 20 of 8. Ahmed Ghani making a quick fire, 26 runs of just 12 deliveries. The Mayor Chima, the captain at the end, I mean, he's a player who we're accustomed to seeing go at strike rates of about 150. This was superb by him. Was very attacking, highly aggressive. He made 19 runs of just 7 balls and was alongside Kunal Joshi at the end as the two of them got their side over the finishing line.
Yeah, he must be very happy with the response from his batters. Of course, he's got 1 or 2 key players out, but the way he addressed the batting order, he got those key hitters out there. They all responded by going out there and hitting big. Every single batter went out there and hit a 6. That's the amazing thing. Naveed Hussain, a 6 and 2 4s on his way to 14 of just 4 balls. Irfan Safi, 20 of 8. 1 6 and 3 4s. Ahmed Ghani, who you could say was the slowest, but hit 3 6s and 1 4, 26 of 12. And Kunal Joshi, 60 of 17 balls, 8 6 and 2 4s. And even Doza Dran faced 2 balls but hit a 6. And Mehul Chima, the way he came out, the captain, 2 6s and a 4, 19 of 7 deliveries. So great win there for Indian CC Vienna. We will see them later. They will be playing the Graz Cricket Academy, but the Graz Cricket Academy have another battle before then as they take on Lord CC, and Lord CC definitely do need a win in this match, and that's coming up in about 25 minutes time. Myself, Rika Full and Nishay Bhatt will join you then, and we'll talk you through all the action as it happens. Hasta pronto.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome to match number 33. On this Sunday is the third match we're going to have today. And of course, Sunday, the 1st of September. Where has the year gone? It's flying by at the moment, and the cricket here today is flying by as well. And time also is flying by for Lord CC. If they are going to make it into the top 5, they need to pick up some points here today. It won't be easy because they're up against the powerful unit of Graz Cricket Academy. That's the next match coming up. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Lords to call.
It's head.
Head is the call. It's a tail, sir.
It's a batting.
It's a batting.
Graz Cricket Academy winning the toss and deciding they will have a bat first. Yesterday they had a difficult day when they had some tough matches. Remember, they went down to Donnerstadt and also to Cricketer CC, but they were close matches and they certainly didn't get outplayed. They were in those matches all the time, but they came back with a great win against Vienna Danube when they chased over 150 for a victory. So one thing we know about them is that they got powerful batters in their lineup. They don't get any more powerful than Hamid Safi at the top of the order. He is a big unit and he's a big can. You got him, you got Jurani, who's a great all-rounder, and then you also got somebody like Sultanzai, who's in very good form as well. So watch out for those guys. What can we say then about Lord CC? Of course, they got totally thrashed in their first match here against Snazi, didn't pick up any points. They've got to try and get some points here. We know they've got good players. Kumajar is been in sensational form for them. Sahobati is one that's also been good. Those two have to bat well and they've got to score runs. If they don't score runs, they're not going to win matches. That is evident from what we've seen from them in the past. With the bowling, someone like Avinash could be very key. But one man who could hold the key, will it be Omari, the man who's got 007 on his back? But will we see him use that license to thrill in this match and get his team a win? Join me and Nish in the commentary box to talk you through the first ball.
Set for our lunchtime game. Graz Cricket Academy are about to take on Lord CC. Going to be an exciting matchup. You got a couple of very interesting, evenly matched sides going at it. And of course, Graz Cricket Academy with a 3-3 record so far this ECS. Lord CC winning just 1 out of 6 games. And of course, we'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. So we're just a few minutes away from the start of the game. And of course, this is an exciting matchup. You can see that Graz Cricket Academy are 68% favorites heading into this game. Yeah, unsurprisingly, I think Lord CC had a few issues over the course of this series. That goes without saying. I think just the one win for them that came against the Vienna Danube side who've been winless so far this ECS. So I think the way things are going, it's hard to see this Lord CC side make a push to grab that 5th spot. As could be a catch. Has it carried? Oh, yes, it has. Just waiting for the reaction of the fielder. It looks like he has held on to that one cleanly. We'll just take another look at this to confirm, but the batter is on his way back to the dugout. I think this is a clean catch. Just trying to look at it. I caught the back of him. Based on his reaction, it looks like he's taken that one just fine. And yeah, the umpire had a pretty clear view of it as well. So the wicket falls on the first ball. And we're going to see Royal Derrick. Well, we're, of course, in a city known for its splendor. And it's a Royal Duck to start things off. Not the majestic start they would have hoped for in the City of Emperors. As it struck out towards mid-wicket. There's a fielder there to cut that out. Should just be a single. So, of course, GCA are losing a wicket very early in this innings, immediately on the back foot. It's rather interesting, though. They did just change that opening order a little bit. They tend to open with Hamid Safi and Akshay Wagh, but for some reason they went with Mansoor Safi this time around. This one's gone up in the air. Could be a catch. Oh, it's going to come right into the commentary position, and, well, chance to do a bit of fielding as well. And yeah, that one came right into where Rico would normally be sitting, but is of course off, just having a spot of lunch. Struck away towards mid-on, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. Yeah, so it goes away for 4 runs. Yeah, just the ball coming into the ice cube. Had a chance to field it. There have been a couple that have come close, but they've just gone beyond me, I think, to the wrong side of the ice cube. This one actually came in and struck one of the chairs in the ice cube, and so it just sent that one straight back to Kumuja, who is currently fielding it long on. He'll look to go big. It's high up in the air. Oh, Kumuja's underneath it, and he will take the catch, makes no mistake. Well, he's got a very safe pair of hands, and he gets rid of Akshay Wag, an absolutely enormous wicket. Wag has been superb throughout the course of this ECS. A couple of half centuries in the last game day he was involved in yesterday. This is a massive wicket. The minute that leaves his bat, he knows he's gone, and he also knows that Kumuja is not the sort who puts down chances. One of the safest pairs of hands. And the second wicket falls, so they're in a spot of bother here. Graz Cricket Academy. Akshay Wag departs, and we scored 10 runs of 3 balls. Oh, it's going to be close. He could be gone. He could be gone. That's as plumb as it gets. That is about as plumb as an LBW you'll ever get. What a terrific ball there by Mimane. Incredible delivery. Well, he's trapped right in front, absolutely stone dead. The bowler's got him with a full and straight delivery. The batsman, well, there was a big gap between his bat and pad. It's gone on to strike his back pad. And no doubt about it for the umpire, that is the quickest I have seen a finger go up for any LBW appeal. Golden Derek for Pamir Zorawar. He departs without troubling the scorers. Yeah, that ball would have gone on to take out middle stump. Superb piece of bowling. And just note this down. So when Sagar Mimane comes back to bowl, he's going to be on a hat trick. Now goes for the big shot there, and it's over the top, over fine leg, goes away for a Maximo. So not a good start here for Abbas. The first ball just straying down the leg side. Yeah, so Abbas getting hit for a 6 off the very first delivery. Not what he'd want. He'd want to look to continue to apply the pressure that Sagar Mimane has put on this Graz Cricket Academy site. Oh, goes big, but it's straight to a fielder. It's straight to a fielder, and Graz are in all sorts of trouble. Look at that celebration there by Nandeep. Absolutely incredible. Nandeep Sogi brings out the pistol. Oh, we're going to have a look at that once more. He's looking to go for the big shot. Hasn't quite got that out of the middle of the bat. Not great with the timing either. Just a little bit late on it. And there we go. Nandeep Sogi. Boom. Another wicket falls. They are 12 for 4. Well, this is a nightmare start. 18 for 4 for this Graz side. They can just see that. Doesn't quite get the timing right on it. And it's gone straight to the fielder at long on. Abbas gets in on the wickets as well. Nightmare start. Oh, well, this is a superb piece of bowling. Absolutely wonderful. Once again, you can just hear a few calls coming out there saying beautiful, beautiful. Looks to go for the slower ball there, and well, maybe a half chance for a run out. They're contemplating going for a second run, but it's just going to be a single. Yeah, so Graz Cricket Academy, 19 for 4. They're in an absolute mess of a situation. They're in all sorts of trouble. And they've got a mountain to climb to try to get to something respectable. I mean, these first couple of overs, the bowling side has been relentless. This is just pushed away behind point, and it looks like it has enough to go for 4 runs. Gowda guides that away towards the boundary rope. A beautiful cricket shot. What a lovely way to get off the mark. That's what I love about Gowda. He's just got that deft touch, doesn't he? Such a wonderful cricketer, technically so gifted. Really enjoyed the little innings he played yesterday. Now he showed us that he has the power to go on and hit big shots, but then was also able to mix that up with some really classy cricket shots. Now he clips this one off his pads, and he's going to pick up a single. Got a comment here by Wayne saying, well, what's up with the supercomputer? They're 24 for 4, and the expected score is 130. I mean, it's unlikely. I wouldn't say that's the expected score. But, I mean, we did see something very odd yesterday. I mean, keep in mind, you know, Vienna Danube were 49 for 7, and they ended up with 150 runs. I remember we were calling the supercomputer wrong when it predicted they would end up on 130 plus, but well, the supercomputer turned out to be right then. Here we go. And that's it. Sagar Memane's hat-trick ball. Yeah, so yeah, the hat-trick ball is a dot ball. Now it's struck away, and it's going to go over extra cover for 6 runs. It's a full toss there by Sagar Memane. A rare mistake by him. He's hardly got anything wrong in that first over. Picked up 3 wickets. He's still got 4 balls here to go on and get that fifer. Just looking to run that down towards third. It's going to be a good battle. Gowda, you know, he's a solid batter. And he's going up against a guy in Memane who has shown that he has plenty of skill over the course of this first over. Oh, too far down the leg side, too far down the leg side. And all Gowda has to do is help that away for 4 runs. He's winning this battle against Memane so far. He certainly is. Of course, in the midst of this battle, it's a good chance to welcome back Rico Full in the commentary box.
Yeah, good to be back. Yeah, just following some of the comments there about what the win predictor was thinking. You got to remember that this is very much where the Graz Cricket Academy have played. They will go out there, go swing, and they'll lose wickets, but they'll also score runs. You've got 2 batters out there that can score well. Durrani has had a very good time this series with bat and ball, and you still got like Sultan side to come out as well. So they still got batters. So all it takes is a partnership. So I can still see these guys, if they go well, to get to this 130, because one thing they haven't done, all the guys that have been and gone, they haven't chewed up too many deliveries. So, yeah, I can still see them getting to a big score. There's no doubt about that. So, Lord CC, they're going to have to just keep their standards up all the way through. So far, the catching has been good. They've held on to the catches and the opportunities that have presented themselves.
Oh, it's up in the air. It's been chipped up. It just goes over the fielder's head. A big chase for Kumoja. But the ball is going to get past him. The ball wins the race this time around. It's 4 runs to end the over.
Yeah, Durrani just plays that quite nicely, doesn't he? He's one of the top players who had a good day yesterday, and we know that they got plenty of them there. Scored a 50 in that the run chase in the victory against Vienna Danube, needing 151. He scored 50 of 17, and then you also, a guy we haven't seen yet, Najibullah Sultanzai came in and scored 43, not out of 15. So it's the way they play. They'll either click at the top of the order and nobody gets a chance, or they'll click at the bottom. So Lord CC, no, they've still got a big match on. I know that you saw the pistols being fired, but they've got a few more to take down here, that's for sure, as they will go to a bowler who's had some success, Avinash Suraya. And it's success straight away as Bharat Gowda is trying to sweep a straight ball. It's an ugly looking shot and an ugly end to Gowda, who just started to get the fight back in. But Avinash, first ball on the money. Thank you very much. Gowda goes for 16 of 8.
A great bit of bowling by Avinash Suri, and this wicket now moves him up to the top of the standings at the wicket takers tally. It goes past Lakmal Kasturi. Superb ball, absolutely superb. And well, the batter got to question the shot selection there. I mean, Bharat Gowda was very impressed with the way he batted yesterday. Thought his shot selection was impeccable, but not the case over there.
Yeah, not a good shot to play. I mean, also when the bowler's bowling the first ball, you got to wait and see what he's going to do. So whether he's thought this is going to be down the leg side or not, I'm not sure. But he's played an ugly shot, and you can see that his teammates are not giving him too much of a warm reception as he departs. And it's time for the captain, Yogesh Balage, who comes out now. Also, haven't mentioned it, but also somebody who can bat very well. Balage, I sometimes feel that he's a bit lower down the order than perhaps that he should be. Maybe he's a little bit more, say, sensible than perhaps some of the other batters. Yogesh, let's see how he goes.
Yes, so Balage, very decent batter. The skipper of this grass side is going to push this one away towards cover. Oh, chance for a run out. Chance for a run out. Oh, have they just lost the opportunity?
If it was a better throw, I think he would have been in trouble. He really struggles to get back, doesn't he? Look, he slips and slides. Now here's the throw, and just makes it back. Just.
Balage just looking to nudge this and get Durrani on strike. He will get a single this time a lot more comfortably. Looks to play this one down towards mid-on, and Kumaja, he's on it in a flash. He's been superb, hasn't he, Kumaja, patrolling that boundary. Nothing gets past him, straight down the ground.
Taken 2 very good catches already, has the captain. He's on it here. He's on it. He wants to try and keep the squeeze on. They've made a great start. It's good delivery from Avinash and Yogesh Balage. You can just see that he's just trying to drop the anchor here a little bit, isn't he? He's trying to drop that anchor and try to just stop these wickets tumbling down. They've lost 5 already.
Now, but a width and off, and that's cut away. It's going to go for 4 runs. A rare poor delivery there by Austria. The over still goes for only 6 runs. Fantastic over Avinash Austria, an over in which he moved up to the top of the wicket takers tally for this ECS.
45 then off the first 4 overs. The rate they're going at, probably not their biggest concern at the moment. That still takes them, if they can continue and bat all the way through to a 120 score. You've got guys out there that can get the acceleration in, but it's batting through the innings which is probably the concern at the moment, especially with 5 wickets down already. But Lord CC, they still have to keep it tight. They have to bowl well, and it looks like a Muzamil Omakal that will come on to bowl the 5th. And it's a miscue. It should go to hand. It will, but it gets put down. Oh, dear. It gets put down. You can see that's Anthony Lark, who is diving behind the fielder to see if he can take it before he drops. Have a look at this. And yeah, so down it goes, and Lark is just sweeping to see if he can get hold of it. He can't, so that's an opportunity that gets missed, and it's a big opportunity to remove the dangerous Durrani.
Yeah, huge opportunity. We know Durrani is such an important player for this Graz Cricket Academy side. Are they going to look back at that mistake?
Played away, sweeper comes into play. Just be a single.
Yeah, well, they look back at that error with deep regret. Durrani's already got a half century to his name at one point in this series. A powerful batter with a strike rate of 233. Oh, just takes an inside edge, and it's going to go away towards fine leg. And it will trickle over the rope for 4 runs. Big chase over there by Yawar Abbas, but he's not able to get to the ball. 4 runs.
Just a little snick on this. Let's see this again. So it comes back a long way. Comes back a long way. The batter sort of tentatively plays at it. Gets very lucky with an inside edge. It gets all the way to the boundary. It's a bit more luck there for Durrani. Hay suerte de momento for Durrani.
Gets behind that one and just blocks it out.
He's just gone into over-defensive mode, haven't they? I mean, Durrani gets a short ball there that normally you'd be expecting him to play aggressively, and he just kind of blocks it.
And he's got it.
Gone. He is
Superb
gone.
bit
That
of
is
wicket keeping.
beautiful stuff there from Sunil Dutt. And that is electrifying quick. That really is brilliant work. And Sunil Dutt has got his man here. Big wicket. He's had a few lives at Durrani, but he's gone here now. What a wonderful bit of wicket keeping. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, very, very good bit of work. Well outside his crease. Never even attempted to get back. They lose another wicket here, so despite the over-defensive approach, they're not able to preserve their wicket. And it's a very disappointing manner for Shaukat Durrani to get out as well. He departs, having scored 11 off 8.
Yeah, well done to Omar Kell. Gets the ball in the right area, creates the issue. We can talk a little bit about the European Cricket Championship starting on the 23rd of September, so in 22 days' time. A lot of people were asking me, well, where's England? Well, if you see England, they will come into play in the Championship week, 15th to the 19th of October, because they are the current champions, don't have to play in the group stages. And you can see a lot of exciting and interesting groups there. We're going to see Austria, of course, playing here during next weekend. And they'll be playing these guys. And they're playing against Sweden. Of course, Sweden, they're a team that will be playing in Group D with Netherlands, Jersey, Italy and Norway in that group of death. But it'll be a good test, that, for Austria. And also, we haven't seen Sweden this year on the European Cricket Network roadshow, if you like. We haven't been on tour there this year. So looking forward to seeing some of those players. And we'll get a chance to just see how they're looking, even though we have got a chance, of course, or had the chance to see one or two of their players. So really looking forward to that men's international series. And the women from Spain will be here as well. 51 for 6 then at the end of 5 overs.
Oh, gets plenty of turn back in over there, Kumaja. Lovely delivery to start off.
Coming on to bowl just a little bit later than normal. But a good time for him to bowl when batters are looking to go after him. That gets played away. Look, interesting field that's been set. It's never sort of seen a field quite like this up until now. So he's got short third, 2 men inside the circle, but then you'll see there outside of those 2, you've got 2 sweepers as well. So you've got 2 men, or 3 men on the offside and the 2 on the leg side.
Oh, big chance over there. I just wonder if there was a little nick along the way.
Sultan Zai is out there now, and you'd probably say that he, I mean, in terms of hitters, is the last of them. If they get his wicket, then they know there should not too much more to come. But if you don't, this is the sort of things that he can deliver. Gets down on one knee and crunches a big 6.
Now, massive shot. Let's take another look at this. Kumaja looking, drops that one a touch too short. It gives enough length to the batter to get underneath it and pummel that one down the ground for a 6. So Sultan Zai moves on to 6 of just 2 deliveries.
Jar just checks his field. And this one is also going to get in the gap. I think you really, even though I think this field on the offside is a little bit adventurous, really, to guys that are going to be playing that way. Maybe to Yogesh, maybe you want to have that extra sweep on the offside, but you got to really have one more on that leg side to get it in that gap. I think really to the likes of hitters like Sultan Zai, you've got to have your square leg, mid wicket, long on, long off. You've got to really pat that area. So Kumaja is keeping it as it is at the moment. I just think 2 fielders on the offside probably wasted. Yeah, it looks like he's making that move now. So he does push back the square leg, and one of those sweepers comes into the circle. And it's not going to be catchable. He's hit it too well, has the Sultan. That's another one that gets blasted away. Big hit, 6 runs.
Massive hit. I think just going back to that point about the fielding with him just turning the ball back into the right-hander, you don't really need a couple of those men out on the offside. He's made the right change here, but the ball's just completely wrong, far too short. Gets punished, goes away for 6 runs.
Yeah, another over then comes to an end. That's one interesting over. The first 3 balls only presented with a single. Then the next 3, 6, 4, and 6, 17 come from it. So the best over that they've had so far in terms of run that's come from it. Also, they don't lose a wicket. That's pretty key going into the last 4 overs here. Can these 2 stay together? The captain, I wonder if Yogesh will be just quite happy to once again push at this and take the single. Avinash, it's not the easy one to push away though. Darts it in, and it's going to be too wide, says the umpire. First off here, umpires for this one, umpire Siva and Bunty are out there. Umpire Praveen is the 3rd, and Tyrone Peters, the tournament referee. Goes for a huge shot here. There's Yogesh, and let's just say it's a lot of action for very little reward. No run.
Oh, what a strike. Absolutely crunches that one. It goes well over long on. Balage getting in on the 6 hitting action.
Yeah, that's nicely played. And just that's what they've got to do here. Look, these guys can hit a ball. There's no doubt about it. All of them up until he's seen here, number 8 can do it. But you've got to be selective, and that's the key. Be selective. And maybe that's one thing I think we saw really well done by India CC Vienna. They did the right thing. They put away balls that they know they can, respected the good ones. And he goes for another, and he will get it. This is another one that will go for 6. Good hit. Nicely struck away. So he's just starting to see then with the last over going for 17. This one now, it's another boundary there. Takes 13 off this one. They're just starting to get not so much just runs ticking, but a partnership going. They had a couple of overs since that wicket has fallen, and that's what's key here.
And they've done such a good job of reconstructing after that wicket, which fell at the end of the 5th over. 30 runs of these last 9 deliveries. Straight to the fielder at point. Yeah, good hands there by him. Nice take.
Yeah, and that's where that fielder, look, just by bringing him in instead of leaving him on the boundary, it just means that no run. If he was back on the boundary, they would have taken a single. So it works in that way as well. And, plays this out, but you can see Sultan's eye. He ain't there to run, he says. He just, as soon as that ball is hit and he knows he's not going to the boundary, the stop sign is already there, right in the face of the captain, Yogesh. Gets under it, and it will go for 6. So he's probably saying, all right, if you're not taking the singles, the only way to keep this score ticking is with shots like this. So he goes down the ground one more time, hits a 6, finishes the over. 19 come of that one, so now that becomes the highest scoring over so far. And Grass Cricket Academy, they keep on piling on the runs, and that's one thing they will do. They may lose wickets, but they will hit runs. 87 for 6 at the end of 7. So still should be getting to that 120 score, which a few people were saying they didn't see how, but we know they can do it. And with Sultan's Eye there still, he gets hold of one good over. They could even go more than the 120.
Have a look at the upcoming events here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, just pencil in Greece as well before the ECC. It's been an event that we just added to our schedule. Nice ball here to start off. Nice hard length delivery.
Yeah, Abbas wasn't the worst of first overs. Went for 12, picked up the wicket after that cracking one from Cigar, which also went for 12, but he picked up 3. So Sultan's Eye looking to go after him. And that's going to be too wide. We'll have to be bowled again.
It needs to go back there and re-bowl that delivery. Just getting the line all wrong. Up in the air. This is a miscue. It's not going to be an easy catch, but there's a fielder underneath it. Oh, just couldn't quite get in the right position, and it's been put down. It will allow them, though, to pinch a couple of runs. So nice running between the wickets.
Yeah, it's not easy, but it's one which really he's had the time. He should be looking to take. I don't even know if he gets hands onto this Avinash. We'll never know from that angle. But he does stop the ball going past the boundary. I suppose that's the only good news there.
Goes for the wide Yorker. Good delivery there by Abbas. Look to pinch a quick single, and for a moment I just thought he might kick it onto the stumps, as we often see bowlers do nowadays. But they will scamper across for a rapid single.
Yeah, I suppose now you're getting to a point where really you say, all right, look, coming close to the end of this inning, so we've been turning down these singles up until now. Now we really got to take them. So you can see Yogesh making Sultan's Eye get to the other end. He wants to get the strike back.
Got him. What a beautiful ball. Look how far that comes back in. He has castled Balage. Terrific delivery by Abbas. Many a batter would have fallen to that.
It's a good delivery. It's that big, heavy length he's bowling. So he's hitting right at the top of the stumps. We'll see this again here. So ball coming back in as well. That's the difference here. You can see Yogesh, he's trying to give himself a little bit of room to play that cut shot outside the off. I mean, in fairness, he hasn't had too much success with that shot, so it's interesting that he's trying to give himself room to play it. They've defended that area of his game really well, but he's gone for it, hasn't got it right. The ball's coming a long way from Abbas, and he takes the wicket. So Yogesh, after making Najib Bullock, Sultan's Eye run the single to get on strike, he now gives his wicket away. Here go 25, cleaned up there nicely by Abbas, who picked up his second wicket. New batter that comes out is Miwan Mamand. It's up being a good stop, actually. Plays it into the deck. The keeper's done very well. Been very impressed with Sunil Dutt. Sunil Dutt, of course, the captain this time. I wonder if we're going to see him with the bat. Was quite surprised we didn't see him come out at all in the last match. Plays it away, but should be stopped. It'll just be a single. You could hear the Graz Cricket Academy boys saying double, double, double. No 2 on there. It'll just be a single. It means it's 92 for 7 at the end of the 8th. And also means that Mamand will go back on strike. So Sultan's Eye will be pretty keen to try and nick the strike back from him. So 12 balls to go. Lord CC, they wouldn't want it to go more than 120, would they?
Well, they certainly wouldn't, and I think looking at where they are right now, 92, oh, they could keep them to something under 110. That's very possible.
That's beautifully played. Oh, what a shot this is from Mamand. Off the back foot, timed to perfection. That's a glorious stroke. And Kumajar, who's first went for 17, goes for 4 of the very first ball of the 9th over.
That's exquisitely played. Just timed so beautifully there by Mamand. It makes you wonder whether he's in number 9 or a top order batter, the way he played that. I just misjudges the line over there. That was well inside the tram line, so it's not going to be a wide.
Yeah, it's disappointing. Got to be swinging at that in the 9th over. And if he gets a chunk of this, the 2 fielders are inside. Well, he goes for this one, and it will just be a single. I think Sultan's Eye will be keen to stay on strike. I get the feeling he's going to be looking to attack Kumajar. Jar knows it well, and I think he'll be looking to dart in their full-length delivery outside the off-peg. In the air, catchable. Dropped. Oh, that's a big moment. We've seen a couple of crucial drops. This time around is Sagar Mamain, who's had a pretty decent inning so far, but he puts that one down.
No, it's a no ball. It's been given a no ball. Just lands outside the pitch. And it's been given a free hit. Yakumo Ja getting that one badly wrong. Let's take another look at this. Yep, signaled a no ball.
Oh, there, that's disappointing. Free hit, and I mean he had the license, didn't he, to do whatever he wanted. He could have come down the track. We don't see a lot of that from batters, do we? He could have come down and tried to get that away.
Once again, just he's been wayward with his line, hasn't he, Kumaja? Hasn't had that consistency at any point over his 2 overs. He's just pushed too far down the offside. Better, much better. That's where he needs to be. He just gets that to hug that wide line along the way, and Moment stepped far across and was looking to go over mid-wicket. The Graz Cricket Academy are 100 for 7 with 1 over to go.
Yeah, that over didn't go as planned. 8 from it. And they do lose a wicket right in there as well. So, yeah, disappointment. Kumajar has gone for 25 off his spell. 100 on the board, so we need a big finish, or certainly Grass Cricket Academy will want a big finish here. Let's see how they go. The 2 batters are having a chat, probably thinking, right, what do we do here? And Sultan's Eye is probably saying, it's just, I don't mind staying on strike for most of these deliveries and seeing if I can go after Muzamil here. Let's see. That one is going to go, and it's going to go into the field. So that one goes in the field. Now, sometimes you get help when you're in there. We saw the giraffe a bit earlier, helping the fielder find the ball. And what else we got in there today? Any animal that wants to be helpful? We know we got some nasty ones and some goodies in there. And, I wonder if the fielder's going to get any assistance.
Yeah, so a 6 to start the over. A huge shot there. And Muzamil Omarkal immediately under immense pressure.
Change in the field there. Needed that boundary, but need a few more. And hits this really hard. Oh, that's a wonderful stop. It is a wonderful stop. This was travelling. I don't think I've seen a ball hit harder than that. And Nandeep Soghi has made a brilliant stop. He really has. And now this one is going to take some stopping as well. They can't stop it. It goes into the field of joy. Well, good luck. Good luck getting in there and finding that one. And Mamand reluctantly took the single, I think the batters did there. And, well, how about this? Now, all together now, the little meerkat that is helping the Lord CC find the ball. You see, they're not all nasty animals in there. I like meerkats. Oh, well, the meerkat is going to be called upon again. Well, if you missed it, well, if they go in there, you can see all sorts. We've seen snakes in there. We saw the giraffe helping out a little bit earlier. And now the meerkat comes out to help find the ball. And, well, it depends if you're lucky or not on which animal is going to come out and help you out. Well, that's another one that gets away. So 117. So all of you that was saying, how were we going to get to that 120 score? Here you go. And there's another one. Are ba ginna sona shakka lagya. And that now is the 120 on the board. 123 for 7. Grass Cricket Academy. They all can handle themselves with the bat, and they can all give it a good hit. And how about these two at the moment? Going well. This partnership started on 91. Oh, so we're going to miss this time. And, yeah, and it's just going to, well, it's just going to give his wicket away. He misses the hit, and he's disappointed. He's showing his frustration outside the crease, and the wicketkeeper there, Mansoor Safi, says, well, while you're contemplating what could have been, I'll just take the bail shot. So they lose a wicket right there at the end of the very last ball. But, Nish, they get to the 120s, 123 for 7.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, the supercomputer knows so much, doesn't it? I remember earlier in this innings, they're saying, well, there's no way they'll get to 130. And they end up not too far from that 120-30 mark. They're just 7 runs away from it. So a good total here for Graz Cricket Academy, a very competitive total. But I think Lord CC will still feel they have a chance to chase this down. We should have a very exciting and competitive second innings. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. And of course, it was.
Yeah, I think we've got a few issues. There's just something coming through with the computer, so I don't think we've got any highlights there to show you, unfortunately. But we can go through the scorecard. It wasn't the best of starts, was it? Well, hang on a minute. I can hear the music. Maybe there will be. Well, we might get surprised. Maybe we will see highlights. Maybe we won't. But we can talk you through the way it went. Mansoor Safi, it didn't go well for him. He went for a first ball duck. Akshat Wag, the left-hander, we know that he can play an important role when he has to. He stuck around there for a little while, but while he was out there, we saw the wicket of Hamid Safi, an explosive batter. He went for 7. And Zalbar, he went for a golden duck as well. Gowda did, though, get things going for them, didn't he?
No, he certainly did. Take a look at this right here. Yeah, brilliant ball. Caught plumb LBW. That would be the end of Padnir Zarwar. He would depart for a golden duck with the bowling of Sagar Memane. Terrific ball by him. A wonderful left arm. I really like the way Sagar bowled. Avinash Surya would get rid of Bharat Gowda. You're going to see that highlight very shortly. There it was. Cleaned him up. Bharat Gowda was batting so nicely until then. Ends up playing a very poor shot. Gets outside the line of the ball. And he gets cleaned up. Shaka Durrani would make 11 runs of 8 balls. He struck a couple of batters before he gets stumped. Thanks to a great bit of glove work there by Sunil Dutt. Muzammil Omar Kale would get rid of him, but then you got to give so much credit to that lower order. Yogesh Balage, Saltuzani, Moman, the 3 of them batted absolutely superbly right at the end, and they got this side to a very respectable total. Keep in mind, over 6 to 7, they were able to score 36 runs, which provided them that key propulsion in the middle of the innings. Then, of course, a big finish for them as they got 23 runs off the final over. We'll have a quick look at the scorecard if it's able to come up. I know we have a few glitches, and there we go. There's the scorecard, and Yogesh Balage, Sultanzai, Moment right at the end. Those 3 were absolutely vital to getting their side to 123 runs. So very well batted by the 3 of them, as their side will end up with a score of 123, where at one point would have been some worries about whether they can even get to 100. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling figures, and Yawar Abbas, he bowled superbly, has to be the pick of the bowlers for me, picks up a couple of wickets, gives up just 17 runs. I thought Memane bowled pretty well, too. He was a bit expensive in his second over, which spoiled some of his figures, but all in all, I think he put in a very good shift. And Muzul Omar Kale picks up a couple of runs, but that final over really dented his figures. It went for 23 runs. So we're right here at the end of the first innings. Lord CC are going to need 124 runs in the second innings if they are to pick up just their second win of this European Cricket Series. We'll be back after a short break. Stick around with us. Well, apologies for the delay, everyone. It looks like we're set to start play. And there's the first ball, so it's a dot ball. Yeah, so apologies, just a few network issues that we have resolved, and now we are able to get play underway. Exciting matchup here between Graz Cricket Academy and Lord CC. We're down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. Yeah, poor ball there by Cotwal. Yes, of course, we saw Graz Cricket Academy really dig themselves out of a hole in those last few overs. They were under all sorts of pressure and lost plenty of early wickets. At one stage, we thought they might not even be able to get to 100. Beautifully driven, wonderful stroke there by Lark. And that goes away for 4 runs. Excellent cricket. Take a look at that shot again. Wonderfully played. Opens the face of the bat a little bit as well to make it go a lot squarer.
Yeah, I'm liking the fact that Lark is coming in as the opener. I think this sort of run chase suits him. You don't have to have some of the big, huge hitters. Lark is somebody who can play nice shots. He's got the proper shots. He can take the singles as well and just help to frustrate the fielding side by not giving his wicket away. That's the plan here. I think that's why they've gone with him here, with Sahil Bharti, who of course is very different. And that one gets away as well now. What are they going to give here? Yeah, leg by's given. The bowler was appealing, but yeah, this one going down the leg stick and just takes a little bit of the pad and goes for 4 leg byes.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there from the bowling perspective. We'll now have a look at the bonus point equation. So if they're able to achieve this target in 7 overs or less, which would require them to go just about 17.5 and over, they'll pick up the bonus point. Lark going for the booming cover drive. Of course, Anthony Lark hails from Australia. Growing up, played plenty of his cricket around the Canberra area in the Australian Capital Territory. Played some under-19 cricket back in 2008. And he used to play for the Ginninderra West Belconnen Cricket Club. Yeah, played a lot of his cricket growing up over in Newcastle, in New South Wales as well. So he's got plenty of cricket experience. He's played a lot down under, and now he's made the move from Australia to Austria. He's become a fine player over here as well. Lovely shape away there by Cotwell. He's come back really well after getting hit for a 4. Some beautiful deliveries. 9 runs off the first over for Lord CC. Decent start from Graz Cricket Academy's perspective.
Yeah, it's a good start. They don't have to go crazy. I think those wickets, keeping those wickets in hand, and then if the rate does, I mean, at the moment it's about 12.5. If the rate does go up, they can accelerate as long as they've got those wickets in hand. So good start. Again, the move to have Lark up there, yeah, I don't mind that at all. I think that's a good move. He's the batter that can give them the bit of the stability that you need in the batting order in a run chase like this. So good positive move, and I think Lark probably will want to make this count as well for him. And, you can see that Nish has been pretty busy on the chat there. Of course, look, there's one thing. It's not to beat around the bush here. There's one thing, of course, that we always say is that one. Interesting shot. That one really bounces pretty high. Probably will be the one for the over. But, of course, we're all about promoting the game of cricket here. And we don't like disrespect for any of the players or the umpires. And Of course, we don't like some of the allegations that some people make about players and teams and match officials, or about us as commentators here. We keep it clean, the same way a family would work. We are a family, so when we do get some of the, let's just say, some of the filth that comes onto the chat, we're going to do whatever we can to get rid of it. And we don't like the way, and of course, the integrity of the game is questioned as well. We take that very seriously. So if that is what your plan is, if that's what you're looking to do by getting involved in our family, then don't do it, because we don't welcome you. We don't want you here, and we will find a way to get rid of you as well. We want this family to continue and to grow as it has done for 5 years. And I want to say a big thank you to all the chatters and all the moderators that do go about things in a positive way, and let's keep continuing to do that, not just for the rest of today, but for the many years to come. So Nish, you get on there and you keep banning the filth as we get back to the action here. It's Durrani who is hoping to make up for not a great display with the bat, with some good bowling.
A full toss, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. Would want to check that. Oh, it's been
Good
saved.
stop.
It looked like he was going to go for 4 runs, but he's done a terrific job.
I think you're right about
Out
the
of the
height.
boundary rope.
I think you're right about the height. It's worth having a look at the height, because, I mean, it is just that it's been called actually there, yeah, and that's a good call. He is out of his crease, but that ball is not coming down. It's going to go, and does go over the waist. So free hit coming up. The early good news is that the fielder does extremely well to stop the boundary.
Yeah, does a stellar job out at the boundary rope to save his side some runs. Here we go. Free hit coming up.
Well, this is another high one. So that's been smashed away for 6. Let's see how high this is. I mean, what's your feeling on this one? It does feel high.
Yeah, sneaking under, but I think this camera angle will be able to tell us a lot clearer. Yeah, that's going under. Can even see he's crouching down a bit as well, so it's below his waist.
Yeah, well hit, well struck. So Anthony Lark just showing us there, though we're saying that he's probably more of a Nigerian. Will put the bad ball away. He says, yep, I will put the... Oh, no, well, that one definitely is. Won't be out. It's the second one. Now the fielder actually loses it in the sun and decides that he's not even going to try and catch it because it's for nothing. So the second one, so if he bowls another one of these, then Durrani will be taken out of the attack.
Yeah, so this would be his first warning, I believe, wouldn't it? And then would be gone the second time around. Yeah, nasty beamer over there. In the end, Lark actually does quite well to get some ban on it.
Free hit then. Oh, well, it won't be out, but will anybody even catch up with it? No. So not good bowling here at all. Durrani, whatever he's trying to do, certainly is nowhere near the kind of bowler that we saw a couple of days ago when he was causing all sorts of problems. At the moment here, he's just, well, let's just say he's bowling a lot of runs.
Yeah, just not getting it right here, is he, Durrani? Far too many full tosses. Extremely wayward with his bowling. 2 no balls so far this over, and a wide as well. Struggling in general with extras. I mean, we always saw Kotwala have about 5 runs go of extras in his first over as well. So it's certainly a department they need to improve on.
Yeah, there's some debate here now. I wonder, not sure what this debate is. Probably Durrani might be saying that he's got a bit of an injury because, look, when we saw him bowl the other day, he took 4 wickets. He actually bowled very well and took a forfeit and didn't give away many runs either. So there's definitely an issue here. It took 4 for 10 against the Daredevils, but here he's in all sorts of issues. Now there's talk about, I think they're trying to say maybe here to the umpire that he's got an issue, he's got a, I don't know, whatever it could be. But the umpire now has to make a decision. I mean, obviously, if he's injured, then the umpires will say, right, if you're injured, you can't carry on, then you go off, and somebody else will come on. It does look like that's what's happening here. So Durrani, who has bowled, I think, just 4 legal deliveries and gone for 19. Looks like he's coming off here. The substitute fielder, who I think is Tariq Aziz, will come on. But somebody will have to finish this over, and whoever it is, it will count as an over for him as well. So Durrani comes off here. And whatever that injury is, it means that probably is going to keep him out of the rest of the day as well.
Yeah, it looks like he's walking off rather gingerly. So, yeah, Tariq Aziz comes on his place. He's played a few games over the course of this series. He was, of course, he did see him bowl a little bit, and he was very expensive when he was asked to bowl. But obviously, as a substitute fielder, he won't be allowed to bowl. So, all that matters is how he feels. Misal is going to come in to finish this over.
And he's going to be hit up in the air. It will be one bounce and go over for 4. So 19, of course, came of Durrani. And that boundary means that this over so far has gone for 22 with the ball still to go.
Yeah, so Samargul Misal, prior to this, bowled 4 overs in this series and went for 28 runs. I should say, bowled 2 overs so far. This season went for 28 runs in the 2 overs he bowled prior to the one he's bowling right now. Gets that badly wrong. It's another wide, so well, old habits die hard here for Graz Cricket Academy, and looks like he's having similar issues to Shaukat Durrani.
Yeah, it's a terrible start. I mean, they did ever so well to at least get themselves to something to try and defend, but they've started in a chaotic way. Well, that is just been lofted upwards, and it will be, well, it will sort of be, what's he done here? Okay, he stopped it. Nobody's interested in throwing the ball in. I really don't know what. I mean, he's played this shot here. Now, this hasn't gone over the boundary rope as far as I can see. And let's see here. He picks the ball up here. And just they all stop and just look at each other. That's how it's looking at the moment. Lord CC, only the 1 win so far in the 6 they've played. They may not get a better chance than this to beat the likes of the Graz Cricket Academy and really start to do what they have to do, get points on the board to move upwards. And at the moment here, the way they're going, maybe the 4 points if they can do it inside the 7 overs. Oh, it's a good delivery, full and straight. Well, finally, we see a ball that's right on the stumps, and that means that there will be a wicket here as the bowler comes on, gets it on the money, and gets the breakthrough. Maybe that will wake up the Graz Cricket Academy and get them to start just smartening up their act a little bit here.
Yeah, another wicket falls as Kotwala gets one off his very first ball. Yeah, nice bit of bowling there. Crashes onto the stumps. Sahil Bharti departs, and having him out there was going to be so crucial for this Lord CC side. Obviously, he's the aggressor amongst this opening partnership. Look at someone like Lark. He's the kind of player who's more of a stroke player, looks to rotate the strike. I know he's played plenty of T20 cricket. He's, of course, represented Austria at the T20I level as well. Played a lot of this format over in Australia as well, back in his home state of the Capital Territory. But, yeah, he just looks like he struggles with the T10 format, doesn't it?
Kotwal on the start of his second, gets a wicket straight away. So that means that Sagar now comes out. And he plays that beautifully. That's 6 runs to start. Sagar, of course, picked up 3 for 27. And now the first ball that he faces, he hits it beautifully down the ground. 6 to start for him.
Yeah, good shot there by Mamani. Beautifully hit through the line. Goes over long off for 6 runs. It's interesting that they choose to bring Sagar Mamani at number 3 and not Kumuja, the skipper himself. I would have thought he'd either open or come in at 1 down, but they go with Mamane. Maybe just giving him the instruction to go out and attack.
Yeah, and I think maybe also the captain's just a little bit wary that if they do lose wickets early, straight away, that they don't have anybody that can come in a little bit later to give them what they need. I mean, Pagam Omari hasn't really been able to get going with the bat, so I think he's just saying he'd rather hold himself back. So if they do lose a couple of quick wickets, he is able to come in and just steady the ship slightly. And I think that's why, I think quite rightly, he's gone with Anthony Lark at the top of the order.
Yeah, Anthony Lark is really there to play that sort of anchor role for this Lord CC side. I think his aim will be quite clear. Look to hang around till the end of this innings and, yeah, try to aim for a strike rate of at least 150. Clips that one off his pads towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a big race here. Big chase for the fielder, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. Sweetly timed there by Lark. That is an absolutely gorgeous shot.
Yeah, it is. And that just, again, highlights that there is a time and a place for this type of cricket, pucker cricket, if you want to call it, in this format. That's just a beautiful leg glance, finds the gap into that mid-wicket area, and it goes all the way. Timing, because you can play that game on this pitch. And then it's a Gundy ball, and he says, well, I've got the power to go with the timing as well. There's a short one here from Kotwal. Well, Kotwal goes short, and Kotwal gets Chungikut as he gets played away here.
Yeah, so Lord CC absolutely cruising, and something has to change really fast here for Grazik Cricket Academy. They've got to pick up some quick wickets.
Yeah, interesting, we haven't seen Momand. I mean, bowls with a bit of pace. We know he's got some firepower. You could also, Hamid Safi, we haven't seen him yet. So they've gone with different things. Kotwal, I understand. Durrani in the power play didn't quite get. And still not quite understanding what their methods are here. Looks like Akshay Wag is going to bowl this, the 4th over. So still no Safi and still no... You haven't got the pace of Mohand. It's a bit of a full toss. It's going to get over. It's going to be 6 runs. So interesting bowlers being deployed here by Graz Cricket Academy.
Yeah, very interesting choice of bowlers, and even looking at them out there in the field, the body language doesn't seem right amongst them. I think they're very disappointed with the way they batted in that first innings and still haven't quite been able to get away with it. Yeah, poor ball there. Akshay Wag, normally he's such an accurate bowler, doesn't start well. Much better. That's what we're used to seeing from Akshay Wag, just looking to get it nice and full. That's just going to be a single.
Yeah, I mean, if you just have a look at the bowlers that we've seen from them, so... I mean, Durrani, because of the 4 wickets he picked up in one match yesterday, was 8 wickets. Hamid Safi, 5. Then a name that is not there today is Sajid Mohammed. But Akshay Wag, he's taken 3 wickets. Kotwal has taken 3. Momand, the 3s. But Momand bowled with some good pace, and he got a pretty good economy rate. But you got to bowl him, really, you would think, at the beginning of the innings because of the pace that he gives you. So they're just making a few changes here, but haven't found the right momentum. Wag, though, maybe he's got into his flow here. Probably going to be too high, and I think the umpire just given an indication there that he thinks, or that he believes that there's a little bit of bat on this as well.
Yeah, looking to rock back and play that one away towards square leg, and huge appeal over there. Yeah, tough job for the umpire to give that one for the reasons you indicated. Oh, that one's just going to go past the point umpire, and it's fielded well by the sweeper. Just going to be a single.
Needed wickets. Remember Graz Cricket Academy, they had 2 tough matches yesterday against first Donna Start and then also cricketers. That's flicked away beautifully. Anthony Lark showing his skills, and he's played some glorious shots so far. That's another one just... It's onto his pads. He just whips it away with ease as he now moves into the high 20s. End of the over, Wag. A disappointing boundary at the end of it means that 13 come off the over. And 4 overs now being completed. The score 64 for 1.
As we can see, Lord CC well above that red line, which is the required rate they need to go at. It's required. It's below 10 at the moment for Lord CC. So 1 boundary and over, some good running between the wickets. We'll see them over the finishing line.
Just having a look at the body language, I suppose, of some of the players there. They don't look very happy. I mean, they've got still matches here to play, and they're not starting very well. There just seems to be, don't seem to be too much of a leadership out there from Yogesh Balage. And needs to really rally the troops around here to come back into this. It's neatly played. We'll just happily take a single. Cigar.
Yeah, just the 1 run over there. Take a single, brings Lark back on strike. And Mamane pushed up the order, and I think he's really complemented Lark very well, while Lark is looking to knock the singles around, hit the odd boundary. Mamani's got the license to attack.
Better delivery, Yorker delivery. And someone can't saying very much the same thing as me. The body language just doesn't look good. Yesterday I was saying that they really had a real tussle in their first match with Cricket CC. Cricket CC 171 for 4. Grass Cricket Academy came within 12 runs, 159 for 7. Against Donnerstad, they would have been disappointed with their run chase, trying to get to that 156. They finished on 110. But then they came back with a cracking victory over Vienna Danube, chasing 151. So maybe there could be another team a bit like Sherry Punjab, which on their day they can chase anything, but at the same time they can also crumble pretty quickly. And they're very hit and miss. Taking on the second, and they'll get there thanks to some very good running. Well, it looks like Anthony Lark loses his bat for a moment. Seems to come out of his hand. Better over so far, though, from Najibullah Sultanzai. Let's see how he finishes it.
A little bit of an inside edge over there. Sultanzai going up for an appeal. It's been a nice over so far. Haven't seen a boundary struck in this over. Only 5 runs off it. Yeah, you can see thick inside edge, and only the bowler went up to appeal for that. Now a full toss, and I think Lark will be a bit disappointed that he hasn't sent that one away for a boundary. It was there to be hit, and only 6 runs will come off that over in the end, so a very good one for GCA.
Yeah, very good over, and if anything, one thing that will do, at least it means that they shouldn't lose all the points here. You should pick up something. The players will have a drinks break now. We'll talk to you a little bit about this. This is the European Cricket Championships for the women. That will be the last event that we will be holding this 2024 year, the 9th to the 20th of December. We've got once again the Challenger Division, Spain, Austria, Germany, Jersey and Czechia. And of course, interestingly enough, we know that Spain and Austria will be doing battle here next weekend. Looking forward to that. And then of course in the Premier Division, the reigning champions, England. And you've got Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands and Italy in there. Netherlands, well, if they can get some of the players that we saw playing there in the Meltel Shield on their side, who knows? They could really be looking to maybe do what the men of the Netherlands did in the second ever European Cricket Championship, having lost out the first year. They did win the second time round. Wonder if the Netherlands women can do the same. That's going to be very exciting, and it's very exciting that you can join us here and that you are joining us. Why the players do need to take on some breaks. It's International Letter Day today. I know you're like me. You do a fair bit of scribbling, but do you letters, postcards? Are you?
Sometimes,
you send letters?
yeah. Sometimes, if it's like if I go to a big destination, I might send a postcard.
Okay, yeah. It's still around. I must admit, I do. I'm always writing letters, as my daughter would say. I'm always leaving little notes here and there, and of course, still things like greeting cards, birthday cards, anniversary cards. Still very much those. Christmas cards as well. I know a lot of people now elect to do all of that digitally, but no, I think it's a personal touch that matters. Today is International World Letter Day, and yeah, it's time to pick up the pen and paper and pour your feelings and your heart out on a piece of paper, why don't you? And a letter can be a love letter, one that's filled with anger, or simply written to create memories. All you have to do is write it down and send it to the right address. That's it. Yeah, don't send it to the wrong address. That could work out bad. Right, 70 for 1. We've gone past the halfway point. Nicely played away. Looks like he's there to stay to the end, Anthony Lark. I think must be his highest score so far, I think, into the 30s.
Yes, highest score of the series for sure. And now they'll pick up an extra run over here. Oh, just very sloppy in the field, Graz Cricket Academy. I mean, they're not looking on it. We've obviously seen a few comments about their body language, and that's certainly the case over here. Just feels at times like a lot of them are just going through the motions. Larkstrike, a good bit of fielding there. Sensational work. It's only going to be a single. Mamane back on strike. And yeah, Mamane, I mean, if Lark's looking to play the role of the anchor, Mamane has to be the aggressor. He's not just about winning this game. You still want to try to look to attack, make sure this required doesn't continue to climb up. It was under 10 at the end of the 4th over. We've only seen 9 runs off the last 8 deliveries, so it's starting to climb back up. Up in the air, shouts to catch it. And it will be taken right on the edge of the boundary rope, and Mamane departs. The second one falls for Lord CC. Well, they've kept things quiet these last couple of overs, and they do get the breakthrough. Mamane was, of course, pushed up the order. And the gamble to do that, well, hasn't paid off. He's made 17 of 10.
What a good catch that is, by the way. Kotwal holds on to it with another fielder backing up into him, breathing down his neck, and he's held on to a superb catch. I wonder if we can see this again. It's a really good catch when you've got somebody really in your space. So what a good catch that was. Let's see it here. Look at this. Nicely held, and you saw Gauta there right next to him. Good catch. And well, here he is, the man with the, well, that impressive number, the 007 on his back, Omari. Let's just say that apart from the 7, there's a few of the 00s that have appeared on the scorecard for him. And let's see if you can make that change here. Interesting that they go with him here instead of, again, Kumar Jar. So maybe Jar giving Omari one more chance before he decides that Omari clearly isn't the man at the top of the order. Let's see what Omari can do here.
Omari's going to go for the big shot. Does it have enough on it? It's going to take a couple of bounces before going over the rope. So wasn't fully in control of that shot, Omari. Look where he's intending to play that. Probably not towards that cover boundary, but he still gets 4 runs.
Yeah, Momand, that heavy ball, but it gives Omari a little bit of width, gets it away, and now they seem to be sort of following the ball here. So they now deploy the sweeper, and that means that the mid, well, who's come in here? I'm having a look. Square Legs has come inside. Well, where's this caught Omari? I think he might have, yeah, he might have just banged this back into his own knee. He's in pain. Well, he's 007. Oh dear. He's got the best number in the business, but 007, you know, they're supposed to be given all the fancy gadgets. Well, they haven't quite supplied him with everything he needs here, because he has whacked this back onto his own, I think it's the knee or the inside part of his knee. That's going to hurt. And he was like he didn't want to make a big deal of it, but slowly but surely he did go down. Well, he's been held back onto his feet. Has Omari. It's a tall man, isn't he? I know he's got the lid on, but he seems to stand head and shoulders above everybody else. He's standing there. He doesn't look very nimble, I have to say. Yeah, just moving that leg around a little bit. And I think this is where Mamand will once again just be looking to try and tuck him up, maybe get one wide of the crease going back into his legs. Let's see how Omari goes. It's good delivery. He does bowl with some pace, Mamand. That's why I'm surprised that he doesn't get the new ball. Well, maybe he struggles to control it. But another good over. You mentioned the over before from Sultan Zion. He went for 6. That one goes just for 7. Also picks up a wicket to score 77 for 2. So now the rate is starting to climb. It was around 10. It's now just under that 12 mark.
Yeah, the required is increasing over by over. As you said, just under 12. It's these last couple of overs where things have just slowed down for them. 13 runs is all they've managed to score, and they lose a wicket. You know, I really fear that Kumaja might be made to pay for overthinking this. I mean, he decides to send Sagar Memane up the order instead of coming himself. And now he's also sent Pragyam Omari at number 4. Is this run rate just going to balloon out of control before he gets a chance to come out to bat? Gone. Got him. It's Lark who's gone with that one. He departs having made 35 runs. So Lark slowed down quite a bit these last couple of overs as well. He was on a strike rate at 200 earlier this innings. And now they lose 2 wickets in quick succession. And all of a sudden, after cruising at one stage, Lord CC are in heaps of trouble.
Yeah, and I think this is Kumajaya has to take a little bit of ownership for this. He does come out now, but Anthony Lark was just stroking the ball around, no pressure, and then all of a sudden, because of the batters that have come in, Sagar and Omari that have come in and slowed things down, and you can even say the same with the opener, Edwin Mbati. He's having to push and force because the rate's going up, so he goes for a shot that we didn't have to try and play earlier. Tries to force it, gets caught. So now Jar does come out there, but Jar's lost the partner that he wanted to be out there with. So this could be troubling times. That's beautifully struck and well fielded. He's fielded so well out there, has Kotawal.
Yeah, good work there by Kotawal out at long on. This is a terrific bit of bowling as well. I think you have to give so much credit to the way Graz Cricket Academy have bowled these last couple of overs. I mean, we were commenting on some of their body language a couple of overs ago, but they just pick things up. And all the credit in the world goes to Sultan Zai. I mean, he started it all off with that 5th over where he comes out, gives up just 6 runs. He's been bowling these Yorkers with great consistency.
I think you're right. And also, if you remember his first over, it was probably about the second ball when the ball was hit towards Square and Square dived and made the stop. Even that, just by him making that effort, he seems to have got everybody just up and about. And now all of a sudden you hear them. If you look there, they're backing up the bowler's end with the throw, the bowler's running after the ball. All of a sudden, they have woken up.
Yeah, just gets a thick inside edge.
Yeah, hello to Dave and a few other people that are joining in. Dave, I hope you're well. And, Sadhu Ratanaika saying that game probably turned to bowling favourites now. Well, I wouldn't quite go there yet because of who's batting, but certainly another wicket, particularly the wicket of Kumajar, then I think you're absolutely right.
I think they still have some hitting with the likes of Yawara Basa and the Gursevak Sandhu in there too. Got him! What a terrific ball! And now this game has turned on its head. Now you can say the bowling side are favorites. Kumajar has been done by an absolute Jaffer. What a terrific delivery by Sultan Zai, who has turned this game on its head. He swung the momentum in the 5th over by sneaking in a quiet one. He gets 2 important wickets in this over. Lord CC, are they going to let this slip away?
That's a beaut, though, isn't it? It's a beautiful delivery. You'd have to say that Kumanjar, because of where he's standing there, does end up yorking himself. But take nothing away from the bowler. Cracking ball, cracking spell. That over only goes for 2. The over before went for 6. He's picked up 2 wickets, and the important wicket of the set batter, Anthony Lark, he got him for 35, and now he's bowled the captain out, Kumajar, for 1. And if there's one thing Kumajar has to take out of this innings, because he has done this before, and it was the same outcome. You're an opener, you have to bat opening the innings no matter what. We have a quick look at the next match that's coming up, but this one gets played away. If he had picked up this straight away, he would have probably had the non-striker run out here. It was running into trouble. And that's Muzamil Omakel that has come out now. Yeah, you got to bat where you're set to bat. And with Kumajar, he's gone. They will really struggle here now. The rate, how quickly, by the way, as that one is smashed away. Well, he still has the license. Don't forget, there's Amari 007. That's a good shot. It's a really good shot that goes for the shorter delivery, Maman. And Pagam Omari was almost waiting for it, and he's clobbered that a long way. But that rate going up to 15.
That is the first maximum we've seen in 4 overs.
Ooh.
That's how long it has been since we last saw a 6. I mean, keep in mind, they got off to a flying start. Lord CC were 51 for 1 at the end of the power play. Yeah, for the last 4 overs, we've just seen 2 4s.
That's that full delivery, a bit of hesitation. And he's, well, what's the fielder done here? It's got away from him. They'll come back for a couple. Yeah, hesitation. Once again, opportunity. You pick this up straight away and fire in the throat. And who knows? Oh, pressure, pressure, pressure. That's what you're talking here at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge pressure situation here. Lord CC, 37 runs, needed of 15 balls. And keep in mind, Sultan Zaya has been bowled out. Moment. Here's another key bowler who's done well. He's going to get bowled out at the end of this over. That means going to have some tough choices to make for the last couple of overs.
Played that well. 1-1-1-1-1 is the call. And you can see all of a sudden now, Grass Cricket Academy, they don't mind giving the ones away. Ones don't really hurt them so much. This over has gone for 9 with 2 to come from it. They're needing around about the 15s. How that has changed in just the last 18 balls or so, going from a fairly straightforward 10 to now 15.
Looks to go big,
yeah.
Just catches the edge and 1 bounce over the rope. 4 runs, gets lucky over there, a streaky boundary.
It's streaky, but important. How important? Because that boundary just means that, well, with the ball to go, they'll either tie or win this over. And that's all they're looking to do here now, going at 15s to try and say, right, let's not lose an over, stay with it. And if we go into the last and we've still got the likes of, you know, good hitters that are in, who knows? Amakel and Omari looking to do it. Momand just wants one good delivery in here to see if he can take the wicket of Amakel. It's in the air, and that's going to be 4 as well. So they win the over. They win the over. They get 17. So that's exactly what they needed after an over that went 6, 7, and 2, 3 overs. Then only went for those 15 runs. They get 17 off that one, and no wickets fall in it as well. So Lord CC searching for this second win on the European Cricket Network on 96 for 4.
So 2 overs left and a huge dilemma here. Who do they turn to for these last couple of overs? They bowled out Moment and Sultan Zai, the 2 bowlers who have looked best so far this innings. Could go to Akshay Wag for 1 over. I mean, he's a spinner, so it could be a risk. And then, well, Samarkand Misal could bowl an over as well.
Yogesh hasn't bowled, has he? You've still got Balagi, the captain, can bowl. We know that. He did pick up some valuable wickets last year as well. It looks, though, for the moment, they're going to go to Samarkand Misal and see how he fares. That's a good delivery. Well, they like it. They like it very much indeed. I must admit, I didn't hear anything. But not that I'm saying that means it's not out. They're 100% sure that this has caught something. They are 100% sure. I wonder, can we keep this rolling? Does this clip? Is this one of those that catches the stump and makes a sound, but the bail stay on? It could be, you know.
Looks like there might be a bit of a gap. I think it'd be better if we saw from the rear angle.
Well, back to the and it's another dot. Thing is, though, you don't mind that, really. You don't mind it so much. I'm not sure what the non-striker is signaling there to the bench. He's almost like, yeah, he's probably saying to the bench, come on, you're going quiet. Make some noise. Give us some support. That is so close. I wonder if that did skim a bit of the stump on the way through. We'll never know. Maybe that was the noise that they heard. 2 dots. Great start this from Samagol. Played away beautifully. Oh no, what is this? What is this? What is going on here? What sort of fielding is this? He throws himself full face on to the ball and he lets it go through his legs. That is just comical. Look at the bowler saying easy, easy, easy. And oh yeah, of course the bowler has every right to be furious with that. Well, that was just shocking. Shocking fielding.
Yeah, just lets that one slip right through his legs, gets nutmegged. Big shot, straight down the ground. It's got enough on it. It's got enough on it to go all the way for 6. It's now down to just 18 runs needed after the last 8 balls. Omari is stepping up here and playing a really big innings for his side.
007, the license to thrill. Is he going to thrill us this time? Remember, he's been clocked, he's been down, he's got up, but he's still there. And he holds the key, maybe, to a victory for Lord CC. Samagol, of course, remember, he had to finish that over off from Durrani. And that's why when you look at his bowling figures, it looks a little bit weird. Right. He's bowled well so far. I don't think he's bowled badly. Overpitched, and that is a bad one. He goes for the Yorker, gets it wrong. He gets smashed away by Omari. It's going to be 6 runs, and Lord CC are on the edge of what would be a very good victory. It's been an up and down innings, isn't it? They made a cracking start, 51 of the first 3. And then, of course, Grass Cricket Academy came back strong. But now Omari is just looking to settle the nerves. 12 of 7 balls. This is a huge delivery. But the question is, who bowls that last over?
It's going to be a huge dilemma. I mean, do they go to Akshay Wagh? I mean, he's a pretty reliable bowler for them throughout this series, but you go to a spinner in the final over. And that is going to be a dot ball, so he ends with a valuable dot ball, and Lord CC need just 12 runs off the final over. Huge decision coming up here for the skipper, Yogesh Balage. Who does he get to bowl this final over? Does he come on and bowl himself potentially, or is he going to turn to someone like Akshay Wagh, a spinner, in the final over? Let's have a look at the bowling figures here. So Masal goes for 16 runs in that last over, and you got to give so much credit to Sultan Zai. Without his incredible spell of bowling, his side would never have been in this game.
Yeah, Sultan Zai. Don't forget that one over from Oman as well. That went for 7. He picked up a wicket. His second not so good, went for 17. That one goes for 16. So there's 12 to defend it. 11 takes us to a golden ball. And the bowler just moving his fielders around, getting ready here. Looks like it is Akshay Wagh that they're going back to. And we're going to leave that out there. It's been a while, hasn't it? This year so far, we've seen 6 go to the batting side, 8 go to the bowling side. 14 golden balls we've had this year, but we've waited a long time for another one, particularly in the men's game. Will this be the one? Batter waits. They have got Omakel on strike. I just think, I've said this so many times before, look at this field on the leg side. I would still to him just have one in, maybe just to say, maybe they're going to try and just take a single here and look for Omari to finish it off. Let's see how they go. Well, he hits it pretty well, and he's going to get over the points area. It will go for 4. It's a good strike from Muzamil. So that's 4 off the 12 they need. 8 now of 5 balls.
It gets underneath that ball so well and carves it away behind point. A couple of big shots could win it now for Lord CC. I think they might just consider making a few adjustments in the field. Well, they're just seeing a mid-wicket go a lot straighter. Yeah, just bringing him round. Struck down the ground, and that's going to be a single. So it's now 7 runs needed of 4 deliveries.
Oh, they'd love to have that misfield in the over before that went for 4 back, wouldn't they, right now? That would make it look a bit different if there was still another 10 required or 4. Okay, got to stop it himself. He does. Dot ball. 7 off 3.
Great ball, terrific delivery, and Akshay Wagh getting the length spot on over there. Oh, it's a valuable dot ball. That changes this equation massively, and now Lord CC, well, they need a 6 to tie this game or a couple of 4s to win it.
007 is on strike. He's getting a word of advice from He's non-striker. Akshay Wag has bowled a brilliant over so far. He's gone 4-1, ... 7 of 2. It's got to go to the boundary, hasn't it?
Oh, it's going to be struck away out towards mid-wicket. They're going to come back for a second run here. They're running hard between the wickets. The throw isn't the best. They could come back for a third. They could come back for a third.
They could go
Maybe
again.
They could go for a
They
fourth.
could go again. They're going for a fourth. And they're going to get 4. They could go again. They could go for 5. They could go for 5. They have run 5. They have run 5. Well, you heard the James Bond music. Well, this is special. Well, not even Bond could have forecasted this. They have run 5. Cue this up.
Oh my goodness, well, we're going to need...
Have a look at this. Watch them go. Under, iba. 1, 2, 3, 4 y 5. That means 2 of 1. 2 of 1. Now they've got to bring everybody in surely, or will they? I mean, 2 to win it. One takes us to a golden ball, everybody. Oh, they ran 5.
Oh, you can't write this. This is ECN at its very finest. 2 runs to win it off the last ball for Lord CC. Oh, could they get a 1 out of this? Are they going to get a single?
We've got to go on the ball here. Hang on, what is he doing? What is he doing? Somebody help him out. Somebody give him a map. Give him something. That's only 1. It's only 1. Nish, we have a tie.
We have a golden ball at last.
We have a golden ball. We have a golden ball. Everybody, the scores are tied. We have a golden ball. We finally have one. I told you we'll do it.
Yeah, we knew we were going to get it eventually. I mean, Austria had to deliver. I mean, we've had so many close matches over these last few weeks. Let's have a look at this graphic. So, of course, golden ball, something unique to ECN. Of course, in the event of a tie, we decide the match with a golden ball. The batting side needs 2 to win. Otherwise, the fielding team takes it. Here's a look at some of the key rules. Of course, as you can see, in this case, any batter not dismissed in the match can face this golden ball, and the golden ball bowler has to be whoever bowled the last or second last over. I don't think they're going to change from Wag. Wag is probably going to bowl this golden ball. The question is who faces it for Lord CC.
Yeah, and have a look at golden balls here in 2024. So you can see that's how it is at the moment. And, of course, the last one was back on the 3rd of August. So the 1st of September, we had to get out of the summer, I suppose. The 1st of September, we have a golden ball. Just remember, by the way, that we got here because of 5 being run in the ball before. It's there on the scorecard, 5. We're not talking about a minimo. We're not talking about a no ball that went. Here we go. Here's 1. Look at all the mistakes here. First, the wicket keeper can't do anything about that. Then the throw goes to the bowler's end. When he's saying give it to the keeper, he can't stop it. Then the wicket keeper, he should have had this one. He punches it away here, then holds his head in disgust. And then they come back and they take 5. 5 were run there. They did take a single off the last ball. Scores are tied. We have a golden ball. So 1 ball will be bowled. And the batting team need 2 to win. If they don't get 2 to win, it will be the bowling side that win. The bowler to be bowled can be the guy who's bowled the last over or the second last over. So it can either be Samagol or Akshay. We believe it will be Akshay. And the batter can be anyone that's not faced the ball. You've got to go with Omari facing.
It looks like they're going with Nandeep Sogi.
Ooh.
So they're bringing a new batter on here.
Oh, well, look at, you can see Omari. He's walking off pretty dejectedly. So Omari, who scored 35 of 18, he's been taken up probably because he's exhausted after running 5. Now, is Omakil out there with him as well? I don't know if he is. We'll have to wait and see who the batters are. So, Omakil is still there, which is fine because he's already shown he's pretty quick running. And Omakil is going on strike, Nish. Omakil is going on strike. That doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
Yeah, it's rather odd, really is.
He's 14 of 5. Omari is 35 of 18. Now, I wonder if it's because Omari is shattered and he can't run. That's the only thing I'm thinking.
That could be the case, and maybe they're just bringing on someone like Nundeep Sogi out there. He's clearly out there just to be a runner, so oh, what drama, what drama. You can't write it. You go back to the fact that they ran 5 runs. They let this game slip away from them.
I'm telling you here, Nish, I'm going with batting side, fielding side, making a total hash of it in the field. It's just pressure situation here. So Lord's EC, well, you'd never see this in Lord's, would you? The golden ball here, Lord's EC batting, needing to. The Grass Cricket Academy with the ball. Akshay will be bowling it. Golden ball, everybody. Who's going to win it? Who's going to hold their nerve?
Here we go. Golden ball coming up. He strikes this away. They're going to get a run off this. Will they come back for a second? Oh, it's a fumble in the field. It's a fumble in the field. But they will get it. They'll win it. They're winning on a golden ball. Incredible. Graz have won it right at the end in the most dramatic of fashions. The fielder fumbled the ball. It looked like it slipped away. But they're able to whip the bails off in time. And Graz Cricket Academy, they do it the hard way. But they win a fantastic, thrilling cricket match.
Grass Cricket Academy have won a match which a lot of people would say they had no right to win. They looked dead and buried with the bat, but somehow they managed to get to 123. They looked dead and buried at the start of this innings. But have a look at this. I said it would be a mess up pressure. Well, he did mess it up, but fair play to the fielder. He held his nerve and got the throw in. That was Zarawar, and I'd just like to see the running from the batters. I mean, I thought he would get closer than that. I wonder if we can just see the batters go again here. Remember, they did change the batter. So I wonder if we can see the batters running, because I thought it would be closer. Why don't they get there? Do they just run too slow? Oh, let's see if we can see the batters here one more time.
The running between the wickets just felt a bit too slow. I was watching it. They really should have been able to come back for the second run, or at least been closer to getting a second run than they were.
I don't know if we get a chance to see this, but something must have gone amiss there, because when the fielder normally, the only good thing about the misfield there for the fielder, Pamir Zarawar, is that the ball did go forward. If it went behind him or to a side, I don't even get there.
So here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. Of course, Graz Cricket Academy will come out to play against Indian CC Vienna, but we'll have a look at that running one more time before we hit the highlights reel.
Yeah, well, let's see if we have it. It'd be great. I mean, I'm just going to also keep you updated to see if we have any change in the timings. We may have a slight delay on there. Well, player of the match, without doubt, is Sultan's Eye. So well done to him. But, oh, wow, what a match, everybody. What a match. Graz Cricket Academy, well, we're going to see them again. I reckon we're going to see them better with the bat. They'll go big this time. That's the way they go. Indian CC Vienna, they played really well in the last one. But here's the highlights. But you can see it was just a cracking start. Great batting early on there from Anthony Larkin, made 35 of 21. Omari there at the end, 35 of 18. But then he wasn't asked to face the golden ball. They took him off, and they gave it to the man who was left out there with him. And the Muzammil wasn't able to get the 2 that he required. He was run out trying to come back for the second. What a great delivery this was. This is where the fight back came, right? Getting the ball in the right length. Sultan's Eye starting it off. The Momand bowled a very good over as well. So over number 6 runs. Over number 7, Momand 1, picked up that wicket. Sultan's Eye then came on, and he took 2 wickets. And then I think Kumanjar, the captain, just didn't take responsibility the way he should have. That was a very good catch there, taken on the boundary by Kotawal after he bowled a very good, well, one of his overs was really good as well. We had it all, didn't we? We had it all. There's the catch that was taken there, just plucked it out of the air. That was the end of Larkin. That, a beautiful Yorker to get rid of Kumanjar. And when that wicket went down, that's when we said, right, now we know that Graz Cricket Academy is back in this match. But then all of a sudden, we saw another fight back from Lord CC with over number 8 and number 9, both going pretty expensive, going for 17 and 16. The last over, They needed 11, they got 10, and we went to a golden ball. And don't forget, there was the 5 that was run as well. Oh, this was just hilarious. It was just a comedy of errors. They were running, run, rabbit, run, run. Go on, go one more time. Oh, I'm knackered, he says. He said, don't worry, pick yourself up and go again. We can do 5 here. They did 5. You can see Amari here. He's knackered. He had to be stretchered off. Nish, well, he was falling over if it weren't to the cube. And then there was a single, which meant golden ball. And this is the fumble. In comes the throw. But the batters, I'd love to see what happened with them because he should have got there closer. He doesn't. They don't get the 2 they want. So the Grass Cricket Academy have won this match. We had a golden ball, and guess what? The next match, the counter will be set to 0.
Well, I couldn't believe what I was seeing over there with that 5th run getting run. That is a first. That certainly is a first for me. We'll have a look at the scorecard over here. Pragyam Omari top scoring with 35 runs of 18 deliveries. He was, of course, taken off and didn't face that golden ball. Instead, they brought Nandeep Soghi on just to run, and it was Muzamil Omarkil who faced that delivery. We'll then have a look at the bowling figures here. And Abdullah Kotwal, he had some pretty decent figures of 1 for 22, but Sultan Zai, he is the real hero. I know Akshay Wak stepped up and bowled those pressure overs at the end, but they would never have been in the position to win this game if it wasn't for Sultan Zai's spell.
Oh, what a match. Well, we'll just keep an eye on things. I think we might be just a 5-minute delay to the scheduled time. Just keep an eye on your screens on that if there is a delay. Nothing's coming through just yet, so it looks like we're looking to start on time. So we're going to be saying a very quick moving on from this match number 33. We've given you a golden ball. We've got one finally, folks. It has happened. And it's happened on the 1st of September. We'll never forget that. And we'll never forget how it happened as well, with 5 being run off the penultimate ball as well. So we're going to take a short break here because you can see there in 8 minutes' time, the next match is scheduled to start. Grass Cricket Academy, well, they better take some oxygen pretty quickly as they come out to face Indian CC Vienna. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello cricket lovers, well an amazing Sunday continues with match number 34 when Indian Vienna CC come back after a magnificent start to the day with a classy 150 run chase against Snazi. They now take home the Graz Cricket Academy, also a very powerful outfit. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Indian Vienna the call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Heads it is.
Bat first.
They're going to bat first.
Mehachima winning the toss, and with a big smile and a happy face, he says we are going to have a bat first. Of course he is. His team is starting to click with the bat. As I mentioned earlier, they got a very good win against Snazi in that run chase of 150, and they did it with 10 balls to go. So they are a team definitely to watch. And Kunal, he was sensational in that earlier knock, but he's got so many players there that can go well with him. I liked what Chima did. Ahmad Ghani, I'm expecting him to come back stronger this time around as well. And somebody like Safi in the side, very good all-rounder. You can rely on him with the bat and with the ball. So they're a good unit and they're playing well as well. I like the way that they're supporting each other, no matter if there's mistakes, whether it's misfields or drop catches, they always rally around well. So I'm liking the vibe about Indian CC Vienna. Graz Cricket Academy, what can we say about these guys? You can never count them out. We saw that even in that last match. So the top order, Safi didn't click there, Durrani didn't click, even the left-hander, Akshay Wag, who normally is pretty reliable, he didn't go, but somebody always comes in there and does a good job for him. And I think that's why the captain, Yogesh, is very happy with the way his team is playing at the moment, though he would like the top order to click. But again, there towards the end, when he needed somebody to get them the runs, something like Sultan Zai and also Maman were able to chip in. But he's hoping this time around that this runs are scored at the top end of the order. I think he's going to need them to click, because I think again here it could be another 150, maybe 160 chase. Going to be another exciting match. Nish, let's go over to you. This time around, Indian CC Vienna are going to have a bat first.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to this, of course. Graz Cricket Academy coming off an incredible bonus point victory. Well, he couldn't write that game. It was as entertaining as it gets. How did Lord CC find a way to let that slip away from their grasp? Their losing streak continues, and they have still won just one match for this entire ECS. Graz Cricket Academy, though, they have a winning record now. They move on to 4-3. It was a superb performance by them, culminated in a dramatic golden ball, and we have officially reset the counter. Graz Cricket Academy are now 4-3. And of course, Indian CC Vienna looking really good with a record now 4-2. So both these sides with 4 wins for this European Cricket Series. Let's have a look at some of the star players. So of course, for Graz Cricket Academy, you've got to look at Hamid Safi and Akshay Wag. They are 2 star players for this side. Very, very important, this opening combination. It's really hard for anyone to win without them. Meanwhile, looking at Indian Cricket Club of Vienna, they're currently listed as 62% favorites. They should be ready to get underway very shortly. The players are about to take the field. And, well, it's just going to be a question for this Graz Cricket Academy side. I mean, how can they just get their nerves settled after what has been an absolutely incredible finish to the last game? I mean, there must be a real adrenaline rush for them. And we're just moments away from the first ball. The players and umpires are about to take the field. That's incredible. I mean, how'd you recover from that high? How'd you get back down to earth and get ready to play another cricket match after you've just come off that sensational victory? Graz Cricket Academy, their side just on the edge of the boundary rope, about to make their way onto the playing field. Got Rico Full joining me here in the commentary box. Yeah, looking forward to the start of this game.
Oh boy, am I looking forward to this match. And yeah, you're right. I mean, the team's very excited. The Graz Cricket Academy, look at them. Look at the smiles on their faces. They haven't had too much time to compose themselves to get out there. But look, when you win a match like that on a golden ball, of course you're going to be upbeat. And I think they're going to be feeling pretty high. But they've got to do it in the field again. So they've got to work hard. Remember, just being in the field, they had to go through all the emotions, the highs and lows. It was a bit of a roller coaster ride, wasn't it? But they get the win, but now they're going to be tested again. Remember, not a long break there. And they're up against Indian CC Vienna, who got a win early on today. And they did in style as well, didn't they, against Nazi when they chased 152. And they did it with 10 balls to go. So they're a team that are looking pretty impressive as well. So I just think you're going to be treated to another high-scoring match. And you know what I'm looking forward to seeing, of course, is the golden ball counter on 0. And we feel that we've achieved something, Nish, when we see it back to 0. We'll just have a sigh of relief and go, 0. Because the last thing we needed is Vinny to turn up here and he'd be saying, what have you guys been doing? It's gone up to 300. It was on its way to 300, but we've stopped it. We've done it. So we can start again. And the Graz Cricket Academy playing an exceptional match there with Lord CC. So here we go again. It will be Naveed Hussain who will face the first, and he'll be looking to be hitting a 6 first ball. That's the way they go. And, well, not quite a 6. It's he's out. Oh, the luck at the moment for Graz Cricket Academy. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? The Graz Cricket Academy have just won the golden ball after having to run 5 when they needed 6 to take it to the golden ball. He's hit this. Where's the ball going? Look. Oh, no way. No way. Can we see that from camera 4 as well? That will give us an idea how wide this is. Look at that. He can't believe the batter just says, hang on a minute. No, please. Give me another chance. Well, he's going to have to go. It's the strangest of royal ducks that you will ever see. Give us a little bit of royalty. There you go. When that happens to you, you know there's something going on. So Naveed Hussain gets the royal duck. And Graz Cricket Academy, whatever they've been doing today, well, look at this. It has spun. Well, I tell you what, that reminds me of the delivery that Shane Warne bowled to White Gatting. It really does. He can't do it. I love the bat. He just stands there saying, what am I supposed to do? Nish, welcome back. Talk to me about that.
Oh, that is incredible, isn't it? The ball somehow backspins and rolls onto his stumps. Oh, the luck Graz Cricket Academy are enjoying these last couple of games. Ghani backs away there, and it's a dot ball. Yeah, we could look back at that Naveed Hussain dismissal again and again and again. You got to feel for him. He gets pushed up the order, and he has a chance to open the batting. He would have been really excited for this opportunity, and then he gets dismissed in that kind of fashion on his very first ball.
Crazy, crazy stuff. Still going to miss the effort ball there from Abdullah Kotwal. Shaba. All right, Ahmed Ghani has come out at number 3. Not the start that India CC Vienna wanted. Irfan Safi was the other opener. Short, up in the air. It could be another one. It should be another one. And it will be another one. It's going to be Ahmed Ghani who will go. And he's going to depart for a 3-ball duck. So Ghani now going as well. Oh, it's just all going pear-shaped is the best way to describe this. So has a swing, doesn't get it right. He's going to go. And it's now no runs on the board, 2 wickets down. Graz Cricket Academy, at the moment, they can't do any wrong as the duck comes out. Is the old what a start. And now, just like that, Kunal Joshi comes out with no score on the board and 2 wickets down.
Yeah, look, reading like an Aussie score right now, but it's 0 runs and 2 wickets. Kunal Joshi coming in at number 4. Oh, what a disastrous situation to come into if you're Indian Cricket Club Vienna. We've seen a number of sides over these last couple of days dig themselves out of tough situations. It's become a bit of a trend for teams to lose some early wickets here in Austria over the last 2 days, and then the lower order has come in to bail them out. Are we going to see something similar from Indian CC Vienna? A lovely ball, just gets some nice shape away. Joshi looking to drive it, and it goes past the outside edge of his bat.
Still no runs on the board. 4 balls bowled. 0 runs, 2 wickets down. Abidullah Kotwal bowling. Some serious stuff at the moment. Slower delivery, just gets played on the leg side. The casual run completed there by Joshi and gets the first runs on the board, so he's off the mark. What about Irfan Safi? Will he get off the mark? Well, we'll have to wait and see, because that was, in fact, the end of the over, and it's 1 run on the board, 2 wickets down after the first.
Have a look here at the days left until we head over to Cardamom for the ECC. So we're just 3 weeks away from the marquee event on the European Cricket Network, the ECC, the European Cricket Championship, the Euros of Cricket, as the finest teams from all across the continent will converge at Cardamom for the biggest bash of the year.
Yeah, and can't wait as well. It's going to be quite exceptional, quite sensational. One of our biggest events, or the biggest event maybe of the year. That's just easily helped away down the leg side by Kunal Joshi. We know he plays this shot really well. So I think once again, though, that Indian CC Vienna, they're like a few clubs that they may lose wickets early, but they still have and manage to find a way to get some decent runs on the board. And the key thing there is all right, they've lost 2 wickets, but those 2 batters have only used up 4 deliveries, so plenty still there for batters to get in and get the score on the board. Good heavy delivery there from Moman. This time they don't hold him back, and I think that's good. You've got to have Moman using his pace and firing in these deliveries with the new ball.
I was a bit surprised they didn't bring Meher Chima on at number 4, where the captain didn't come himself just to try to stabilize the situation. We know he's somebody who looks to build partnerships. Oh, could be another wicket. Yes, it is. And another one will fall, so wickets continuing to tumble here for Indian CC. Oh, what a disastrous start. Thick edge goes through to the keeper. Very well taken by Mansoor Safi. This is a fantastic start. Let's have a look at this ball. Back of a left delivery, comes back in quite a bit. And it's taken really well there by the keeper. Yeah, well watched into his gloves. Another one bites the dust.
That's a big wicket. Kunal Joshi, remember, his impact in the last match, 60 not out of 17. They get him for a run of ball 5. Good catch, but it's all about the delivery. The heavy length gets him caught in. It's not wide enough to play this shot. The ball comes back into him. Look, he's trying to get underneath it. He can't. It's a very good catch there taken by Mansoor Safi. The 3rd wicket now goes. So Meher Chima now will come out at number 5. And boy, does he need to get a partnership going here with Safi.
Yeah, I thought you would come in at least 2 down. Well, we know Meher Chima is someone who's capable of playing a longer innings, whereas Kunal Joshi is a much more aggressive batter. But yeah, Chima and Safi got to try to build a partnership.
Shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played, timed very well with Chima. He may be trying to show there's no pressure on him, but there must be pressure on the captain when you're coming out 3 wickets down with just 5 on the board.
Yeah, that one ending up not too far from the ice cube. It actually stuck the back left pillar of the ice cube. So yeah, that's how close it was to hitting us. Takes that one in a little bit shorter. Oh, well, look at the disgust there from Chima. It feels like he's missed out on was probably wishes he had just cut this away a little bit better. But yeah, look at that. He's so annoyed with himself.
I think he's annoyed that he's got drawn into playing that shot, and there's a good chance of him losing his wicket. I think that's upset him more than anything else. Just making some modifications to a cube here. We're just opening the back up slightly to see if we can get a bit of air that's flowing in here. It's getting very warm now. There's no doubt about it. The heat is definitely on at this time of the day. 3:15 local time. And that's well watched. That bubbles up. Ooh. Good throw from the fielder. Nicely done. And that's Tariq Aziz. Picks it up and throws it in. You can see no Durrani in the side. So Tariq Aziz holds his place. Durrani, we saw, had to limp off halfway through bowling his second over. So they're going to be one lighter with the bat as well. That's something that favours the Indian CC Vienna side, but they've got to get the runs on the ball to start off with, and they've struggled here. 9 have come off the first 2, but they've lost 3 wickets. That over, a tidy one, just going for 8. So Mamand bowling at the top of the order and bowling well. Swing and a miss. Start of this next over, so much better from Grass Cricket Academy. They look like a different team, don't they? They started so flat in that last innings, and so many people, not just us, but a lot of people watching in the chat, I know someone, Khan, picked up on it, that how flat they were looking, yet there was that one over from Sultan Zai, which produced, it was a good over, there was good fielding in it, and all of a sudden they just found their touch. They found the momentum, and it happened at the right time. If it happened any later, who knows what could have happened. So now they're looking breezy. They're supporting each other. They're on their toes. They're backing up. They just look like a completely different side. Kotwal, what a fine spell of bowling from him at the moment. Bowling himself out here. 2 for 2 so far of the 8 balls that he's bowled.
Oh, great ball there. Absolutely terrific delivery. Got the length. Absolutely spot on. Let's have one more look at this. Yeah, as we say, the length is probably the most important thing at this level, and it's, yeah, there it is. Yorker length delivery.
Yeah, beautifully done, beautifully bowled. Exceptional bit of bowling.
Oh, it's played out towards a backward point, and that's good fielding. It's actually the fielder backing up has done a good job to make sure it doesn't get past him. It's only going to be a single.
Chima will probably be talking to Safi all the way through here, saying, come on, let's get something going here. They've still got something like Saudadran, who we know can hit the ball pretty well. That one is going to be a teaser, but it will go all the way. Shaba. So Irfan Safi picked up his first boundary, and he does it in the form of a Maximo. So good hit from him. Yeah, just having a look down there. So of course you still got the likes of Daud Zadran. Hit the ball pretty well. Faridullah Shams, we know, can also be pretty useful, but haven't really seen too much more of the others. So this partnership, you'd have to say, is pretty important right now. Just goes to work this away, and Chima, well, he stops and starts and stops and starts, and Irfan Safi does the same. He will eventually get there, but it's not the best bit of running from the 2 batters out there.
Yeah, let's look at this. It's a big hesitation there by the striker, trying to scramble across to the other. I got a question coming in from Ederico Junior Agoni. Of course, Ederico just getting into cricket now. He's from the Philippines, and he says he's really fallen in love with the sport over these last few weeks. And he's got a question in here. Are hat-tricks common in T10 cricket? Well, we've had somewhere between 700 to 800 matches, and we've only had about 30 hat-tricks. So just long story short, not really. It's quite rare when it happens, and always very special.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, great question, by the way. Love to see you tuning in, and I'm great that you're enjoying the cricket. But remember, the bowlers in T10 bowl 12 deliveries, 12 legal deliveries. And, to pick up a hat-trick, to do it in 12 balls is pretty special. So it's not that common, and that one has been played away brilliantly. That is common, though, being hit for 6, as that's a nice pickup from Irfan Safi. A little bit too much width there from Momand, and when Momand doesn't get the line right, he will get put away. But it does happen, and of course we had one here on Friday. I know that you were on your day off, and we had that hat-trick, and it was a brilliant hat-trick because it involved a brilliant catch first from the captain. Busset Amari took a brilliant catch to get the first wicket, and then Shafiq Safi, and just beautiful full-length deliveries. Good catching behind the stumps from the keeper. Got him that hat-trick. It was a great hat-trick. It's a lovely moment there for Safi. But it does happen. It does happen, but sometimes you do need a little bit of luck to get there. But thank you very much for your question.
Yeah, and absolutely. Another thing worth pointing out is obviously in T10 cricket, bowlers are looking to bowl more defensive. Their priority is not to concede runs rather than get wickets. However, you can often get a lot of wickets because batters are just looking to attack every ball, and the price to put on their wickets is a lot lower. This one's gone up in the air, and it's going to go over long on. 6 more runs. Great strike there by Safi.
Safi leading back the attack. Momand just not getting the line right. Yeah, you're right. And the other thing about hat-tricks is quite often you'll see them taken by bowlers bowling at the end of the innings, and it could be a team that are, 7 wickets down. It's the last over, so they're going to be swinging to try and either get a win or swinging to try and get a high score put on the board. So it does happen, and it usually happens when batters just have no regard for the wicket. They're just throwing the bat at everything to try and get whatever runs they can get on the board. That's another very good shot. So, Momand in this over, he's getting the treatment, isn't he? He's just over-pitching. I think that might be the attempted slower delivery, but it's being picked by Irfan Safi, and he plays that away beautifully straight down the ground as well. It's another boundary for him in this over.
Absolutely. 16 runs off the first 4 balls of this over. That one struck beautifully down the ground. And now, as you can see, Safi on 23 of 8 deliveries. He's playing that counter-attacking innings his side needs just to put some pressure back on Graz Cricket Academy, who were cruising during the power play. Oh, what a shot. Incredible shot. This is going to take some fielding out in the deep end. Fielder's not going to be able to get to it. He could have done a little bit better. Could have got down a bit quicker, but it was always going to be a tough challenge. We'll take a look at the shot again. Yeah, it's in the slot. Batter's able to get underneath it, elevates it over the fielder in the inner ring. Big sprint. Can't quite get down to it in time. It actually covered a lot of the ground, and it goes away for 4 runs.
It's slightly risky shot to be playing, but he knows he's got to back himself here. Just gets it over the inner fielder. Short ball to finish with Safi's not able to. You can see what Safi's saying to himself there, saying, I've got to uppercut that. But you take that. You got 20 off the over. You finally get yourself going. I mean, remember, it was 18 for 3 of the first 3, so they've more than doubled their score in just that one. Important they don't lose a wicket. So it's 38 for 3 after 4.
Yeah, the idea clearly there was to go up and over. And 20 runs coming off that over. Absolutely massive. We saw more runs in that over than the entire power play.
Yeah, that was quite unique. So, now, interesting here for Graz, because they had this in the last match where the innings swung up and down. They sort of easily lost the first 3 overs, didn't they? And then came back brilliantly in the next sort of 5 to just lose their way again towards the end. It's very important to try and keep this shape all the way through. That one gets played down the ground by Chiba. Will take the single, and he'll be more than happy at the moment to allow Safi to keep going. But remember, Chima really surprised us in that first win that they got against Nazi when chasing 150. He came out there and he smashed it all over the place at a time when really he didn't have to, because he had other batters that were set. I'll come back for 2. Good running there from Chima. Saw that the fielders didn't pick this up clean. Liam had a bit of a mess of it, and he's quick to call Safi through for another.
Now here's a man coming on to bowl who, in my opinion, could very easily have won man of the match for his performance. He had figures of 2 for 8 in the 2 overs he bowled. He turned the game on its head when his side looked like they were certain to face a defeat. Sultan Zai, well, can he do the trick here as well? He started off really well these first couple of deliveries.
Yeah, Sultan Zai, I think he played brilliantly. I think he did get the player of the match, didn't he? I'm pretty sure he did. Yeah, he got the because he scored 27 of 10. And then he bowled those cracking Yorkers. That's in past the infield, and it's not going to be stopped by the sweeper who's coming across there from the long on position. Once again, just time to perfection. And this outfield just showing there's no mercy. And once it gets past you, you're just not going to stop it.
Yeah, excellent shot there. Really, really well struck. Goes away for 4 runs. I love the way Irfan Safi's batting. I mean, this has been a great innings by him under pressure. Came to open the batting, and he saw all of his strike partners getting dismissed at the other end.
Swing and a miss as he dances down to go down the ground. I can understand the shot he's trying to play, though he's got to get it absolutely right, especially with those 2 batters dead straight. Couple of balls to come here. They don't want to lose a wicket. That's hit beautifully. Lovely shot. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginnasona. Well, that is out sweet of the middle of the bat. Sweeter than a bowl of gulab jambu. A gulab jambu with ice cream on a hot day like this would be fantastic right now. And it has really got warm, folks. The last, ever since the golden ball, the heat is on. It's very hot out there at the moment. And the players, one more ball, and they'll take some refreshments as this one gets played away. Will be a single. That means the recovery continues. After being 9 for 3, these two have taken the score now into the 50s. 53 or 52, it will be through 3. At the end of 5 overs, Rico Full here along with Nishay Butt. Well, there you go, everybody. The golden ball did come up, and the counter now stays at 0. What a match, that last one.
Yeah, what a relief. We've also got the golden ball counter down to 0. As I said, a number of times. It's been a fairly barren summer in that department. That game was incredible. I mean, for me, the highlight were those 5 runs that were run on the second last ball of the innings. I've never seen anything like that.
I want to know, I'm going to ask you this, because I'm trying to think to myself, and I don't think I've beat 5 runs, right? So we've seen 5 wides. We've seen a no ball called, and the ball's gone for 4 bites. That's 5. We've seen overthrows. Batters have run 1. The ball's been thrown in. It's gone over the boundary. 5 runs. 5 actually run. I don't think we've had it. I mean, somebody's got to come back and tell. We must.
We need to ask if that's something that was even on our final frontier.
Yeah, I mean, I seem to. I think there's a scene in Czechia where we're seeing the batters run 4, but 5. I don't think we've had 5. Somebody's really got to dig deep here, and, well, maybe Mr. Maximo himself. I know Maximo will be here next week, but if we can get hold of him before then. Have we had 5 run? And I mean run, not runs, run. They ran 5, and that meant that happened on the penultimate ball. Then they needed 2 to win. They got a single. We go to the golden ball. But that 5 was so important, but what a match. In the end, the batting side then fell short. All sorts of things. I mean, the decision with Amari, would you have just stuck with Amari at the strikers then?
It just felt like he was a bit exhausted, didn't he, as he was coming off the field. And, of course, they would have more information about his physical condition than we do. But, of course, if he was fully fit, it's a no-doubter. You're obviously going to have him facing that ball.
The thing is, you think, all right, most batters, when it comes to that golden ball, I think we've seen it once where it was cleverly just played towards point and they ran 2. But most batters are looking to hit the boundary. Amari, I don't think he would have been thinking of running. He would have been thinking of hitting the ball. 35 of 18, and then you get taken out of the attack, if you like, for the non-striker at the time to hit the golden ball. And it didn't work, and that's great fielding. Really good fielding, taken on the arm, and they will get there. But once again, wonderful fielding. Saves 2 runs there for me.
Yes, superb work there. Saves his side quite a few runs. We'll have another look at this. Yeah, it was a bit of width on offer there. It looked like it was going to go away for 4 runs. And, well, look at how quickly He has managed to get to that ball. His anticipation was great. That's why he's able to make it there on time. Just taking a look at this field setting. So as you can see, got a deep point in place, a deep extra cover, very straight long off, long on, and a cow corner. This one struck straight down the ground. Big chase here for the fielder at long off. He gets down, does quite well. That's Bharat Gowda, and was got to it. Yeah, I think there might even have been a possibility for them at one point to run 6 runs, but I think they were just so exhausted they couldn't bring themselves to run another one. That would have been something unique.
They had it.
Now struck away towards the mid-on. Just another single. So Wag, of course, the man who bowled that golden ball, the hero from the last game, also came in to bowl that dramatic final over. Oh, terrible delivery. This is a big no ball. Massive no ball. And he's also very lucky that full toss hasn't gone away for a boundary. The batter has actually struck this quite nicely, but he's very unfortunate that he's actually hit this straight at Misal out of deep cover. Either side of him, it was going for 4. That's a wide delivery. It's got to be careful here. Safi, you can still get run out on a wide delivery.
The leg side.
Big appeal over there. Oh, so that last ball was not given a wide, it was given a dot ball. Yeah, so I do recall not seeing a wide signal. I do recall it, but I just assumed that it would have been given a wide. I guess the umpire assumed that maybe it's just grazing some of the line along the way, but yeah, that was not a wide. That was the free hit, so I guess you can put that down as a perfect delivery by Wag, perfect wider delivery.
He's bowled well, he's bowled with confidence, hasn't he? And of course, he held his nerve, but he couldn't hold the ball here and allows the batters to get 2 runs, and it was off the bat this time, so that's going to be 2 runs. But a very good over, despite a few issues. The no ball, the 2, they got away with a free hit, a leg by then, and 2 runs there, courtesy of a slight misfield. So partnership continues, 61 for 3 after 6.
Here's a look at the scorecard. As we can see, Irfan Safi batting superbly. It's been a solo performance by him so far for Indian CCVN, and nobody else has provided him much support. At least Chima's been able to hold one end. He's batting on 7 of 9, but it has been the Irfan Safi show so far for the Indian Cricket Club.
Yeah, Chima, though, of course, we know what he's capable of. As soon as he finds one ball whiz off the middle of his bat, he'll be back. There's no doubt about that. And that's what he's waiting for here. As looks like they will go back, of course, to a man who's been very impressive with his bowling. And that is Sultan Zai. So, Nagibullah Sultan Zai, player of the match performance in that win against Lord CC on the golden ball. 27 runs when all the other batters really didn't click. Him and Yogesh Balage, the captain, did most of the work and then bowled 2 for 8 in his 2 overs. And what he's done here, if you have a look at this bowling, that's going to be, once again, fielded before it gets to the boundary. He just got the ball pitched up and he has avoided giving too many half volleys as well. They haven't been able to get him away, and he just thought, you know what, all I'm going to keep trying to do is pitch the ball up. There he goes again. This time, though, it's just a little bit short, and it's Meha Chima who gets it away. So Big Chima gets 6. Just a little interesting shot there. He sort of looks like he makes the batter feel he's coming down the wicket, then rocks back, and I think he forces maybe the bowler Sultan Zai to go fuller, but Chima is rocked back and he's waiting for it. That's nicely struck. And it's hit well and fielded well. Just a single, so quite happy to just rotate the strike here. The 2 batters, of course, we've talked about the day it is today, and we celebrate World Letter Day, a day where we pick up a pen and paper and write to each other, whether it's a postcard or just a letter. In the air now, chance, got to get there. Can he get there? Oh, it just dropped short. The batters think 2, and we'll go 2. Half a chance Doesn't go to hand, but you got to say perhaps half a chance here. We'll take a good look at it here one more time. Just can't get to it. Whether he dives forward or not, maybe. Also a day back in 1985. A search led by American oceanographer Robert Ballard, was when the wreck of the Titanic was found on the ocean floor at the depth of 13,000 feet. Or if you like, 4,000 meters. That one gets whacked away. It's another good shot. It's the end of another over. And the recovery continues from these two as they look to put a 50-run partnership together. 73 for 3 after 7.
Here's a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. And as we can see, we'll be here in Austria until the 8th of September. Of course, we got the ECS concluding on the 6th, and then a weekend of international. I actually got a big couple of weeks over in Croatia as well. Looking forward to that. And then just have a look at the series we added in just before the start of the ECC. It'll be over in Greece, as of course the Spanish will be touring the beautiful Greek island of Corfu.
Yeah, and Danny Hudacek, I believe, is going to make his way over there. This one's not a good delivery. The fielder throws himself at this, can't stop it. That's going to be a minimo. That's not the way to start the 8th over. 18 balls to go. You want to keep it nice and tight. And Tariq Aziz coming on to bowl. Remember, he came on as the 12th man in the last match, and of course he couldn't bowl. But with no Durrani in the side, they've got to get an over in from somebody somewhere, and they're going with Aziz here, and Tariq doesn't make a good start. It's played away. That's better. It shouldn't go to the boundary. It's just a single this time. So Safi, who has made his 50, by the way, hands over to Chima. 50 off just 22 deliveries. So well batted to Irfan Safi. Chima hits this firmly, and the fielder does very well to stop this. Good bit of work. Good technique from the fielder. Gets the body behind it, and at the last moment takes the head away from the ball that could potentially come back and catch it, but he makes the stop.
Yeah, we got Paul Kempen in the chat saying the last game was one of the best matches he believes he has seen in ages.
Well, Paul, it's a few people said that our blood pressure went through the roof. You're right, mine did. You're right, John. It was a good match. You know why it was such a good match, I think? You know, we sometimes see one-sided matches or we see matches where batting from both teams has just been on fire, and you end up seeing some good run chases, and we've seen that here already. But in that match, both teams had their ups and their downs. Both teams at one point were out of it, and they were in it. And that's what made it so exciting. It really was a proper roller coaster ride. And in the end, unfortunately, Lord CC just lost out at the last moment. The golden ball settled it in favour of Graz Cricket Academy. Yeah, great match.
Yeah, ultimately, though, looking back at that game, that match was Lord CC to lose, and I think, looking at it, it was daylight robbery by Graz CC. I don't know how they managed to pinch that game. Oh, struck away, goes all the way, was on the pads, and it's gone the distance for a 6. You can't afford to bowl there if you're Aziz. Aziz has had a pretty miserable ECS, in all honesty. He's been very expensive throughout the course of this series. Of course, he's come in because Graz do have a key injury and a player who's missed out for this match. So Tariq Aziz inserted into the lineup, and he's going for runs.
Yeah, I think the captain knew at some point he had to make this call. I often sometimes feel if you've got to do it, make it earlier. Batters may not tend to be so aggressive early on, but you can see they're going after him here. That's another one that will go to the boundary. I think that's one bounce for. So the 100 coming up almost at the end of that over. They'll be on 95 of 8. What a good recovery this is. And once again, it could be another 120 kind of score, very similar to the one we saw in that last match, 123 to 123, which delivered the golden ball. That over, though, from Aziz goes for 22. And the ones before it weren't too bad. The 9 and the 12 followed after the drinks break. But you can see that it's been such a good recovery because that third wicket fell off the 9th delivery of the innings. But one thing I said at the time, is though it doesn't and didn't look good, 9 for 3 at the end of 2 overs, those wickets that fell, they didn't chew up deliveries. That meant that batters, if you got a partnership going, would have plenty of balls to bat, and that's what these two have done. Now they're looking to capitalise with 12 balls to go. You would be looking to go at 30 here, so a 125 finish, and that's what you can see the computer is thinking that as well on the expected score, 125. That's hit really hard, and that's good ground fielding. The 2 men straight for Graz Cricket Academy have been very good. They've been on form. They've stopped most things that have come their way.
Yeah, they've done a great job. I mean, they're the 2 men. They have Bharat Gowda and, of course, Yogesh Palage out at long on. Have both done a superb job patrolling those straight boundaries. Full toss, pummeled, punished, goes well over long off. There's nothing any fielder can do about that because that's going sailing 10 meters beyond the boundary rope.
It's not a good delivery. It's over pitched, and Chima doesn't have to do anything but hit it. Doesn't have to use his feet, doesn't have to try and get funky. He just stands and delivers. That's pinged off the middle of his bat. Akshay Wag normally bowls nice and tidily. That one is a loose delivery. Oh, crunched. That's hit hard, and that's going to go into the field again. Well, watch out in there. All sorts of things lurking. And, well, there's been a news flash. Watch out for the snakes. I don't know if there's any snakes in there this afternoon. It's that time of day when it heats out like this, the snakes do come out. And, well, we've seen before the snake sitting on the ball. So just be careful going into that field.
It also brings up the 100 partnership for Safi and Chima. What an incredible recovery.
And that is going to be out of here as well. And look at the bottom hand coming into this shot from Meher Chima as he eyes up another half century, moves to 46. What a glorious stroke. This one is beautifully played. Oh, that's a terrific shot.
Terrific, incredible hit over mid-wicket. Goes for 6 runs. And these two have done a stellar job. I mean, keep in mind, they came together when their side was up 5 for 3 and looked like they were in dire straits. And now all of a sudden, Indian Cricket Club Vienna looked like they could post a really respectable score on the board.
Akshay. Short and hammered. Oh, that's gone big into the field. That's a biggie. The fielders are not even thinking. You know why they're not going in there? Because there's snakes in there, I'm telling you. They're not going in there because these Grizzlies now are being guarded by the snakes. A few players came up to me this morning and said, hey, Rico, have a word with the Federation when you please, because it's getting dangerous out there with the snakes. Well, I don't think I have any power on that. And, but you can see fielders not too keen to go out there this time of day because the snakes are slithering around. We saw a meerkat in there earlier. I like the meerkat helping out getting the ball back. And that is the way it's looking at the moment. Once again, another good recovery. 118 for 3. And these two have both brought up their half centuries. Irfan Safi and Meher Chima. And, well, last over, 12, 6 balls to go. If they go at the 2s, the 12, I reckon 18. They'll be looking at 18 here. 18 takes them past that 135. That'll be a really good score. 134 expected. So the computer thinking the same as me at the moment here. Let's see how it goes. Safi on strike. And he goes for it, and he will get another 6. So that's 6. So really 2 more big hits like that, and they get their 18. 6 more. We go into the 120s now. 124 for 3.
What a way to celebrate bringing up your half century, of course. First career 50 for Safi, 4th career half century for Chima. Both these two have played fantastically over this innings. I mean, keep in mind, Chima started off, he was on just 7 of 9, and he has accelerated so much over these last 12 deliveries. 45 runs off them. Oh, great ball there, much better. Mesal gets the length spot on. Terrific comeback delivery after getting hit for a 6. Yeah, going back to your point, Enrico, no, absolutely love answering your questions. It's great to see that you're taking an interest in the sport, and whatever you'd like to ask, more than happy to answer it on here or in the chat, as I have been.
Yeah, and I know that the chat are very keen to help you with your questions as well. That's going to be a teaser. Has it gone all the way or not? It's going to be pretty close to it, you know. The umpires just want to check. Well, there's the signal. It does go all the way. Manos, arriba, 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 arbitro. Put them up in the air like you just don't care. That's 6 more.
It's just going beyond the rope there. That has gone the distance for a Maximo. Now 13 off this over so far. Still got 3 more balls to come in. Now all of a sudden, Indian Cricket Club Vienna could even get to something above 140. Goes big again. Doesn't have enough distance on it. It doesn't by the looks of it. Oh, lands safely in the Bermuda Triangle right between 3 players. And it's just going to be the 1 run, but well, not much respite if you're Masal, because it just means you get onto another dangerous batter in Safi. Big swing and a miss.
There have not been too many dots since these two have come together, and that's been the secret of this partnership. And just looking in front of me here, I can see only a handful. That's it. Just a handful of dots. It's been quite incredible. And now, what's the height on this? A wide ball signal, so that's going to be a wide. That'll have to be bowled again. 133. If they can get one away here, let's say they're going to Maximo here. I mean, that they set 140 as a target. That's going to be great. But I do feel, Nish, I just feel that even from Graz, we're going to see a better performance from them with the bat. It's another wide.
The Graz have so much quality with the bat in hand. I mean, obviously, they have such a strong top order. And Hamid, Safi, and Akshay Wagh, both of them are very powerful hitters. And then you look at that middle order as well. I mean, there is so much power hitting in there, especially someone like Bharat Gowda, who we know he's the sort who can play innings where he gets 20 runs of 8 deliveries or something along those lines. It's just a little nick there, and Safi will get dismissed. So this partnership is officially broken on the last ball of this innings. And what an incredible partnership it's been. A 129-run partnership that has put their side in a commanding position. They were 5 for 3 early in this innings. They had a disastrous power play where they were 18 for 3 at the end of it, and somehow Indian CC Vienna have managed to get themselves to 134. Huge congratulations to both Safi and Chima for the way they batted. We'll now have a look at the highlights of this innings, and this was the very first ball. Now, how do you get out like that? A little bit of backspin, rolls onto the stumps. You got to feel for Naveed Hussain. He gets promoted to open the batting. He would have been so excited to have the opportunity, and he gets out in the most bizarre possible fashion on the very first ball. In the same over, Ahmad Ghani would get dismissed as well. A good catch there by Masal to get rid of him. Kotwal got a couple of wickets in that first over. And then we'd see another batter depart shortly after that. That would be the end for Kunal Joshi. A thick edge through to the keeper, Mansoor Safi, and they found themselves 5 for 3.
Yeah, and then after that, it was a long wait before they picked up another wicket, because then we saw the start of a very good partnership. There was patience from Chima. He didn't go for a big shot straight away. He stuck around. Safi also himself, they just put away the bad ball. That's what I liked about that partnership. They took it to the end of the 5th over where they would have drinks. They then reassessed the situation, and then you can see that they became just a little bit more authoritative there, and especially towards the end of the innings where they would go 22, 23 and 16 of that last over to finish on a very good and very competitive score of 134.
We'll have a look at some other key moments from this game. And of course, we'll now have a look at this scorecard. So of course, Naveed Hussain, as you can see, departed for a golden duck. Very unfortunate for him. Got to open the batting and was dismissed on a ball that just backspun and rolled onto his stumps. Ahmad Ghani departed for a duck as well, a 3-ball duck for him. Kunal Joshi struck a nice looking 4, and then a couple of balls later, he was dismissed. A good catch by Mansoor Safi off a thick edge from the bowling of My One Moment to get rid of him. And then, of course, we saw a terrific partnership, an absolutely brilliant 4th wicket partnership that was worth 129 runs to get Indian CC Vienna into this strong position. We'll turn our attention to the bowling figures of this Graz Cricket Academy side, and as you can see, Abdullah Kotwal figures of 2 for 9, an incredible bowling performance by him. Was very impressed with the way he bowled. Sultan Azai was a little more expensive in this match after a man of the match performance in the previous game where he had figures of 2 for 8, and they gave up 10 runs of extras, which is about par for what we have seen here over the course of this European Cricket Series. So we've come to the end of the first innings of match 34, and Graz Cricket Academy need 135 runs to win.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings, and what an incredible fight back by Indian Cricket Club of Vienna. We saw a 129-run fourth wicket partnership to help get their side out of a 5-3 hole. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. So, of course, if they're able to achieve this in 7 overs or less, and of course I am referring to Graz Cricket Academy, they will leave this match with bonus points. Of course, that would require them to go at 19.1 and over, which is no easy feat. Meanwhile, if they're restricted to 97 or less, then Graz Cricket Academy will give up their sole point to Indian CC of Vienna. Here we go. We're just moments away from the first ball. It looks like it's going to be Naveed Hussain to bowl the first over. You know, he's a big slingy bowler. He's got that Lasith Malinga style action, or very similar to Pathirana as well. Of course, he currently plays for the Sri Lankan national team. Bowls a nasty Yorker, as anyone who can perfect that action is capable of bowling. Here we go. First ball of the second innings. It's Safi on strike. And he starts off with a ball that just shapes away really nicely. Yeah, good ball there by Hussain. Nice length and get some movement away as well. Take a look at the field setting here. So everybody in on the offside except the long off, and they've got a cow corner in place as well. Oh, that is way too wide, and I just wondered if they would risk maybe trying to pinch an extra run of buys as well. In the end, they opt not to. Safi makes the no call. Yeah, massively wide. Yeah, with the field setting he has, it's obviously important that he keeps it nice and full, but also straight. He needs to bowl really straight. Oh, perfect. Absolutely perfect. That's exactly where he needs to bowl it. Oh, what a wicket here for Hussain. How often has he done that? Picks up one more. It's a major scalp right at the start of this inning. Safi will depart. He's gone for a duck. Let's have a look at this again. Yeah, looking to play across the line at that one. And he gets clean bowled. And again, what I love about this man, what I love about Naveed Hussain, is he just keeps it full and straight. And that's how he's able to pick up so many wickets. Hamid Safi departs without troubling the scorers.
That's where you've got to be, and you mentioned it. I think when you've got a bowler that's got this slingy action, if they get it right, it's so difficult to pick because of where the ball is coming from. You know that a lot of batters are told, right, you know, when the bowler's coming in, look to see how he's holding the ball, where the ball is coming from. Is he doing anything different with it, with the wrist, with the fingers? When you've got a slinger like this, it's just so hard to pick. And don't forget, these guys have probably played him before plenty of time. If he gets that Yorker in there, it's hard to get away. So good start from Naveed Hussain.
Up in the air, and it's going to go all the way for a 6. So Masson, well, he's showing Safi how it's done. Hits the 6 off his very first ball.
Yeah, again, this time it's pretty full, but it goes wider outside the off. But it's that half volley length that he's able to get under it. So swings hard, elevates it high, goes a long way. 6 runs. Back to the drawing board.
Oh, this time he's going for that leg stump Yorker, and such fast hands there by Masson. Such fast hands. I think it's just come off the toe end of his bat. He's having a look at it. But look how he just whips right through the line of that ball. Terrific shot.
Yeah, nice whippy action. So all about the length. Let's see if he can come back here and get the ball that fuller. Get that Yorker length in there again. Get the Yorker length, you cause trouble. That's where he needs to be.
So back-to-back boundaries here, 6 and 4. Oh, he's going for the same ball again. This time it's going to go all the way into the sunflower field. It's going for a 6. Oh, incredible elevation here by Misal. He's bowling these low full tosses and he's able to get underneath it. Flick of the wrist away for 6.
The good news is the fielder might get a bit of help finding this one. I think the meerkats are back. They're driving away, of course, some of the wilder animals. Let's see if Senor Meerkat can find this ball for the fielder. Well, they're waiting. So let's see if the meerkat can help out. It's over here. Oh, there you go. Thank you, meerkat. And I just love them, meerkats. They're simply the best. Here it is. Here's the ball. And the fielder says, thank you very much. And out he comes, just like that. You see the meerkats. They're wonderful. Well done to Senor Meerkat. Of course, I'm glad that it's the nice animals here today. A few people saying, watch out for the lions in there. Haven't seen a lion as yet. I think the worst it's got is the wolves when they've been woken up. Oh. Big swing, a bit of an appeal, and I think it's just an optimistic appeal because it's been missed out. But 17 come off the first. So there has been a wicket, but there is 17 off it. Once again, I think it's going to be a similar sort of innings that we've seen many a time from Grass Cricket Academy. They'll go out there swinging. Now just take a look at the first ball that Hamid Safi faced. He swung big at it. Here it is. It's the big 0. Nish, we've done it.
Yep, we got the big egg up there. Luf, 0 matches since we last had a golden ball. Wow. And, well, can we make a bit of history and become, for the first time ever, get back-to-back golden balls? Or am I getting a bit greedy?
Well, now then. Well, it could be like the buses. You never know. It could be like the buses, maybe. So, here comes. Well, that's nicely played, but no runs this time.
Oh, slight mix-up. Could have been a chance for a run out if the throw had gone to the right end.
Big pick up and throw.
They're just making a few adjustments in the field here, so they're bringing mid-off up, sending mid-on back, and they've also got a cow corner in place. Yagani is going to look to bowl this very straight and full. He ends up going for a hard length delivery. Wonder if that was just a bluff, but it ends up working out fine for him.
His mark goes the bowler. Just a change in the field I'm noticing here. This square leg goes back and mid-wicket comes inside to the edge of the circle. Ahmed Ghani once again. Batter just gets very, very lucky here. Takes a big shuffle across his stumps and then gets an inside edge onto this. So Sanwagol gets another boundary away. 20 of 6 balls. Just I must admit, I've been very impressed with the attitude and the way that the batters have come out and struck the ball here. Very few teams have deployed the strategy of not really going for it. I know that a few times in Romnish when we were talking about some of the teams, you know, we mentioned that they've got to change their mindset. They've got to go, not worry about losing wickets, go for wins. I think a number of times you talked about teams who were afraid to lose wickets, and as a result of that, they ended up not completing run chases or not getting big runs on the board. Here, I think they're doing it the right way. These guys know how to play this format.
No, they absolutely do. I think that all these sides here, they pace their innings so well. I think they bat deep, which is something you don't tend to see in too many countries. Now, lowish full toss, and that's going to be sent away for a 4. It was struck so hard that the fielder at long on barely had a chance to flinch before the ball raced past him.
Yeah, no chance. I mean, just watch. Look at it's the puff of smoke on this ground as that gets past. Yeah, it's quite amazing, really, when we think about what we're seeing here. If we look at the next, I mean, even if you look at today, right, we've seen a 150 chase Yesterday, you saw a comprehensive 130 chase on 2 occasions, so you saw another one. So chasing scores for 130, 140 is like the norm. And when you consider that you're talking there about going up 14 and over, that's quite incredible. I don't think we've seen it consistently that good all the way through at any point. I mean, chasing 140s, 150s, and just thinking it's going to happen and you're doing it with 10 balls to go, whatever, that's quite exceptional. It really just goes to show how this game just continues to change. Toe end. Chase on. Won't get there. It'll be another fall.
That's another boundary. That one was going to be very wide, but Masson just kind of slashes hard at it. Has to wait an H for it. Well, he almost had the time to play 3 shots by the time the ball got to him. But yeah, just going back to the point, I made this point during the first match of the day, but
yeah.
We've only seen 2 scores below 100 so far this ECS, and that's very rare. I mean, usually in every European cricket series, you have at least one team just struggle with the bat. They might have one good batter in the team, but everyone here, even a side like Vienna Danube, who are sitting there with no wins to their name, are capable of getting 150 runs.
Yeah, and we saw that yesterday, didn't we? In fact, they lost when they put 150 on the board. So it just goes as though that 150 doesn't mean you're winning a match. Oh, well, that one's been slung. It never just came back, this one. As that is worked away to the boundary. It's a lovely shot from Akshay Wag. It's his turn to get going. This ball just never, it sort of stayed at that height all the way through. It never did anything. It never came back in. No movement. But it's an easy hit for Akshay Wag, who brings up his first boundary. And Naveed Hussain, the first ball he bowls of his second, will go to the boundary. 17 came off his first.
Oh, better. Good comeback ball there by Hussain. Gets the length spot on over there.
Shaba Naveed, you heard that on the microphone, so good comeback from Naveed. For me, if I'm just watching that, it's a good stop. Well done by the fielder. I think, no, they just stick 2-1. So I think saves definitely 3 and even 2 because they don't go for the second. But yeah, I'm just watching Naveed here, and he's not getting low enough sometimes. If we watch him here, let's see how he goes here. Now that one, he gets too low, so it's very short and gets mullered big down the ground. Samagol muscling at the moment is muscling in, isn't he? Because that is huge. That is a massive hit. That's a monster stroke. That's brutal from him so far as he smashes another 6 and he moves into the 30s, 340 strike rate. But yeah, I mean, because he's a slingy action, I've sort of noticed the first 2 balls, because he's not bending down, the arm's coming across but going flat. Because when you're bowling slingy action, the arm always stays flat. It's the way you angle your body. So here again, short. That's going to end up in the field, you know. It's too short. It's almost a one-handed shot. And one hand comes off the bat, and well, Samagol gets another boundary. Just watch this one. You see at this point, the one hand comes off. One-handed 6 this time, but he's struggling getting into it. I don't think he's found his rhythm here. I wonder if he might be better if he tries to come around the wicket, and because he's not really darting across with his body, I don't think he'll get in the umpire's way. Needs to find that Yorker, that killer Yorker.
To charge down the wicket, and Hussain just pushing one wide. I like this analogy here by Physio Shubo in the chat, saying that this is Malinga getting smashed by Surya Kumar Yadav. So very interesting player comparisons there.
Well put. Like it, like the way you're thinking.
Looking back at that ball, though, I mean, that is well inside the tram line. Don't know how that was given a wide. Oh, it's gone up in the air. Does it have enough on it? Oh, you bet it does. Goes all the way away for a 60. Bring up their 50 inside the power play. Massive power play for Graz Cricket Academy. They are 55 for 1 at the end of 3.
This is them. This is the way they play. And we've touched on this before. They're a team they could be for just 15, 16 on the board. They could be 5 down, or they're a team that in 5 overs could have 90 odd on the board. They are just all-out aggression. Akshay Wagh, I think, has been asked to go to the top of the order just to give them some sensibility about the way they bat. He's the one batter who doesn't necessarily just bat that way. I mean, we saw that Hamid Safi throwing everything at it, gets out for a duck, but they've got still plenty of batters. Of course, no Durrani in the side because of his injury, but still so much batting there to come. Just have a look at that. Still got Gowda, still got Yogesh Balage to come out there, who we know can smash the ball over the place. Still got the might of Sultan Zai as well, and Mansoor Safi. Remember, they've given him a few goes at the top of the order, hasn't clicked, so he's, I think, sensibly been dropped down the order a little bit as well. You know, the left and right combination, it works. And that doesn't quite get it in the gap. They'll take a single, probably gets a little bit of bat on it. Yeah, he does. So straight back to the hard-hitting muscle in at the moment. Amantai seeing if he can get a breakthrough here.
Yeah, so Masal now just 4 runs away from a half century. A fine batting performance by him. Of course, he was batting a lot lower down the order in the previous match. Graz are the kind of team who do play around a bit with their order. They give Samar Golvi promotion, and he's played a fine innings. Got 1 career 50. That was, of course, last year against the Austrian Cricket Tigers when he had an undefeated 61. So he's looking for his 2nd career 50 here.
And he's a hit away because that's what he's looking to do. Just hit the ball as hard as he can. And Ahmadzai is going to try and stop him. Ooh, almost does. Fuller delivery. Doesn't quite get it right. You can see he's trying to get under these, but if that ball is that Yorker length, it's not so easy to do. And, back to his mark, takes his time. That will be it. Oh, and he holds the pose immaculately as well as this one smashes in to the tower. What a shot. Again, देख ला मैं अपनी हाफ सेंचुरी भी पूरी करनी है ना फिर ना मेरी 2-3 फोटोआं भी खिंच दो ले ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਪੋਜ਼ ਤਾਂ ਕਰ ਦੂੰਗਾ ਦੇਖ ਲਓ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਛੱਕਾ देख लो मेरी pose. And he says, smile please, click, 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 because that is as good as they get as it smashes. There you go. A nice shot of that going into the tower. Give us a little bit of love up there. Are we all right? A thumbs up will do. Oh, that one crashes into the tower.
Got him. He's gone. Is there a little bit of an edge there? They're absolutely convinced he's out, and the umpire has raised his finger, so Misal departs as soon as he gets over the 50 mark. Oh, a little bit of respite here for Indian Cricket Club of Vienna. This is the wicket they so desperately needed. The game was slipping away from them. Has the bowler also get just in front of the umpire's line of sight there?
Yeah, I mean, the umpire doesn't give this straight away. Now, let's see this. So he bowls it, and he does go around the wicket like I suggested him to try. He gets the wicket, but the umpire's taken such a long time to get it. I don't think he's in the umpire's way because it's so wide. But the umpire thinks about it. They're celebrating. The umpire has a little... I'm not going to... It's almost like the umpire's having a look at the square leg umpire there for some sort of reassurance there. But I mean, I certainly heard it. I think it's the right call. But the umpire doesn't look like he's going to give this, and then has a little look to square leg and then gives it. So they get the breakthrough. Wicket will go. Ahmadzai gets the wicket. 62 for 2. The half centurion, Samagol, has to depart.
Outside edge, shouts to catch it. Where's it going to land? Beyond the 2 fielders. And it's going to be a big race towards the boundary rope. He tried to kick that back in. That was Daud Zadran. But his kick just wasn't strong enough. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, he's just trying to side foot that back inside the boundary rope. But he's unable to stop it, going away for a 4, so a boundary off the last ball of the 4th over. Maiwan Momand opens his account with a 4.
Interesting choice to go with Momand. So I wonder if this is just the case of saying, right, I just want all the aggressive batters just to go out there and have a go, and then we can use the likes of Mansour and Gouda and one or two others to come out a little bit later to settle things down. I don't know, but the big swingers are out there at the moment. Akshay Wagh, though, he's at 7 or 5. I think he's the one that they're relying to just to stay there to the end to get them the win. Nice look at the way this field is at the moment. You'll see there to the left-hander, they've got the backward point and a cover in. Cover will come into play here. So they've got 3 men back to him on the offside, which is quite an interesting field, isn't it? I wonder if they've just forgot to change it to the left-hander, because it's very unusual to have 3 men on the offside boundary to a lefty.
And the fact that no one is moving makes me think that's exactly the case.
All right, doesn't quite get this out in the middle, but it will just tamely drop a few times before it gets to the fielder there. Because let's have a look now. So left-hander comes back on. The field still, they've got this completely wrong. They've got 3 on the offside to 3, 4, 5 on the offside. Got nobody on the boundary to the leg side. And the lefty's got to look at this. So square leg is in, mid wicket is in, long off his bat. They should be having one come across the square leg and go back, and they're not doing it. They're just missing the trick here. All right, miscue, chance, floated it up, and will get rewarded with a wicket. So another one goes. It's going to be a soft dismissal as Momand will depart. So wants to go with the big shot, Momand. It's well bowled. I like this from Daud Zadran. He just flights his ball up. He draws the batter to make the shot, doesn't get it right, and picks up the wicket. So another one does go. They're going to be super aggressive. We know that. They are not going to change the way that they play here.
They certainly won't. They're going to go for broke regardless of what the situation demands. Momand was pushed up the order. He's not able to capitalize. He departs, having made just 5 runs.
Momand goes for 5. So whatever the play or the thinking behind Momand out there didn't quite work. I mean, he does get a boundary of 1 ball, so it doesn't chew up deliveries, but he goes for 5 or 3. Simple catch there from Avtar Singh.
That's a dot ball over there. So yeah, this is really good bowling by Daud Zadran. It's been expensive over after expensive over prior to this, just sneaking this quiet over in, ensures that required. Starts to shoot up, but well, that's going to spoil the over. That's going to spoil the over. Zadawar hits that over long on for a 6. Zadran just over pitching that ball, and it's going to be sent over the rope. And the players are now just going to have a short drinks break, a chance for them to rehydrate on what is a very hot day, and also a chance for us to welcome you into the commentary box. We've got another absolute thriller on the cards here.
Yeah, I'm liking it. And I think this match will finish well. And the last match of the day is going to be an absolute cracker as well. I've just, one thing about, we've touched on this a few times here, but every day has been full of so much action, isn't it? I mean, we always are used to having days when we go back and we talk about some matches, but there's always a match or two that will say, yeah, that one was a bit of a dull or one-sided affair. I don't think we've had that here. Every match has had something in it. Even when there's been a win by 20 or 30 runs for one side, that still means that we've had like a 170 to 150 match. It's been really exciting.
It's been really exciting. I think the main thing here is the teams are so evenly matched in this country. I mean, we've seen that some of the sides lower down the table have shown that they have the ability to knock off some of the big boys. I mean, the NSCC, they've been defeated by some of the sides lower down the table. We saw, of course, Snazzy beat them as well. So really anything can happen in this ECS.
Yeah, certainly can. We've seen plenty of interaction from the chat. So once again, thank you all very much on the chat. But of course, the last match is coming up after this inning. So we normally say that in the last match, we entertain you in any random questions. So keep your questions coming in. We might put a few out on the chat as well. And of course, let's talk a little bit about Austria as well. And if you have been here before, if you've got any recommendations for us food-wise, do send them in the chat and we'll have a talk about it. And maybe we'll talk a little bit to you about some of the things that we've had here already as well. So looking forward to the last match and looking forward to you in joining in and sharing the action with us. This one is well poised. 75 for 3 at the halfway point. Needing 60 then of 30 balls to a ball. You would think they should be able to do it.
You certainly would, but we have seen so many twists and turns over these last few days. There are no certainties in ECS Austria.
None whatsoever. Here comes the bowler. They go back to Hussein. And Akshay plays it well. Takes on the single. Will get there. So he's looking to stay. And it's not a bad thing having someone like Akshay Wag there. He's just got to 10 now of eight deliveries. So he hasn't really held up the striking, which is good. And if then he's just been the stabilizer. You always need that stabilizer. Kazin, shorter, and doesn't quite get this away. It does Pamir Zarwar, so that's going to be a dot ball.
A back of a length delivery there by Hussein. Nice bit of bowling. I think we saw Hussein make such a big impact when he was inserted into the lineup earlier today. Keep in mind, he got a wicket of his very first ever ECS ball, a brilliant Yorker.
Good delivery, good pace, good variations.
Just mixing up that line. This time he goes a lot wider. Zarawar not quite able to reach out at it. Again, I feel that kind of wide line is heavily underused here in Austria. In particular, one ball I think San should be using more is the wide Yorker. Just seen too many sides reluctant to employ that tactic. A good bounce and carry through to the keeper. It's been given the one for the over.
Yeah, one for the over this time, but hey, it's another dot ball. And even that, I think, is a bit of a tight call. I don't think it was clearly over that shoulder. I think it was more the batter asking for it.
Up in the air. Got enough to clear the rope. There's no way the fielder's going to get to that. It sails over his head. Goes short once again. He was just starting to get a little bit too predictable with those shorter deliveries.
Yeah, and I think he's gone for the element of surprise here. I think because the umpire said, right, that's for your one for the over, that he thinks maybe the batter is expecting a pitched up delivery. So he, even though it's slower because he doesn't want the excessive bounce, it's still short. But the batter, fair play to Zarawar. It's almost a straight bat pull. It'll get the boundary. 7 off the over, and this. And now then, I wonder what they call this. I wonder what the height on this is like. Can we see a quick side? The umpires don't seem to be too bothered, but it's again, it's that, remember, one for the over? Oh, yeah, okay. That was how I saw the one before, actually, so in a way, I'm pretty glad that that's not being called. End of the over, 82 for 3. So, you're needing 53 of 24 balls. The rate stays at 13, and that over, I suppose that's a win for Kazim Hussein because only 7 come from it. That's only going to help to increase the rate, not bring it down.
53 needed of the remaining 4 overs now. Akshay Wag, well, he's been out there for quite a while. I mean, keep in mind, he opened the batting, and he's only faced 8 balls all innings. That is very, very surprising. We know he's a match-winning cricketer. We saw him play some fantastic innings for Graz earlier this series. This time he'll look to go over cover, but he's going to find the fielder. He's picked out the fielder in the deep, so Akshay Wag probably got a bit cold waiting for the strike at the non-strikers and will depart. And now things are just starting to swing in favor of ICCV.
Yeah, Ghani picking up a wicket off the first ball of his second over. I think Akshay Wag here has probably felt that the role that he had to play in being the stabilizer, well, that now comes to an end with you requiring around 13 and a half of the remainder of 24 balls. So he's thinking, all right, time for me to go or get out, because there's a lot of big hitters that can come out and finish this match in 10 balls. There's no doubt about it. This match can be done and dusted in 10 balls with the right batter going in. And they've got some big units and can crunch the ball. And one of them now comes out here now. And Najibullah Sultan Zai, who was the match winner for them last time round, with the player of the match performance. And he's going to go first ball. First ball, full and straight from Ahmad Ghani. Screams of joy from Indian CC Vienna as they have knocked over the big hitter and the potential match winner. Sultan Zai will go for a boogie, oogie, oogie, grizzly, 5 ball. Chak de patte. Oh, look at the stump. Well, the stumps have literally gone for a walk as they're being knocked out off their holders there. That's a great delivery. It's going to be a quack golden duck for Sultanzai.
Yeah, it's going to be in for Sultanzai, the man of the match from the last game. He's not going to be able to make any impact on this match. It's time to look at the Hall of Fame for the hat-tricks. So we've had 30 hat-tricks so far this year. And, of course, you can just see Jose Katka there with 4 and 4 as well, a super hat-trick for him. If we go back to that first page, of course, got a member of our blue crew in there as well, Jared Newton. He's always keen to remind us that his name is on that list whenever he's here. So if you're watching, Jared, hope you're enjoying this game, and looking forward to seeing you next week in Croatia. So Gauda is going to be on strike for this hat-trick ball. Now, Gauda, of course, we've seen him play a fine innings or two over the course of this series, but now he's coming in a situation where his side are under pressure. Hat-trick ball.
Ghani, well, not the hat-trick ball that anybody was expecting. He went for the element of surprise, Ahmed Ghani. Just a slower little, what do you want to call that? Donkey drop, maybe. Pays off outside the off. Here it is. Here's the hat-trick ball. And, well, the batter, to his credit, doesn't get carried away and just pushes that away. Bharat Gowda normally would be looking for a big shot straight away, but he's quite happy just to push that away and take the single. Zarawar swinging wild. And Pamir Zarawar, so that's now 8 balls that he's missed. He's on 12. They'll keep an eye on him. And, well, I don't know. Are they going to be brave and maybe call him off if he swings and misses at another one?
They still have Mansoor Safi and Yogesh Balage there, so there is plenty of power hitting left. Yeah, how many more balls are they going to give Zarawar? Completely missed the line of the ball in the last delivery.
Hit hard, but to the fielder, Kunal Joshi makes no mistake. It's that slower delivery again. That's cleverly bowled because Zarawar, you saw they jumped across the off to the offside waiting for that quick delivery, and in the end, you saw that Kazim Hussain just said, you know what, no pace, here you go, have it if you want. This one becomes a must-hit ball for me. And it's cleverly played, just a single as the batters come and take the single. So another very tidy over. So Kazim Hussain, the over before, just going for 7. This one just going for 3. Picked up 2 wickets in there as well. So now Indian CC Vienna well on top with 18 balls to go. They're needing 50 exactly.
Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our final match of the day. Cricketer CC, the table-topping side, are currently going to be taking on Snazzy. Well, they will be taking on Snazzy in the next game, so looking forward to this match 35. As you can see, Snazzy won the toss in that game. They're going to have a bat first. Cricketer CC, well, that match could be pretty entertaining. Obviously, Cricketer CC coming in as big favorites, but they have a lot of issues with their bowling. I mean, they're conceding almost 140 to 150 runs a game for this series. This is struck away over mid-wicket and it's going to go away for a 6. So much needed boundary there. Anyone can hit a big shot. It's this man, Gauda.
Yeah, Gauda looking to go after Irfan Safi, who they've held him back deliberately to bowl over number 8 and 10. But of course, if they really go after him here, and let's say he goes for 20 or so, that will be a change of plan then from Chima. Gets the dot ball in this time. That's been the issue. I mean, I know Gauda's only just done that just the once, but Pamir Zarawar has played that too many times. Every time that ball's gone outside the off, they're looking to hit the ball still over long on mid-wicket, and I'm missing it completely. They haven't been prepared to play the shot on the off. That's why there's nobody patrolling that offside boundary at all. Slower ball gets a bit of bat on it. And they've got to try and come back for 2. Might even go for 4. Now he does recover. In comes the throw. They'll take 2.
They grab a couple of quick runs over here. So now Graz need another 42 runs of the remaining 15 deliveries. Irfan Safi has come back really well since getting hit for a 6. Oh, those 2 wickets at the start of Ahmad Ghani's over have turned this game on its head. They've really tightened the screws, though, you have to say, in the last 3 overs. 3 overs prior to this one went for just 19 runs.
That's a very good shot. It is a really good shot. One of the shots of the day, this. Well, this one could be up there as the HCL shot of the day. Look at it beautifully, but watch the footwork. Exceptional. Exceptional shot. Oh, yeah, that's worth watching over and over again. What a beautiful shot that from Gowda.
Oh, full pace of the bat, just so aesthetically pleasing. That was right out of the textbook. Looks to just push that one away, and they're going to run really quickly, scamper across and get the single.
Yeah, you can listen to Chima there. He said, what are you doing? He said, there's no need. He said, you throw it away, and then, it can be 2, it could be 4. Just hold on to it. And he's absolutely right. Singles are not an issue. They don't need singles. They need boundaries. They need to go at 16s here. Remember, after the drinks break, they needed to go around about 2 a ball. That's changed since then. Slower. Hit well. Can the fielder get there? No, he can't. There's that slower ball, but it was just down the leg side. That's the thing that let Safi down there. So tries to finish it with a slower. Doesn't go to plan. It goes for 4. That means that 19 do come off the over. So the plans for Safi to come back to bowl the last now could be in jeopardy, especially if this one doesn't go the way they want. So 31 of 12 deliveries. Now, good batting sides with set batters should do this. And you got 2 men in there, both on 17, 1 of 10 balls, one of 7 balls. So I would think, what do you think? You think the batting side in the driving seat here?
So hard to call. It's so hard to call. I mean, you look at who's to bowl these next few overs. They still have an over with Daud Zadran, who went for 9 in his first. And Kazim Hussain as well. Combine those 2 figures. Gave 16 runs combined their last couple of overs. So, gotta say, Indian Cricket Club of Vienna are still well in this game. They're actually given a slight advantage according to the win predictor.
Yeah, here comes the throw. Yeah, I'm actually, don't have to do that. And Chima's been trying to get the guys to listen to him. They won't listen. But, yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. It's a big advantage, 62 to 38%. I would say it's closer than that because, once again, I mean, I don't think getting 16s and over when you got good batters still to come, I don't think it's a bad thing. He's got to get bat on ball here. If he doesn't, I'm pulling him. Right, he gets bat on ball. Where's his going? Going, and gone. 6 runs. So he stays there. He survives the hook from me, does Pamir Zarawal. But has he got what it takes to go back to back? He's been getting a boundary, then having a little bit of a nap. That's what he's been doing. He's got to stop the napping and go after this one as well, especially when you have got the likes of the captain still to come out. You got the likes of Mansoor Safi still to come out. So he's got to keep on going here. Right, fair contact. That's okay. It wasn't a bad ball. He hasn't made a dot of it. He's looking to go again. A good pick up and throw. And Kazim Hussain does well off his own bowling as well to do the tidying up. So Kazim now having a bowl to Butter Gowda. Now Gowda's got a good eye and he can give it a good thump. All right, high, chance. Bowler wants it, gets underneath it, and drops it. He's dropped it. They'll get 1. So, Kazim Hussain, the pressure takes toll. Gowda gets dropped on 18.
Oh, massive drop. This is enormously costly. Gowda has been the key aggressor throughout the course of this partnership, and dropping his catch could prove to be very, very costly. Kazim Hussain has actually bowled these last 4 deliveries pretty decently, but could he pay for that drop catch?
Could he indeed? Let's see.
Would have also been a dot ball and would have meant a new batter would have been out in the middle.
That'll work a treat. It's going to be a Baximo! Well, they're checking. Put him up like you just don't care. Umps, they want to check. But I reckon this is definitely gone all the way. The pace of that ball and the way that's come off the bat, that surely goes all the way. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's a long way over that rope. That is 6 runs. Big hit. Manos arriba. That makes it interesting now. Now we go into the teens. There's still a ball to go in this. And really, Zarawar, he could do his team a huge favour if he hit the boundary here. 16 of 7. Back-to-back golden balls, anybody?
No, we could do it. That is a key milestone we have in the final frontier.
Hit it well. Now, will they push? Picks it up cleanly. In comes the throw. Chima, safe glove. So, 15 to win off the last. And it will be Zarawar who goes back on strike. He's 31 of 14.
Yeah, so he ends up giving up 16 runs in that over. It's just about par for what Graz needed in that over. Who's going to bowl the final one? He could go to someone like Daud Zadran, who went for 9 runs in that over. Or does he try to lean on a player like Ahmed Zai instead? Yeah, big dilemma here. Massive dilemma for the skipper.
I think you'd have to, if I'm the captain, I know it might seem strange, I think you back your main bowler. Irfan Safi, right, he did go for 19, but then you're saying, right, Safi, I know what Safi can do for me if he gets it right. But doesn't look like he's doing that. He's going to surprise us and go with Zadran. So Zadran, don't forget, he's one over already, was a good one. He bowled the 50, only went for 9. So he's taking the pace off here. Okay, Zarawar. Still, I'm not being 100% convinced with him. His strike rate's not been brilliant. But can he be the victor for him here? But one thing he can't do is no dot. No dot. You can't have Gowder at the other end, not facing. Hits it well. There's nobody out there. That will be 4 runs. 4 off the first. 15 becomes 11 off 5.
Yeah, just a bit too wide. Offers far too much width, and he's cut that one away. 1 bounce over the rope. Goes for 4 runs. It's always a risk to bring the spinner on the final over. Of course, going back to your point, Irfan Safi might have been expensive in his first over, but he's been their most consistent bowler throughout this series.
Ooh, well. All right, here we go. Next ball. Goes for it. And he's going to get it, I think. Yeah, he's going to be 6. 4 and 6. And Pamir Zarawar looking pretty slick at the moment. And that changes it to just 5 now off the 4 balls to come. A big 6. And yeah, Daud Zadran, though he did bowl a very good 5th over, but at the death to ask a spinner to keep it tight, it's a bit risky. Can do it with 1 hit. It's a dot ball, no run. So it becomes a runner ball now. They can't be doing dots here. Can't be doing dots. 4. Ooh, here we go.
That's the length, though. That's the length that Zadran needs to look to hit.
And that will be it. Game, set, and match. And what a way to do it. Zarawar came good when he had to. He played and missed a few. And just when I started to send the hook out, hunting for him, he's found his rhythm. He found his form. He scores 47 of 18. And just as I suspected there, the win predictor not giving them that much of a chance. Having them, I think it was 60 odd to 30 odd. I didn't quite understand it. You had 2 set batters there at the time, both on 17. But it is, in the end, it was the man who was slow to begin with, Pamir Zarawar, who accelerated quickly, scored 30 runs in no time of 18 balls, so 47 of an 18, the last 30 coming quickly. And Gowder, well, that drop really didn't really matter because he never faced another ball since then.
It didn't matter. In the end, it was, of course, none other than, of course, a fine innings by Zarawar that won them the game. Well, coming up to our last match of the day between Snazzy and Cricketer CC. This should be a real classic. Cricketer CC, of course, are going to be heading into it as big favorites, but we know that they tend to give up a lot of runs when they have the ball in hand, so this could be another high-octane, high-scoring chase. It's time to look at the highlights of this innings. It was a terrific start for Indian CC of Vienna. They got rid of Hamid C in the first over. Great ball there by Navid Hussain to bowl him out. What a terrific delivery. But of course, as soon as he got that wicket, he'd get carded for 3 consecutive boundaries by Samargul Misal, who made a great 52 of just 16 deliveries. Attacked during that power play. They were absolutely relentless, and Graz found themselves 55 for 1 at the end of those 3 overs, and it looked like this was going to be a tough outing for Indian CC, and that Graz would make quick work of them. But then during those middle overs, Indian CC Vienna took control of this game. Between overs 4 to 7, we saw just 30 runs scored. They were in complete control of the run rate there, and that's when things started to get more challenging for Graz.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, just have a look at that. Over number 5 went for 9, number 6 went for 7, number 7 went for 3. But then Ifan Safi, who I think they were relying on, the team was relying on getting 2 good overs, and at the end he went for 19. That then made a mess of their plans. Kazim came back on, he went for 16. And then right at the end, I think Chima just thought, right, I'm going to gamble. I'm going to go with a bit of spin. He went with Zadran, and it didn't work out well, as that over went 4-6 dot, and then a 6 to finish it there right at the end. But well done to the Graz Cricket Academy. They now make it 2 wins out of 2. The Golden Ball heroes off earlier have won their second match. So they're going to go back a pretty happy team with those wins. Of course, they were 3-3 before the start of the day, but now they are 5-3 and are going to be sitting in a nice place in the standings when we see them again. That was the slowest hat-trick ball that we ever saw. It wasn't to be from Ahmad Ghani, but still, like I say, 3 runs only coming off that over. But then Safi coming on to bowl over number 8. It went, almost went magical, 19 coming from it. And then the 2 batters set themselves well. And got to give credit there, of course, to the hitting in the end from the man who stayed there and made sure that he got his team home. So well done to Zarawar. Gowda played his part. But, of course, early on, it was the Indian CC Vienna who did their own hard work. But I think the difference between Indian CC Vienna and the likes of Graz Cricket Academy there, once again, we highlight Graz Cricket Academy, when the batters are out there, they can be ruthless. They could lose their wickets early, as you saw from Hamid Safi, just going out there with a big swing. But this time round, I like the way that Yogesh Balagate actually used his batters. Remember, he doesn't come out. He pushes someone like Mansoor Safi lower down the order, and what he goes with does work. Even though the likes of this time, Stanek Zai doesn't go, he gets his stumps rooted out of the ground with that great delivery there from Ghani. But it's a good win, a comfortable win, and in the end they do it with 2 balls to go as well. Let's have a look at the bowling figures there. 2 wickets there from Ahmad Ghani, but I think Ifan Safi a little bit disappointed with that over of ease.
Yeah, the captain would have been shocked. I mean, he saved those last 2 overs from his star bowler right at the end, and Irfan Safi was just a touch too expensive. Just the wrong match for him to fail. And unfortunately for Indian CC Vienna, they will lose this one by 5 wickets. A great victory for Graz Cricket Club. I think they're just showing they have this knack and tenacity to win close games, which will serve them well when they, of course, come down to those pressure matches right at the end of this ECS. We'll take a very short break, and we'll be right back on your screens for a high-octane matchup between Snazzy and Cricketer CC.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello cricket lovers, and welcome to the last match of this beautiful Sunday that we've had here in Austria in Vienna. And we welcome the team that are sitting at the top of the standings at the moment with a 6-1 record. Cricketer CC will be playing Snazzy. Snazzy themselves have found their form here today. I get the feeling that once more we're going to have an exciting match. Let's see what happens at the coin toss with Tyrone Peters.
Cricketers to call.
Head.
Head is the call. It's the tails.
We will bet first.
They're going to bat first.
So Snazzy winning the toss, they are going to have a bat first. Why not? Look, let's talk about this team. Snazzy, I'm liking their character, I like their fight. They started with 2 wins this time around after not winning at all last year. Then they had a period of 3 defeats in a row before they came back here today. But this morning, they put 170 on the board against Lords and they won a game. So back to winning ways. And then they thought they were going to do it again when they put 150 on the board. But Indian CC Vienna just proved to be too strong in that run chase. So they're here again and looking to do it again. Their captain, Janan, has been in great form. Gosai has scored back-to-back half centuries. I think Lakmal Kasturi has been in great form with bat and with ball. He has also scored a century, half century here. Century he'd love to have. Well, either of these two guys, I think the captain and Kasturi could bring up the magical figure here when they're batting first. But what I like about them is that the other batters are making good progress as well to help them and steady them to get to big runs. But they're up against a strong side, Cricketer CC. I mean, Aman Ahmad has been in superb form. And Bilal, don't forget Bilal Zalmai, sensational form at the moment. Yesterday, he had a brilliant day with bat and with ball. So he's in really good form. It'll be interesting to see the form of the man that we saw out there for the coin toss, because I think Daniel Eckstein, the big D, he is struggling with a side strain. We'll see whether he bowls or not. I know when I was speaking to him earlier, he was saying that he'd rather not bowl, though he can have a bat. So we've got really good players there, but I think somebody who could really be the star of the show here today is somebody like Shadnan Khan. Look out for him. We haven't seen the best of him. What I do know is we've seen the best of a lot of Austrian cricketers in this series so far, and I think today the end of match day 7 is going to be pretty sensational. It will be high scoring, there'll be drama. We've had the golden ball, we've had a hat-trick, we haven't had a century. Will that present itself before the end of the day? Right back over to you, Nish. Nish, once again, it will be Snazzy that will be having a bat first.
Thank you very much for that update. So we're set for our final game of the day. We just get this gorgeous shot of the Sea Barn Cricket Ground. What a pleasure it is to bring you this match from the beautiful Austrian countryside. Doesn't look like something out of a postcard. Really is a privilege to be here. We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. So Snazzy, 3-4, of course. They played a couple of matches this morning. Won one, lost the other. And they're coming in here for their 3rd match of the triple header. They've had a couple of games rest in between, so they should be a little bit fresh. Meanwhile, Cricketer CC playing their one and only match of this day. They, of course, are sitting pretty at the top of the table at the moment. Unsurprisingly, they're heading into this game as big favorites, 71%. And you'd expect them to win this game. We have seen a number of upsets over the course of this series, so you wouldn't be surprised if Snazzy are able to pull it up. Of course, keep in mind they have beaten Vienna CC at one point in this European cricket series. So here we go. We are just moments away from the first ball. Of course, Snazzy started out their campaign with a couple of victories. They defeated Vienna Danube, but of course, Vienna Cricket Club on the opening day of this ECS. And we're really excited for this Snazzy side, of course. Keep in mind, this is a team who didn't win a single game during last year's European Cricket Series. They played in 10 matches, lost 9, and 1 was abandoned due to inclement weather. So for them to start off their campaign with 2 wins, one of them against a very strong Vienna CC side, really, I think, caught a lot of people by surprise, and we thought that maybe this side really has what it takes to go on and achieve some special things, and then they were set back with a big loss against Shere Punjab. Oh, poor delivery to start off there from Eckstein. He's going to want to take that one back. Just a loopy ball down the leg side, and it's gone away for 4 runs. Yeah, it's just helped away, and over the rope, goes for 6. Yeah, so continuing that story, they were defeated fairly handily by Shere Punjab, who were chasing a target of 137. They did it with 10 balls to spare, and then, well, Snazzy took a real shock to the system on match day 3. Up in the air, it's a miscue, a chance to take a catch, and it's taken very comfortably. Basir Khan is not going to take too many simpler catches than that. Eckstein gets his man after a poor first delivery. Ahmed has a very brief stay at the crease. Let's have a look at this. He's looking to go for the big shot, doesn't quite get the timing on it, and Basir Khan is not going to get too many easier catches than that. There's 6 for 1 at the end of the second ball of the first over. So we just have a look at Rehan Ahmed making his way back to the dugout. A shake of the head by him. Yeah, so continuing to look at Snazzy's record. After they were defeated by Shere Punjab, they suffered back-to-back bonus point defeats. One against the Austrian Daredevils, a side that would have really fancied themselves to beat. And then another one against Graz Cricket Academy. In both cases, their opposition scored scores of 161 and 173. And in response, they couldn't even muster something over 110. But Snazzy would come bouncing back first thing this morning by picking up their first ever bonus point victory, defeating Lord CC, posting 171 on the board and restricting Lords to 97. Struck straight to the fielder at point. It's a dot ball. They would lose to Indian Cricket Club of Vienna, though, who beat them fairly handily to put a good total of 151 on the board. And in response, Indian Cricket Club of Vienna chased that down with 10 balls to spare. Oh, brilliant delivery. Absolutely wonderful by Eckstein. Gets the length spot on. He started off with a poor first ball, but since then, he's been bowling extremely well. It looks like he's just in a little bit of pain when he bowls. Doesn't quite look perfect when you look at his face. Lovely swing back in. This is struck through mid-wicket. It's going to be a big chase here for Basir Khan, and it's going to go away for a 4. So good placement there by Gelzai. Right in the gap, threads the needle, goes away for 4 runs. Of course, for cricketer CC, they started off their campaign with a shocking defeat at the hands of Vienna CC. They won the toss in that match and decided to have a bowl first. And Vienna CC went out there in the first innings and smacked them around for 196 runs. And after that, they decided that, well, they are going to always bat first whenever they win the toss. And boy, they have won every game since then. They're on a 6-game winning streak, averaging 164 runs over the course of this series. And we'll have a look at the days to go until the ECC. We got 22 days to go until the start of the European Cricket Championship, the marquee event on ECN. And of course, somebody who will be there taking through all the cricket is just about to join me, Rico Full.
Yeah, I will be there, and I hope that most of you can come down wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Come down and visit us. Of course, we're going to be there for 4 weeks, starting on the 23rd of September, when the best players come to Spain, to the Karma over to do battle for the Euros of Cricket. Who will get their hands on that magnificent trophy this year? Will there be a surprise in store? That's the question that a lot of people are wondering. Hit straight to the fielder and dropped. Big D puts it down. Normally got safe hands, and well, look at the way he's not a happy chappy. He's already got an issue with his side. He gets into position, can't hold on to the catch, gets it wrong, gets it on the finger. He's in a bit of pain here, you know. And I know that I mentioned this in my intro. He rather not bowl because he was saying about his side strain. He's been having a few issues. He went through the process, and now, well, in looking to take that catch. He's got this one all wrong. I don't think he... Once again, you see, when you're not... He's caught his fingers, hasn't gone in his arms at all. When you're not 100%, then things like that happen. I remember it myself, Nish, when I used to play. And you used to have an injury and you think, look, the team would sort of say, look, we need you to play. So you play, you're not 100%. And because you're not 100%, you pick up other injuries because you're not really there. You're not with it. And the big D drops the catch and hurts himself in the process.
I think it happens a lot when you have some kind of muscle strain and then you all of a sudden start to overcompensate by leaning on other muscles a lot more, and then you end up straining the other muscle. Yeah, it's happened a number of times. I mean, playing football growing up, if you have a little bit of a strain on the right hamstring and then all of a sudden you're leaning on your left foot a bit too much. Yeah, it's certainly something that happens in all sorts of sport. And you can see Daniel Eckstein still nursing that left arm. Wild swing over there. It's another dot ball.
Well, Shadnan Khan, he knows he probably should have had a wicket. Should have had the likes of Kishan going on 0, but not to be. And he'll keep working away, Shadnan. He's a very good player. Oh, well, that's just too short, and that's clubbed out of here. There's nobody back on that long on boundary. You're long off. And that's just going to be easy hitting. The fielders that are back at the moment, they've got a square leg back. And I just want to see, fine leg. I was having a look to see where, I couldn't see the other fielder up. Fine leg back, which is a bit of a surprise. I suppose maybe that's just, maybe Shadnan is going to try and whiz in a short delivery and try to catch Gozai. Surprised. Well, there's that short one, and maybe that is the plan. So go short, swing and a miss, and it's another dot. The two umpires looking at each other, probably wanting to see if that is over the shoulder or not, and probably just okay. It's beautifully played. That's a nice shot. As that gets played away. I don't know if you heard Nish there. He said he had everything ready. He missed the plane. Have you got it? Or is it too late? Is it got past you?
No, it's gone now. It's gone. Yeah, I was ready to point out where that was going. It was a Ryanair going to Vienna from Cologne in Germany. As we come to the end of the second over. And they're 21 for 1. Here's a look at the standings. Cricketer CC currently sitting pretty at the top of the table, 6-1. Meanwhile, Snazzy World, they're in that little battle there, jostling alongside the likes of Shere Punjab, Indian CC, and of course, they can put Graz Cricket Academy in that little mid-table scrum where these two sides are trying to grab those last couple of spots to make it to finals day.
Dan in Eckenstein will come back to bowl through the pain barrier, and even though he's not bowling, I think he's only bowling about 65-70% here, but still the batters are not exactly muscling him to the boundary, are they? So yeah, those standings, Cricketer CC top, looking to increase their lead over Donnerstad. Vienna CC, will see them in action, I think on Tuesday next time we see them, but Graz Cricket Academy, they've done themselves favours here today. They've moved into 4th. Indian Vienna CC, they are currently sitting in 5th, but an opportunity maybe for Snazzy if they can get a good win here, and a good win means that they can take all the points away from their opponents. They could just squeeze into 5th spot, but certainly they will be looking to at least try to see if they can topple Shere Punjab. But the issue they've got, they're playing now their 8th match, and that's why it's very important for them to start to pick up those wins. And then, of course, you've got Lord CC struggling with 8 points. Austrian Daredevils also struggling. Vienna Danube, no wins for them so far. And, well, Salzburg, we're all waiting to see them play. And they could be a team. You know, when you're watching horse racing and you see the horse that starts right at the back and then they just go all the way to the front and pip it to the finishing line. Well, that can be Salzburg. I am looking forward to seeing them. And I think they've had the advantage, Nish, don't you think, by watching, seeing what teams are doing, seeing the key performers, seeing which batters are in form, how batters are getting out. And they're certainly a team that I think will do all of their homework.
They certainly will. They'll come in here with a lot of information about all these teams. They'll know some trends about these batters as well. I think we're deep enough in this series now where I think we have enough of a sample size to know what a lot of these players really are. And Salzburg had a good chance to really dive into all the footage that we have accumulated.
Big D, nice to see him with a bit of a smile on his face there. And after, yeah, definitely, they're making him work hard, aren't they? Daniel Eckstein, and he comes again. And this one, he strays down the leg side. It's going to get a wide there. This one doesn't, he relies on a lot of swing. Thing is, though, one thing I've noticed here from the Big D, he's not swinging that ball at all. And the reason I don't think he's getting any swing is because of his action. He's having to nurse his action because of the injury he has. So all he's trying to do is just let the ball out. He's not even putting any, he's not getting any swivel on it. You see there, hardly getting anything into the action. He's just happy just to get the ball landing there or thereabout and keeping the runs down. And at the moment, you've got to say he's succeeded in doing that. With just a ball to go, they've only managed to get 15 runs from him, and he has picked up a wicket. So I think Bilal Zalmai will be more than happy with what the Big D's done so far. Into the pads. Swing and a miss. And that will be the end. And Dave was saying, lovely swing, Big D. Yep, Dave, I mean, he's injured, but he's still getting the ball to do the work, isn't he? And end of the over. So what's the score here now? 26 for 1. And Snazzy. They're a team that have got the batters that they get going. We know that. All right, they have lost Rahan Ahmad early. But you got Kishan and Gozai, who've already shown their worth. But of course, the big miss from them this time around, there's no Lakmal Kasturi in the side. That's been lashed. Oh, what a shot that is. Beautiful shot out of the middle. And that means that these two batters really have to bat really well with no Kasturi in the side. And they're also going to miss, of course, the bowling of Kasturi. So trying to get as many runs on the board as they can is going to be the key here. So nice strike. Bit of a fielding change here. You can see that a man was on the 45 at fine, now comes across onto the offside. Shadnan. Just up in the air, Shadnan. It should be an easy wicket, and it will be. Easy call and bowl for Shadnan Khan. Well, last time he was relying on the Big D to take the catch. It wasn't to be. So Shadnan this time says, I'll take it myself. Thank you very much. And Kishan, oh, he'll be so disappointed, Kishan. It's almost like he's waited to time his assault to perfection. And after hitting a big six, the very next ball, it's a slightly shorter one. And he tries to play the same shot, just ends up a dolly catch back to Shadnan Khan, who isn't going to drop those. And that will be the end of Kishan. So he's going to join Rahan Ahmed back in the shed. Ahmed, of course, was the first to go for 6 of 2 deliveries. Now Kishan is 9 of 8, the one big six, and he gets himself caught and bowled by Shadnan. So Shadnan Khan picks up another wicket for him. So now it's Sivam Sabash that comes in. So this is where it could be interesting, especially without Lakmal in the side. Yeah, that's nicely played. Watch the bounce on this. It does take a bit of a tortuga, but that's nicely watched. No issues there for Kogani. Looking forward to seeing him with the ball as well.
Yeah, so Eckstein has now gone off the field to nurse his injury, and he's been replaced by the 12th man, Abulwafe Kazizada.
Oh, well, he gets this right where he wants it. And does the captain, Janan Gulzai. Oh, what a hit this is. That has gone a long way. Well, good luck getting in there. Oh, he's found it pretty easily in the end. But watch this. He gets a swivel on this. Oh, what a hit. And easy pickup. Well, he's watched that well, hasn't he? He's watched it well. And luckily hasn't gone in to the deep there. Yeah, Big D. Interesting thing is with Big D. Now, we're going to obviously have to keep an eye on the time that he's off, because that will certainly affect when he can have a bat. And that is gone. Adios, Bolota. And Janan Gulzai, maybe just now, with that wicket of Kishan going, probably thought to himself, right, I've just got to go for everything here, because if I try and just stick around, other batters will fall around me, and we're not going to get the kind of scores that we need.
Yeah, they certainly need a Gilzai to click over here, and he's just getting that run rate to go up. This over 19 off it already. Still got a ball to come. Fantastic striking by Gilzai.
So what are your thoughts on... that's a full toss, and he's going to get this one over the fielders as well. So that's a nightmare off a finish for Shadnan Khan. Remember, it went 6 from Kishan, then he gets his wicket. Then afterwards, the new batter takes a single, Subhash, and then Janan Gulzai, the captain, has just treated him to 6-6-6, Calypso style. It's like we're in the Caribbean, shaka shaka. End of the over, it goes for 25. And once again, we've seen this a few times today, haven't we? Almost scores the same number of runs that was scored in the first 3 overs, just in one. It's 51 for 2. But yeah, what I was going to ask you there about the Daniel Exner, the big D. Now, we know he's injured. He's been telling me for the last 2 days. So to go out there, be made to... and they obviously wanted and needed him to bowl these 2 overs. Bowl the 2 overs. He's bowled the 2 overs, and now he's off. So would you not just think, look, we're early on. They've still got plenty of cricket to go before we even get to finals day. We'll just rest him and get him well, because bowling those 12 deliveries that he had to go through, it's not helped him.
No, he was wincing every time he bowled a ball, and I really felt bad for him having to just sort of push through that over, especially in a match where they are big favorites against Snazi. I mean, have a look at the win predictor. We're only 4 overs in. It's already 85% for Cricketer CC. This one is just run down towards third. It's going to be a single. Yeah, I think to force him to have to push through that, it's not a good idea. I think you want him fully fit heading into finals day. I think we can say with some certainty Cricketer CC will have one of the top 3 spots. So you really want to have a key player, and Daniel Eckstein fully fit. Yeah, without fail. I don't think that was a smart move. I think you could clearly see he was struggling. He's been struggling for a couple of days. I know on Friday when he was here, he was sad. He was struggling to get up and move around. I saw him this morning. It was the same. So you just get somebody, just get the 12th on there, and between your players, you find somebody who can give you those 2 overs. I mean, it's such a trooper. I mean, he's bowled brilliantly for his team there. He bowled his 2 overs for 15, picked up a wicket. But at what cost? How much more damage has he done? And don't forget, he then takes one on his fingers, so that could be more issues for him. So I don't think that's a smart move for Cricketer CC. They're a big club. They've got a number of players. They have got a 12 here today. I think you could have just started with the 12 and just said to Daniel, you know what, take it easy. And probably if he's going to stay off the field for most of this innings, we're not going to see him bat probably unless they lose 5 or 6 wickets. So I don't think they needed to do this today. Gets the bat down there and helps that way towards third. Quick call to run for a single, and it's going to go away for a 4. So it looked like it was going to be a fairly regulation stop out in the deep. But Shadab Khan has just let that one sneak right underneath him. Oh, well. Look to get the long barrier down, but he just lets that ball slip past him, and there's not much you could say that excuses him for that error. No, it's a shot that's been played a few times by both the batters in that area, and he's dealt with them well. This time he's got it all wrong, and it's going to be 4 rewarded to Janan Gulzai, who once again is eyeing up a half-century. Hard length delivery there by Kogiani, and Gulzai is not quite able to get on top of it. It's just a single. He's another batter who here in Austria is looking to play 3 matches in the day and score a half-century in every one. It's quite exceptional, that is. We're so used to on the network about doing well in one match and then not performing in the other. In fact, sometimes it becomes a bit of a running joke between us. We'll say, he got something, he's going to get 0 this time, and normally that's what happens. So here, that's not the norm. Fires this down the leg side. It's a terrific take from Aman Naheem. That ball was travelling. Kogani, we know he can bowl with a bit of pace. Looks to finish the over
with a dot with a Yorker length delivery, but strays on the leg side there to Subhash. Has to bowl it again.
Gonna push this one towards point and get another single. Just plays that with soft hands. When you come to the halfway stage of this innings, and Snazzy are 63 for 2. Of course, it's a good chance to welcome you back into our commentary position. Of course, one big thing here for Snazzy is no Lakmal Kasturi for this game, and they've been doing their best to try to fill the void he's left behind. Despite those early wickets, they still find themselves at 64 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gelzai becomes the key. He's got about another 5 overs. Maybe he can double what he's on here already, finish. Well, who knows if he really gets clicking. He could be thinking of eyeing up 100 score, but he's got about the rest of this innings, and I think he'll struggle to find a good companion with the batters that he's got out there to score at a good rate. So I think it's a case of him getting on strike and staying on strike. He's got to be greedy, he's got to dictate the strike, and he's got to hope that something like Subhash and some of the other batters that come out there can try and keep him on strike. That is the key to Snazzy making a match of this contest. Bilal to bowl. He bowled very well yesterday, didn't he? I mean, I know that I wasn't here to see him perform, but if you look on paper, his batting and bowling was superb.
Yeah, I think especially the way he performed in pressure moments, bowled some key overs down the stretch for the cricketer CC. Thought he bowled wonderfully. Rocking the shades yet again while bowling. Struck away towards that mid-wicket, and there's a fielder out there. It's just going to be a single, yeah. I think Subhash should have been better off trying to hit that one behind point, even run that down towards third. Just got a little bit too obsessed trying to hit that towards the leg side and ends up dragging it.
Interesting look there of Naeem. Electing not to strap the lid on. You can see that the strap is just flapping around the side of his head. Surely that must be more off-putting than putting and doing up the strap. It's over the third. He chases it hard, but Shahbaz Khan won't catch up with that. It's going to be a lucky 4 for Gelzai as he gets closer to that 50 mark. Is he going to be another player who, in the 3 matches he plays in the day, will score a half century in each and every one of them?
He could have a chance to bring up another 50. Janan Gelzai has been up there amongst the most consistent batters in this series alongside the likes of Mark Simpson, Parker. I think for me, I can certainly put those two amongst the top 3 batters in this series. Up in the air, launched. That's going to be the 50. Gelzai will get the half century, and it's his 3rd half century today. Scores a 50 in every single game. A fine batting performance by one of the most talented cricketers we have seen here in Austria.
बहुत बढ़िया जनान गलजानो ए मैच ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣੀ ਹਾਫ ਸੈਂਚਰੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਕਰ ਲਈ, ਪਰ ਇਹਨੇ ਅੱਜ 3 ਮੈਚ ਖੇਲ ਲਿਆ, 3 ਮੈਚ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਾਫ ਸੈਂਚਰੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਕਰ ਲਈ. ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ performance, great performance from Janan Gelzai. Super, great to watch, and not easy to do. 3 matches, 3 half centuries, and he knows he needs to go on further. We've seen a number of batters bring up the half century and then get out. Well, they're applauding him now. They're a little bit late. Well, I suppose the news has got to them a little bit later, but he made his half century the shot before. He's on 53 of 19, and now he's just hoping that somebody like Shivam can just stay there with him. Shivam digs that one out, and Bilal finishes a very good over. That's a lovely moment there as well. I don't know if he got that again. So Bilal Zalmai just congratulating. Just have a look at this here. Yeah, look, that's what it's all about. Fantastic. Bilal Zalmai just congratulating Janan Gelzai on that half century. But he knows his job is not done as he marches back to the striker's end with the score 75 for 2 after 6.
So with that half century, Janan Gelzai now moves to the top of the run getters tally for this series. Leapfrogs Mark Simpson. Parker, who has played 1 less game, so he'll have a chance to get back to that top spot when the NSCC are back in action. Great ball there to start off by Kogiani. Rapid and the perfect length.
This was quick. That was so quick. It's a big swing from Ganan Gilzai, if he gets hold of one of these, I'm telling you, it's going to the moon. It's going to be circling our planet, as I like to say, for years to come, because he's throwing everything at it. And Kagani knows it. He's got to just try and keep that ball going wide outside him. Maybe hope for an inside edge or something that goes into the stumps. Catch it, and gone. Simple catch. In the end, you can see Gelzar just looking to hope that the timing alone of the pace of Kagani will get the wicket, but he's not. It's he needed the power in it. Watch here, he just tries to time it. And the problem with that shot is, it's a good example there of where there's no weight and no balance going into the shot. He's just looking to just time it, standing straight, just trying to use just the wrist, but no power in the shot. And that means if you find the man, he's going to take the catch. So no mistakes out there on the boundary. Can't really see from back here who actually that is that holds on to the catch. But no issues, catch taken. And we'll give you, actually we can give you that now. It will be coming up on the scorecard. But disappointment for the captain, needed to stay there longer. It's actually Zishan Arif, who we sometimes see behind the stumps, showing that out there in the field, he'll have no issues taking the catch. Kugani removes the dangerous Janan Gelzai. Now it will be interesting to see where they get to. I think that 120 now probably becomes unrealistic.
Yeah, it becomes a lot more challenging now. I mean, Subhash is someone who is capable of hitting a few big shots, but haven't quite seen that from bottom kill just yet. It's a perfect ball there. Absolutely terrific delivery by Kogiani right underneath the bat. Impossible for the new batter to get underneath it. Yeah, it's been wonderful, Kogiani, hasn't he? Just gotten better and better as this series has progressed.
Well, I mean, I wasn't here for it because you started things on Monday. You told me on Monday he went for an over that went for plus 40. And look how he's come together. All right, that's just too short. And on this pitch, anybody that bangs the ball that's got the sort of pace he's got is just going to bounce away over him. So, but he's really has come together so well. He's bowling with fire. He's bowling with pace. He's troubling batters with genuine pace. And I mean, I think he knows. I mean, he knows how quick he is. I think you're going to bang a ball in that short, it's going to go for a wide. But I think it's just intimidation. Let's see what he does with the next one. Does he fire in the Yorker? Yeah, he does. You see, so he knows what he's doing. That's what the short ball was all about. Short ball to try and soften off the batter, and then he goes for the fuller one here. But just gets a little bit too much movement. And just asking the question. It's a great take once again behind the stumps, but no edge on the ball. I think they've really got, with Kogani bowling the way he's bowling, if Big D comes back fit and starts to move and swing the ball around the way he can, with Bilal bowling really well, and Shadnan Khan with these variations, and they've got a very good bowling attack here, haven't they?
Struck away towards mid-wicket for a single. Yeah, I mean, on paper, they certainly have the talent. You would say they do. It just hasn't quite clicked for them this series. I mean, they've been giving up as many runs as any team so far in this ECS, averaging 150 runs against them for this series, which, you look at some of the top 3 teams in this series, none of them are averaging that many runs against them. So they've really been winning purely because of their batting match after match. But they have the players there. I think Eckstein's lack of fitness hurts them. It just means that we haven't quite seen him at his best. Kogian, he's getting better and better with each game. And I think Bilal Zalmai, he's just started to find his rhythm over these last 3 or 4 days, and he's looking better. So I think this cricketer CC side, they're maybe just peaking at the right time in this tournament. Here's a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow. So we're going to see Salzburg for the first time in this ECS. I know there have been lots of questions in the chat asking when are Salzburg going to play. Well, the answer is first thing tomorrow. They'll be taking on the Austrian Daredevils. Of course, Salzburg, this is their first European Cricket Series expedition since all the way back in 2021, when they ended up second during the group stages. They were 5-2, but were then defeated in the semifinals. So let's see how they look this time around. We've obviously heard that they have a number of talented players.
Yeah.
Zishan Goraya was the leading run getter back in 2021 with 369 runs to his name. So yeah, certainly hope to get to see him tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, some of the players, let me just reel off players that we know from the likes of the Austrian Tigers. Ashan Yusuf, outstanding slow bowler. and a powerful hitting machine with the bat. Aqib Iqbal, the national team captain, as this one is glorious struck down the ground. What a lovely shot that is. Well, we need a few of those. Munib, that wasn't Munib, by the way, was it? It was the, is that a striker that gets this one beautifully out the middle? So that's Shubash. Well, Sharbat from Shubash. Beautifully played. Bilal Zalmai gets hit down the ground. But yeah, Aqib Iqbal, superb player. And he's in that side. You've also got the likes of Baljinder Singh, Adil Tariq. 6 again, back to back. Nicely hit. So just going when they need to get going. And Umar Tariq in there as well. So they're a very good side. I expect them to do well. Going back to the bowling here from Cricketer CC, yeah, issues are there. Bilal Zalmai, he's bowling more. Early on, he didn't bowl as much. They're missing a bowler. And I think the issue that they have is with Basir Khan. Basir Khan not bowling. I know he's had issues with his action. He's tried to work on it. And when he's gone out there and tried it, it hasn't clicked. I think because he knows he's trying to change it, he's under pressure. He knows he's being watched. So they are genuinely missing a bowler here. And that is why, as you quite rightly say, they're conceding a lot of runs. And they're relying on their batting to get them out of jail. That's well bowled and gone. Full and straight, gets the wicket. So after being hit for a couple of boundaries, Subash hands the strike over to Munib. Munib, look at him standing here right in front of the stumps. And what's happened here? Now, what's happened here? Well, this is being given. Has that been given LB? Oh, my word. Well, that's a bit of a shocker. This is a bit of a shocker. Well, it's definitely gone down LBW, this, has it?
I mean
look at this
can't
delivery.
think of any other way it's been given. That's what kind of caught me off surprise as well.
How is that LBW? Well, that is a shocker. I have to say, that's a bit of a shocker. And
you could see all 3 stumps clearly.
yeah, that's a surprise.
I want to defend umpires, but I think he just has to put his hand up there and accept that he got that one badly wrong. Bottom Kale has every reason to be extremely frustrated with that call.
Yeah, well, Zalmai picks up a wicket. Another batter comes in who now gets down on one knee and carts him over cow corner. Well, maybe that worked out well because Bharti wants to have a bit of a party, does Hamza. A big hit, 6 runs. And, well, Bilal maybe thought he got lucky with the LB. Well, he did. But that luck turned sour as the next batter comes out and crunches him for a big 6. The over comes to an end. And after 8 overs, Snazi 99 for 4.
Yeah, so 20 runs coming off this 8th over as Snazi are currently 99 for 4. And now here's a bowler they have used this sparingly at times. I was about to mention his name, Waqar Bhatti. Now, he's been hit and miss throughout this ECS. You kind of don't know what you're going to get from him. He's bowled a couple of good overs, but in all honesty, most of the overs he's bowled have been fairly expensive. And let's see what we're going to get here. I mean, if things go wrong, could be a massive over.
Acrobatic stop. It's a gunby ball, it really is. And, well, as like in this, well, Waqar Bharti now is bowling. He's not bowling to Hamza Bharti because that'll be good. It'll definitely be a bit of a Bharti party. But at the moment, it's Subesh. But he starts with the big one. I don't think he really needs this big run up here from what he's bowling. And you can see he's shuffling all over the place. That one's a no. That's not a wide ball. It's not a wide ball. That's a little bit unkind to the bowler. I think he's got a good one in here. How is that a wide? Anyway, he's a bit of a giant, isn't he? Is Waqar. Yeah, look where he's running from here. And he takes a couple of steps, a little shuffle. He almost comes to a stop just there. Then he starts. All right, in the air. Deserves a wicket, deserves some luck. And he will get a wicket. Well done. So it is a wicket for Waqar Bharti. And Shivam Subash, who after hitting a couple of monster 6s, will lose his wicket. And Waqar Bharti picks up his first and probably his first bowl, I think, that he's having.
Yeah, gets a wicket. No, Waqar Bharti, we have seen him bowl a few times. This ECS, as I said, a bit hit and miss at times. He's been a touch expensive. At other times, he's bowled couple of overs. I think he's just someone who they kind of bring on to fill overs when things aren't going right for them. Yeah, going back to that wide call, not to dwell on that decision in particular, but I've mentioned this a few times. I feel teams here are very reluctant to use the wide Yorker. They're not bowling wide enough, and at times they should look to sort of force the batters to drag one towards the leg side. I wonder if it's got anything to do with how harshly wide calls are being made here. I have to say, the umpires are giving almost no leeway to the bowlers.
Yeah, it's a tough one because it's hard for the bowlers anyway. You've mentioned a few times that this track, there's not a lot in it for the bowlers, so you've got to try and use whatever you can. And when you're squeezing the ball in, or you're getting that line and they're being called wide and you're having to bowl it again, that hurts you. That's the one for the over this time, as this one climbs over the shoulders. Yeah, that's a very good call. Bharti, 2 wide to wicket, and now a dot. Kazakil is the batter. Hits this nicely along the ground and will be easily picked up there by Shadnan Khan. I wonder if Shadnan might get elevated up the batting order here. He's somebody who could do with a little bit of time out there in the middle. Bit of talk, of course, on the chat. I can see there about the number of people. That's a good shot. That's going to go all the way into the field of joy. Huge screams there for Hamza. As Hamza Bharti, well, that's 2 balls, 2 sixes. Well, he's a 6-hitting machine, is Bharti. So it is the party Bharti. Well, it's Waka Bharti bowling to Hamza Bharti, and Hamza Bharti is doing the Waka Waka against Bharti. It's all happening over there. We're having a bit of a Bharti. It's the last match, and of course, we want you to get involved as well. Any random questions, anyone? And nice to see that the Trippy clan is in. And I like the way they always refer to me as Uncle Rico. I don't mind that. Uncle Rico. Yeah, it's better than Grandpups. This could be a no ball because he was given one for the over earlier. That's got to be a no-y. Surely this is over the shoulder. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, there it is. Thank you very much. Yeah, the umpire's just making sure in communication there with the third umpire. Umpire Praveen says, hey guys, that's a second. It's a no ball. And a bowler doesn't like it. Well, somebody hasn't told him the rules. So, free hit. Can they make it count? Bharti. Let's see if you can get another one out of the middle.
The extras have kind of been an issue for Bharti whenever he's bowled over the course of this ECS. Wides, no balls. Tends to bowl them with large frequency. Free hit coming up, and bowls a terrific delivery there, and he fields it incredibly well. Has he taken that?
It's a free
hit. Has he
though.
taken that?
If
of course, it doesn't matter. It's a free hit. But
he's taken it the best catch of a free hit. Let's have a look. You know what? Oh, this is such a difficult one. I mean, it probably doesn't matter, but I reckon he got the fingers under that, you know.
Yeah, that was incredible.
For a big unit, he got down quick. Oh, that's a Gundy. No ball this time for height. He immediately looks at his hand to say it slipped out. Oi, bud, get it. Well, that is going to be thumped. So another free hit now coming up. Nice shot there from Bharti.
Yeah, so of course, when I looked at these two, we should say both Waqar and of course his brother Hamza, do sense a bit of similarity between the two of them. They both are actually brothers. It's been confirmed to me. So this is one brother bowling to another.
Is that right?
Yes. So that's why he's being so generous, helping his brother's numbers out.
I love it. So, he's just feeding. He's feeding his brother with some hit me balls, maybe. That one gets played away. Are you sure they're brothers?
Oh, yeah.
Look at the difference in the size of them.
It's been confirmed to me. I just had a look because when I saw the two of them, I thought their faces looked fairly similar, just looking at Hamza through the helmet. And then I decided to inquire, and yeah, the two of them are brothers. So
hang on. Can we get on the camera here in a moment? Because they're always going to each other here now. Look at that. Yeah, a little fist bump. They're together there for a moment. There's a huge difference between them. But, yeah, he just gave his brother a little nudge to say, yeah, all right, okay, yeah, you know, no, you owe me some. I bowled you a few loose deliveries. I made you look good there, brother. To Hamza Bharti, 17 off 6. Kazakil hasn't had too much of the strike, so with an over to go, 115. So we should be looking to once again get to about a par score. And that for me would be about 130. I'm sticking with 130 as being my par score here. It's a swing and a miss, first one from Barty. Likes to get really low, doesn't he? Likes to get really low.
Yeah, very A.B. de Villiers-esque, looking to get nice and low. Oh, what a shot. Cracking pull shot. This is a great hit by Hamza Bhatti. Well, he doesn't just hit his brother. He does the same to the others, his teammates.
Yeah, well, Asil Niazi, it looks like he's got the ball here, and that's why he likes to go really low. He likes to go low and then hit the ball from low to up and crunch it over the leg side boundary. So that's another one that gets away. He's the sort of batter that you want. Because he's already going low, it means he's not going to get across to the offside. You want to keep him out the off. He won't be able to get to it. Not that one. That's a no ball. I think you'll see this change to a no ball. And let's just see what the umpire gives. He's changed it pretty quickly. So goes with wide first, and then he sees it's missing the pitch, and that will be a no ball. So 2 byes and a free hit to come off the no ball.
Yeah, that was a no ball. I could just see it lands off the pitch. Unable to capitalize on the free hit here. Just a quicker ball by Niazi. Beats Kazakil for pace.
Yeah, I was touching on the fact about people talk about number of people that are subscribed. I think some people were saying it was about 417,000 or thereabout. So if you haven't done so already, come on, subscribe, hit the like button, and tell your friends and your family as well. And I know there's question marks of whether we've hit the 417,000. Have we? Are we just a few short? Well, either way, if you haven't done so and you hit the subscribe button and you like, will it be there by the end of today? Why don't we try and get that done by the end of today? Also, I put a random question in there. So, of course, we're getting to the end of this inning. So when we come back, I'm looking forward to seeing some of your answers. So what's the best book you've ever read? Of course, today is International Letter Day, where you get the pen and paper out and you write. So as we're talking about writing, we can be linking that to reading. So what's the best book you've ever read? This is Catchable, and it's going to be dropped over for what? 6 or 4. That's what we're going to have to look at. Now, Basir Khan normally is a very good fielder, so it'll either be 130 or 128. Let's wait and see. Here's the hit, and let's see if you can see where this ball drops. So out of the hands. Now, yeah, it's going to drop away for 4. So 129 will be the target. It's that average score, Nish, an average score.
It ends up being a pretty competitive score here for Snazi. Although I would say Cricketer CC, the fact that they're averaging 168 runs over this series, they will certainly fancy their chances. This has actually been one of the best bowling performances we've seen from them over the course of this series. So I think Cricketer CC, they'll be very excited about their chances to go on and win this game in the second innings. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. Rayan Ahmed opened the batting alongside Kishan Dalpadu, and the two of them both struggled. Rayan Ahmed making just 6 runs, Dalpadu out for 9. And we, of course, saw them make plenty of early inroads, but it was during those middle overs where we really started to see Snazi fight back. Of course, it all started with that Shadnan Khan over, which went for 25 runs. Janan Gelzai made 53 of 21, and he led his side really well during those middle overs, scored 5 4s and 5 6s. Sivam Shubesh was a good partner alongside him. He made 18 of 13, and he was mostly just keen to allow Gelzai to have as much of the strike as possible. We're taking a look at some of these fine shots he played. That was an enormous 6, absolutely massive. And he also got a fist bump at one point from the opposite skipper, Bilal Zalmai, who acknowledged him as he would score 350s in 3 matches today. He now moves up to the top of the run getters tally. Then Hamza Bhatti put on a show right at the end of this innings, whacking his own brother Waqar Bhatti for 16 runs in the penultimate over. This was incredible viewing, as of course we saw Waqar will give plenty of hit me balls to his brother.
Yeah, well, I like that because there was the unfortunate LBW decision for Munib, but I suppose he got out of the way and Bharti just came out and did what he did well. That was a brilliant bit of fielding off his own bowling for a big guy to get down there like Waqar Bharti did. Very well done But yeah, well, this is Barty just hitting balls for fun. He gets down early, goes for the shot, and he nails it. Couple we got away. Then right there towards the end, an error from Basir, which allowed that to go to the boundary. So what a good finish there is from Hamza Barty. 27 not out of 10 balls, 3 sixes and 2 fours. But of course, the talk of the innings there once again, and a brilliant performance from Janan Gulzar, the captain. Another 50, so 3 50s in the day. This time, 53 of 21 balls, 5 sixes and 5 fours. So he certainly is the pick of the batters. Nish, what do you got on the bowling front?
Just looking at the bowling figures here, I think looking at Cricketer CC, you got to put Eckstein up there as one of the pick of the bowlers. He bowled superbly, and again, keep in mind the fact that he's not at 100%, the fact that he pushed through the pain barrier, and a number of other issues he's struggling with to end up with figures of 1 for 15. Bowling in the power play in those pressure overs really was spectacular. Kogiani, he just continues to get better and better as this series progresses. Impressive figures for him, and I got to say, him and Eckstein really impressed with their bowling.
Yeah, worthwhile pointing out that Daniel Eckstein never did come back out there on the field, so that means he's going to have to wait. By my recollections, I think he'll have to wait until at least 5 wickets fall before he can come out, because he was off the field for a long period of time. So we're going to have to wait and see, and maybe see confirmation of that. And I just think that the way he is, he probably doesn't want to have a bat, and he's hoping that he doesn't have to. It's the last match of the day. I put a random question in there. I'm looking forward to hearing from you. We'll be back pretty quickly, because changeover time is under 10 minutes for the last match. So we're going to take a short break here, and we'll be right back to see if Snazi can defend 128, or will it be another win for Cricketer CC, and they can make it 7 wins on the spin. Join us back in about 10 minutes time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Yes, I'll start by saying a big thank you, of course, to all of our partners and our sponsors with Paramatch, HCL Software, Grizzly Bear Sports, Bizaway Travel, and of course Locker Lifestyles. And already looking forward to seeing those medals and trophies on display on finals day. And of course we'll have them for the ECIs as well, both men and women's. Let's have a quick look at the bonus point equation here. So restrict to 89 or less, and there is an opportunity for Snazzy to pick up all the points, but I suppose with a score like this, possibly more likely that cricketer CC could get there in 7 overs and they will take all the points. So Snazzy, I think, really fighting to stay, first of all, in the match, and without Lakmal Kasturi in the side, not only does he make a difference with the bat, but certainly with the ball as well. In fact, he's probably been more productive with the ball today in the matches that they've played than the bat. So they're going to miss him as well. So somebody's going to have to come up with a good spell. I wonder if we're going to see the best of maybe someone like David Wijasekara. And they've opted not to use him at the top of the bowling. But I still think, I mean, he's got some pace. He bowls fast. I still think I'd rather see him with the new ball than the old. But let's see how they use him. And it looks like we're going to start here with Kishan, who's going to be bowling the first over. They're just getting the field set here at the moment. Welcome back to everybody. And I know that we had a few, I put a random question in there, and I'll go back and have a look at some of the answers that we got there. Illusions was one from Dave. Here we go. Ready to go, and it will be Kishan who will bowl the first ball. He's bowling to Bilal Zalmay, who is going to get this one on the top of his shoulder. So where's that one? And starts off with a bruise, as Amar Naeem is the non-striker. So yeah, Dave was saying illusions there by Richard Barch. And what else have we got here on the book front? And that one is high, and it will be 6. Well, he got hurt first. Now it's his turn to hurt the opposition from the inside. Wayne was saying, he said that's a great read. And what else we got out there? Just reading them through. Nish will be here. Nish comes right. Nish, any books, any good books that that you would recommend? One of the best books you've read?
Yeah, I certainly could. I think for me, though, as I've grown older, I kind of read less fiction and more non-fiction now. That's one thing I'd admit. So I have to admit, I like reading biographies and just historical books in general. This is a wider delivery that's just played back towards the bowler. But if I had to go with fiction, you know, I've recently had a chance to read I mean, we're in Austria, so it'd probably be great to bring up, and I would probably say this might be one of the finest works I've ever read. I had a chance to read Faust. Now, this is just flicked away really nicely, struck behind square leg, goes away for 4 runs. So for many English speakers might not have heard of it, but it is, of course, one of the greatest works of German literature. Of course, I read the English translation of it, and for many of our English viewers, the term Faustian Pact and a number of other terms come from that. So yeah, an epic poem. Was absolutely wonderful to read, and yeah, it was a masterpiece. And over here, obviously in Austria and Germany, I believe it's compulsory reading in school.
Let's see some of the, I think John was saying King Solomon's Mines. Of course, yeah, a lot of books then, of course, ended up being on the big screen as movies. Some of the books that I've read, I'm a bit like you. I think I don't have the attention span. I never have done to be able to read books. I always lose where I am. You know what I mean? I'm always one. When I used to read, because I wasn't reading regularly enough. When I go back to, I'd had to read sort of a couple of pages before I got to where I was. If this one gets worked away in this space, that's going to be another boundary. So the first over will start with a magical one, as Kishan will go for 20 off the first as the ideal start for Cricketer CC. They will be looking to try and get these runs as quick as possible, and if they can do it inside the 7, and they will get all the points. Of course, there's the number one. One match since the Golden Ball. Yes, we have had one here today, and if you want to go back and revisit at the end of the day, or go back and watch match number 33. Some of you have already said it's the best match that we've seen. Yeah, but for me, Alan Wicker, I've read his autobiography, really good read. Ian Botham's was a good one, but one of my favourites, Dickie Bird's. Really did enjoy that one. Of course, all a little bit cricket orientated, but first book I think I ever read. And that's been played away. I suppose it was more to do with because it was schoolwork, and it was My Fair Lady. So I read that one, of course. I think a lot of people have read that one. A Bird Called Kestrel. And these are all had to read. But the only one that I didn't have to read that I really enjoyed, Star Wars. I read the Star Wars book. Really enjoyed that one. And Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. There you go. Shot down the ground. 6 runs. Beautifully played. So Amar Naeem, like Bilal Zalmay, are looking to knock these off pretty quickly. But Naeem at the moment is the man with the hot hands.
Yeah, I think growing up, I mean, definitely read a lot of fiction growing up. I mean, a lot of children's books, Roald Dahl, obviously J.K. Rowling. I read Harry Potter a number of times as well as a kid. And I think we actually had a question in our ECN quiz yesterday where we had an anagram for a book. And one of the books was one that we did for a book report. And I couldn't figure it out. And then when they named them, like, oh, it's Of Mice and Men.
I should know that, yeah. Okay, so keep that going. And any other random questions that you got in there, do fire them away.
This one just going down the leg side. Great work there by the fielder with a short, fine leg, getting down, diving to prevent that from going away. And there's a look at Artur's, who's over there with camera 4, part of our spring productions crew.
Yeah, Artur's, just sorting out that camera number 4. Artur's here today, along with Dennis and, of course, Elza, being absolutely fantastic. The spring media crew. And, a real confusion from the two batters. Now they both look at each other. One is saying it's my call. The other one's saying I didn't hear you. Yeah, but that really is a call for the non-striker, because the striker really here, the Bilal, he has no idea where his ball is. Bilal's been involved in a few issues with his running. Remember the other day, a few days ago, when he looked like he was on course for 100, and he didn't want to take a single on. He was made to run, and then he ended up getting out. Well, you can't do it that way. Well, Janan goes high. If you have a look at this, if he jumped and never touched the other side of the field, this is okay. But look what he does here. Where is he? Look, he's already that part of the ground. So as soon as our ball is always 6. Yeah, okay, Janan.
There's a few fielders who obviously I've noticed they like to try to take catches well beyond the boundary rope. That's been signaled as 6, but I think Gelzai, that's what's something next level.
He's sort of run off onto the outfield, and then he's jumping from there trying to push the ball back in the field of play. But of course, because he's already touched the other side of the field, it's always going to be 6 from the moment it touches him. Right now, he's got some work to do to try and stop this one. That's a great bit of fielding. It really is. Well, we get a laugh about his attempt to try and save a 6, but no laughing matter about saving this 4, because he really puts his body on the line, gets a slide in there. Well, I hope he's got a bit of support on underneath those trousers for the knees. Otherwise, that could be a nasty little graze there. 36 then off the first 2, and both batters are making an aggressive start in their pursuit of this 129 for victory.
Take a look at the standings. Cricketers CC currently sitting pretty at the top of the table. They will look to extend that advantage in this game and build up some kind of gap between themselves and Denaustadt and Vienna CC. Dave asking, what musical instruments have we played growing up? Now, Dave, I'll start off with this one. I'm not the most musical person. I'm just going to be straight up with it. I think we had a question about involving music in me back in Cyprus as well. I think I just played the typical things that were offered to us in school. So the recorder, We had some violin in school as well, but well, the less said about those violin classes, the better. This one is going to be a free hit for sure. That is a massive no ball, well above waist height. We'll have a look at it side on to confirm. Now let's see this right here. Yeah, well above waist height.
Ouch, that's too high. And Bilal Zalmay, not only does he cash in on the ball and hits that for 6, so that's a 7-up. He's going to get a free hit. So, yeah, the violin, did you actually get to play the violin?
In school,
though?
yeah. They used to, but we used to have a 35-minute class every week, and they'd spend half an hour tuning them. We get to play for 5 minutes.
I mean, Dave, of course, we know he's very good at violin. Well, I tell you what, it could be the violin that's being played here for Snazzy, because cricketer CC look like they can get to this win pretty quickly as that one gets played away as well. It's another big 6 for Bilal Zalmay as the bowler here coming on. This is Munib. Baramkel is being taken apart. Changi Kutaperi bowler nu Munib nu. It's now raining runs at the moment.
Yeah, so all I remember really doing was like pizzicato. That would be, of course, plucking the strings with your own fingers rather than using the bow. This is pulled away. What an incredible shot by Bilal Zalmay. A bit of stand and deliver. Baramkel looks to dig that one in short, and, well, he's going to send his teammate off to go and fetch that ball deep inside the sunflower field. Yeah, this is a poor bit of bowling. You can't afford to dig it that short to a player of Bilal Zalmay's quality.
Yeah, watch out in there. Is that time of day. It's got a bit cooler. That means all the animals are starting. There we go. There's a snake. I'd leave that one alone if I were you. And it's saying it's mine now. It's part of my. It's one of my eggs. I'm gonna look after that one and see what comes of it. Well, I'm afraid to tell that snake not a lot, but still. Yep, that's gone into the thick of things. This over is in danger of being a biggie. 19 have come from it. 3 6s on the spin. One of them was a no ball. And this one is going to be a dot. Myself, what have I played? I played the guitar. And again, though, did lessons for about 1.5 years and then stopped. But all the usual things like the flute. I've got a keyboard back at home in Spain, which I mess about with. But I normally press a few buttons and it does all the work by itself. So I can't say. I'm not like Vinny, where he can play the piano. And Vinny, of course, plays it very well. He can play a number of instruments. But my main one is like, I suppose I can play the tabla, which is the Indian, like the Indian drum, if you like, tabla, tolki, and also the big dol as well. I could play that. I just learned that by watching my dad. Didn't really have any lessons or anything. But I would have liked to have stuck with maybe something like the guitar, because I must admit, I do have a soft spot for when I hear any kind of music and the old guitar is playing, whether it's the bass guitar, the electric. I can listen to it all the time. 4 more. And at this rate, cricketer CC could be wrapping this up pretty quickly, Nish.
They certainly could. He just strikes this one away behind square leg, and it looks like that has just landed in front of the rope. Let's have another look at this to confirm where that ball has landed. Just waiting for the official signal over here. I think it's just in front of the rope. Yeah, well in front of the rope. That's going to be a 4.
I like it on this ground. I mean, I know that the grass is starting to grow, so seeing the rope is becoming a bit difficult, but I love the puff of dust. Gone. Well, no puff of dust here. The only thing you see, the stumps knocked over. So Naheem is going to have to go. So Munib, bottom Kale, it's been a bit of a nightmare of an over. It's gone before that ball for 24, but he does come back and he gets a wicket. So 56 for 1. There's a little bit of chug with the delivery. So he loses his stumps, he loses his castle, but he's got his team off to a good start, has Naheem. As he walks off, there's still, I believe, maybe a ball to go with this over. Maybe more, because there was the no ball. So probably one more still to come.
Yeah, it's a ball to come at the end of this power play. I remember back when we used to have orchestra class, there was another friend, and we were probably the only 2 students in that class who weren't, I'd say, sort of musicians. And whenever we had to pick an instrument for the orchestra, we were the only 2 who were like, we don't care, you can give us anything. And we'd always end up with a double bass or the cello.
I got to say, I forgot one very important instrument that I can play, It took me ages to master this. The Indian bells, the old ting, and also the cymbal. I always ended up with the cymbals. It's all right. Okay, all right. You can have this, and you got to. And you know, it's quite. You know, when you play most instruments, and you're right. You're in the song. You're always in the song. You're doing it. You're in, and everything's happening. When you just got to do that one, chung, just on once or twice during the whole thing, it's a lot of pressure because you're watching everybody. You're there. You're sweating and waiting for your moment. You don't want to miss the moment. And you normally have to do it once or twice, and you think, oh, I can't mess this up. And, yeah, so the Indian bells and the old cymbals, that was okay. But, yeah, enjoy that. What about people in the chat? Let us know. And Dave is saying, who took that photo? That was, of course, Diana Oro's, our ECM photographer, who's having an edit day today. I know myself and Diana, yesterday morning, we did a little bit of work around Vienna and get some little snippets done for you folks to probably appreciate later on in the week. But yeah, Diana's doing an edit day for her today, and I'm sure that tomorrow we might just have a few more pictures of what's lurking in that field of joy.
Yeah, so it's a few, this delay was because a few things were being sorted out with the score. So in the end, we do come to the end of the power play. That wicket came off the final ball of the power play. So cricketer CC are 61 for 1. Oh, massive shot. Absolutely enormous by Basir Khan. And that's how you introduce yourself to the crease, by smashing an enormous 6. Iqbal is carded over long on.
Yeah, Basir Khan, he's a lovely striker of the ball. I think I'm pretty sure that we've seen him play for Donnerstadt, and I think the issue that Basir used to have with playing at Donnerstadt quite often, especially with the bat, he would hardly get a hit because they were so overloaded with batters. So this is a good opportunity for him to bat at the top of the order and show what he can do. But he is a clean, crisp hitter off the ball.
Yeah, fantastic striker of a cricket ball. I'll say another instrument, which I can't play, is the kazoo. Anyone can play that.
The kazoo.
I think some of our musical, some of the more musical people in here will know exactly what it is. But it's an instrument which you just hum into.
Yeah.
It's very popular in North America. And I remember I got one of them back when I was probably in year 6 of school, and I couldn't stop playing it. I think eventually my parents were glad when it broke.
I mean, you haven't. I mean, it will come when you become a parent yourself. Thing is, when you're young and you're playing musical instruments yourself, you think it's fun. But then, as a parent, when your own child goes through the phases of playing musical instruments, it's not fun because sometimes it can be a bit cruel to the ears. And luckily, my daughter Sonia wasn't that bad. She played the recorder actually very well. The thing is, there's only so much of Three Blind Mice and Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star you can hear, but she played it well. You give her that. And luckily, she never got into wanting to play the drums or anything like that. That I know that some of my friends' kids did. And so, yeah, that was good. But, yeah, I don't mind having a good hit at the drums. I always think that they're fun. But in terms of music, though, and, of course, you know that from the playlist that I have on here, I'm into all sorts of music. There's no definite yeses or nos. Hey, let's talk about the Paralympics. While, of course, I was off yesterday, so when I got back yesterday and finally got settled, the TV was on while I was doing bits and pieces, and I was always, when I can find it, have the Paralympics on. I watched I didn't know what it was at the time because I knew it was so it was in wheelchairs. I knew it wasn't basketball, and I thought it was perhaps handball because the way they were playing. But it ended up being, it was rugby that they played, wheelchair rugby. It was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. And I was glued to it. I was supposed to be doing other things, but I couldn't take myself away. I was glued to it, and it's just remarkable, Nish. It's absolutely remarkable. If you put your mind to achieving something, what you can achieve, and the people that are taking part in the Paralympics have been absolutely amazing. Just amazed at what they can do. I was watching some of the long jump as well, and these people are just superb athletes, and their willpower and desire to perform is just amazing.
No, it's incredible. They really are some of the most inspirational athletes
high in the air, catchable, and will be taken. Good catch from the fielder. So Basir Khan, after hitting a few big balls, finding the boundary a few times. It's 2 sixes, 1 4 for his 16, and ball number 6 is going to be the end of him. So Basir has a knock. He's going to have to depart. And Cricketer CC in this 5th over, they're 79 for 2 now.
Yeah, losing another wicket here wasn't the best delivery in the world, and I think he'll be a bit disappointed that he hasn't managed to cart that one away. Yeah, Cricketer CC going along at a fantastic rate here. The required is down to 8.5. I'm just looking at their chances of maybe picking up bonus points from this. So they need another 50 runs, and they have about 16 balls to get it. That's very doable. They could easily pick up all 4 points from this game.
Yeah, I think looking at the way that Basir was batting, and maybe the reason why Basir came out there is because that's what they want to do. So Basir will go, and Shakil Zadran comes out, and he's there to do the same thing, but he's going to get caught very first ball. He can't believe it. He goes down on his knees, and the catch, a very good catch, has been taken out there. That ball gets absolutely crunched. He couldn't have hit it any harder, but it's going to be caught on the boundary. It's going to be a first baller for Shakil Zadran. Well, we've seen the snakes in the field, and now it's time to see the ducks. Here's Goldie, who's going to quack him off for a golden duck. Is it going to be a little bit of the old... Good catch there from David on the boundary.
As we look at the Hall of Fame once again, so 30 hat-tricks in T10 cricket over the course of this calendar year. I've already had one in Austria. You can see it had it on Friday. Shafiq Safi picking up a hat-trick for the Austrian Daredevils against the Graz Cricket Academy. So can Shaukat Kazikil add his name to that list? He got a left-hander coming out here to bat. There we go. It's Kogiani facing the hat-trick ball. And Kogiani very gently pushes that one away, and yeah, good call over there. There's a big shout of no, don't throw this ball, and that was the right call.
Kogiani also somebody else who can certainly use the long handle. We know that. We've seen him bat very well. So he just, I could see there, he just thought, nah, I'm not going to be a victim of the hat-trick. I'll just push it away and get a single. Bilal Zalmai is not going to be thinking singles. They need 49 or 32. But, of course, they're eyeing up all the points here. Tossed up, and he just lets this go by. It's going to be a wide ball from Kazakil.
I mean, look at how stacked this Cricketer CC batting lineup is. I just look at some of the names on the yet to bat. You got Zishan Arif, Shadnan Khan, Daniel Eckstein. And there are some sides who like to have a top order that strong. It's a wicket. It's another one. And Bilal Zalmai is going to depart. So any hopes they might have had of picking up all 4 points are dissipating. And maybe even a little bit of worry about whether they can go on and pick up 3 will start to enter their minds.
Well, they started wanting the 4 points. Now, with that wicket going, I think you might see a change of plan as Bilal Zalmai was looking to play that on leg side, gets it wrong, gets turned inside out. Now, you can see he's probably now saying to the new batter, hey, change your plan. Plan B now. Plan A out of the windows. 4 points, not going to happen. Now we just got to think about getting this win. 29 of 12 deliveries. So batters getting in, Naeem and Zalmai, and you could say Basir Khan, but all getting out. Zadran, of course, went very first ball. And Kazakil, what an over from him. 3 runs, 3 wickets.
There we go. Last ball, what has been an absolutely remarkable 5th over. Oh, wow, there was a shout there. A few people just wondered if it could brush the glove along the way, but it's all happening in this over.
Not a bad guy to come in at this point, is it? Zishan Arif. Of course, we've seen him opening up. Let's place this away. No run. What a great over. What a great over. 3 wickets, 4 runs, and just like that, at the halfway point, Cricketer CC are going to be 82 for 4. We'll have a quick look at this, of course. This is how we will finish the end of a year. And what's interesting about this is that Spain and Austria will play out there. I know Spain probably will be watching and keeping an eye on how this pitch is playing. So looking forward to that. But of course, once again, the winner, the way I'm understanding it, the winner of the Challenger Division will go up into the Premier Division. And, well, the team that finishes bottom of the standings in that Premier Division would then go into the Challenger, the next for 2025. But, of course, it could all change because we could get more teams coming in to the equation as well. I think we will. I think by the end of next year, that could be, I mean, it's 10 teams at the moment. We could be 15 to 20 teams. Short and gets worked away. Fielder's got some work to do here, but I don't think he's going to catch it. Not a good delivery. And Kogiani gets that one away. Kishan comes back to bowling second. It's interesting to go back to Kishan. I think they're just thinking, all right, look, we've picked up a few wickets here. There's different batters out there. Maybe things will go a bit more to the plan that we had initially with the bowlers we deployed. Shot. That is a lovely shot. It really is. Well, after playing the short ball away on the swivel, this is hit beautifully over the covers. And Kogiani, he's a serious player, you know.
He's an incredible player, Kogiani. They've often used him in this number 4 position. Usually comes in when they have a good score from their top order and then builds on that platform that has been set for them. Wayne and Wazimatron saying that back in school they were forced to play the recorder. That was the same thing for me as well. Hey, you see that you could play hot cross buns. I think we had to play that as well, and I wasn't too bad with a recorder, looking back.
Short, this time down the ground, but he won't split the fielders here. They'll just take the single. Dave, of course, just showing off with all the things. Oh, Dave can just play so much. Have you ever managed to make a sound out of a trumpet? Can you? I can't. I mean, I know we were talking a bit earlier, both of us sort of. I mean, I suffer from asthma. I know you had a bit of an issue not that long ago, but because of that, top edge, that'll be 4 runs. It might be 1 for the over as well, you know. So the cricket ball darted in, but that's been worked away. So Kishan, his expensive spell continues. Yeah, I cannot get any sound out of a trumpet. By the time I finish, there's saliva and things all over the place. But you think I can get a sound out of it? No. The only trumpets I can play are the natural ones, and I'll just leave it at that.
I think yeah, I didn't have an opportunity to play too many brass instruments, so it's hard for me to answer that question. This one is cut away, and it's just going to be stopped.
No.
Well, it won't be, but what an incredible effort there by Basit Iqbal. I thought that maybe he had a chance to stop that from going away for a 4, but this is an incredible effort, putting his body on the line, trying to bat it back, and that agonizing feeling when you watch it trickle over the rope.
Yeah, he goes to the right, misses it, and then the ball catches his left shoulder and goes over the rope. Great effort, but unfortunately just couldn't reel it back in. He's done this once before, and he'll do it again. It's another Baximo, I believe. Put him up like you just don't care. 6 more. Manos arriba from the arbitro. And that's 6 runs. It's an expensive spell of bowling from Kishan. And Cricketer CC have moved to 107 for 4 of 6. So you can work out the equation yourself here. What they need to try and get a point, you're needing an over worth 22. So 22 of this over. They'll have a go at this. I'm pretty sure they'll go for this.
Yeah, although I've never been able to play never had the opportunity to play a brass instrument, I have blown a conch a few times. Now, those are pretty challenging, and I assume that blowing into a brass instrument must be somewhere at a similar level, although, of course, a conch doesn't actually have any keys to press.
When you just did military service, what about the...
I wasn't one of those people doing that. Wasn't my unit at all doing that.
The annoying wake-up call. Oh, dear. That's whipped away. That's going to be 4. So, needing 22 for 4 points in this over. That's 4 of them. Kogani, I'm liking this guy. Bowling with pace. And now batting. Being a left-hander gives you that left-handed option. And whips that one away. Of course, you've got Zishan Arif out there as well. And he's not a slow hitter either. That last over game for 25 from Kishan is what really did the damage. 6 big bolle, brrr. Que grande, que guay, que genial. 6 más. And Kogani looking to seal it in this over.
Yeah, so 12 runs, needed of 4 deliveries to pick up a bonus point. That graphic has just been brought up for you. Kogiani bouncing down the track and hitting that on the half volley. Could he help his side pick up all 4 points in this game?
Down the ground. Catching opportunity. This is the big moment. And it's been dropped. Batters will come back for 2. So many times we've seen fielders do this. I'm pretty sure that the captain has not been assisted by the fielder coming straight in his way. He leaves him hanging here as well. Doesn't get to take it. And then when the fielder wants to give him a high five, he just walks away. So that's 2 of them. 10 or 3. Gone. 6. Adios, Polota. 6 más. And Kogiani is looking to tear into them, and this is not that far away from the umpire station there as well. That was the 3rd umpire, Praveen, and I think is he Tizer. Mr. Horns himself in the getting out of the way of that one. So 4 of 2. Kogiani has gone ballistic here. He's got 30 of 8 deliveries. Oh, well.
I think he's lost control of the ball and hasn't actually been able to stump it cleanly. I think that might be the case here, but
wide is called. Now, how does he do here, the keeper? Hang on.
It's a ball, but it's been given a no ball. So
how? Hang on, let's have a look. Where does this pitch? Where does it pitch? Let's see again. Where does it pitch? Where's this pitch? Now, that's a no ball for what?
I think it's for the fielder. He's pointing at one of the fielders.
All right. Okay, so no ball. That's 1 run. There's still 2 balls to go then. So, yeah, must have been a field complaint here.
Because he was pointing straight at a fielder after doing that. Oh, I wonder what it was for, though, because
oh, that hurts you.
There's one of 2 things it could have been. I wonder if I'll get a chance to squeeze that in before this ball. Big shot up in the air. It's a free hit, so it's not going to matter if it's caught.
You got to just run 2. You got to run 2.
Come back for a 2nd run, and they'll make it pretty comfortable. It could be quite close. Looks like they've made it back safely based on the reaction. So it's either because the fielder at mid-wicket inside the ring was outside the circle, so there were too many men outside the ring, or I think there's a chance that man right there, number 23, David Vijayasekara, was outside the boundary rope when the ball was delivered.
Yeah, well, we'll have a look at that now. I think that makes us scores tied. It does. We see that Shishanta Chauhan, welcome to the Silver Spanner Club. I'll just get that in there now. And here we go. We're getting ready for this.
Yeah, so just to confirm, it was Hamza Bhatti. He was outside the ring, and that's why I was given a no ball.
Oh, dear. Well, that, you see, that's cost them. That's cost them a point because it would have been the end of the over. It would be 1 less short. They would have got a point. As it is, if they can get it here, to get the win here, they've done it. He tries to play it. They're running hard here. And that will be it. They will get all the points. It'll be a leg by. No, he's saying that he does get something on this. So it will go to the batter. So they do it. And Kogani, what a knock from him. He finishes on 33. But it will be all the points to Cricketer CC. They went out there with a mission, didn't they? From the word go. All right, they lost a few wickets on the way, didn't they? And Naheem, he went first for 30, but a quick fire 30 of 10 deliveries. Basir was next to go, 16 of 6. And then, of course, there was the first ball off of Zadran. Soon after that, Bilal Zalmi, the captain, went for 29 of 12. But then what a knock there from Hekmatullah Kogani. 33 of 11, 3 big sixes, 2 fours, and Zishan Arif, as you'd expect, made his presence felt as well with 1 6 and 2 fours for his 14 of 4. So good win there from Cricketer CC. They extend their win or winning streak and also the lead at the top of the standings. This is a quick look at the matches coming up tomorrow. We'll go back to that before we sign off. Let's have a look at the highlights first. It was explosive stuff, as you'd expect. And the first over from the the opposition, going for 20 runs. They just couldn't get the ball in the right areas, could they? And you can see that the batters just laying into it. Good shots, good, clean, crisp hitting. And you can see the bowlers, despite the efforts from the field, just weren't able to land the ball in the right areas. That was an incredible shot. It was a free hit. And all of those little errors, all of those, the free hits that ended up going to the boundary, and then you had to bowl it again, just gave the extra deliveries that Cricketer CC needed to get the win. That was a really good delivery, quick and sharp, knocking the stumps over. So there was some good there. That was, of course, Munib, who got the wicket, and Naheem. This one, though, hit down the ground. He's looking for the boundary, gets the boundary. Then this, Basir, after hitting a few boundaries, quick fire 16 for him, gets this one wrong. Good catch taken there by Raheem. And another wicket would fall then. That one, first bowler, hits straight to the fielder. Witsakera makes no mistakes. And then Bilal would also fall. And that's when I thought Bilal is probably saying to Zishan, right, go to plan B, just get the win. Not really, because I think Kagani probably said to Zishan, hey, never mind what the captain said. Plan A is still on the cards, because I'm going to hit and get this to win. That one could have made a big difference, couldn't it? That one was dropped by Gilzai, who, apart from that, really had a pretty good day. Well, that was Joe Foster, who's getting in the action. And then right at the end here, that one does get the bat, and they complete the run that they needed as the very last ball of the 7th over. So it will be a victory, and a victory with all the points. So Snazi themselves, well, they had a good moment, didn't they, earlier in the day when they were able to get a big win against Lord CC. But once again, they fall on the next two occasions. But a better performance from them. But you got to say, they certainly did miss the likes of Lakmal Kasturi in that final match.
No, they certainly did. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here for Snazi, and yeah, the figures look ugly. They really do. I think Kazikil did a pretty decent job, an economy rate of 13 against the size of Cricketer CC's quality is about par. He picked up 3 wickets as well. It's quite close to getting a hat-trick. Remember, he managed to get 2 in 2. But in the end, they're going to fall short. Cricketer CC pick up all 4 points thanks to a wonderful cameo by Kogiani right at the end, blasting 33 runs with a strike rate of 300. It's another win for them. They are now 8-1, looking solid at the top of the table.
Yeah, and you said it there, that Cricketer CC, they're a side that perhaps haven't shown us their best bowling performance yet. They're struggling with the ball, but with the bat, I mean, they just look hugely powerful, don't they?
Yeah, just unassailable. So hard to beat them with the bat in hand, and I think now their average with the bat is about 170 for this series. That is absolutely scary.
It's scary, and the way that they go about things there, and even in that knock there, you think that everything that happened there, and even though they lost those 3 wickets, who comes there towards the end? Something like Zishan Arif. It just goes to show the power that they have in that side. Arslan, of course, are getting him, the 2 brothers confused there, but yeah, Arslan comes in there right towards the end. He's batting really well. I just think that at the moment they've just got such a good positive vibe. Of course, they're batting and playing a lot freely, like some of the other sides at the moment, because these aren't eliminator matches. I think if you got eliminators going on there, you probably change the way that you play slightly. But yeah, very good performance from them. They'll be very happy with the way they're playing. Of course, they only have that one match here today. Snazi, what do we say about them? They've a great start to the day, scoring 170 and getting a win. And then even in that second match, I think, again, for them to put 150 on the board, that was good from them, but they end up on the losing side there against India CC Vienna. So they're getting better, but just need to find a way to hold on to some points, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Snazi, this is going to be a side who are probably going to be on the bubble for finals day. They'll be fighting it out to grab that 4th or 5th spot. And they've got plenty of talent there. I think there's lots of quality. The main thing for them is they have improved so much as a side from last year. And that is, I think, something that's going to please everyone involved with that club. Yeah,
they've improved a lot. Well, it's been another remarkable day as the runs just keep on flowing here at the Seabarn Cricket Ground in Austria. And, of course, once again, as we always do, you've got to say thanks to everybody involved. It's been teamwork all around here. Well done to the umpires. Did a great job. Well done, of course, to the ECN crew and to the Federation here for looking after us. And a big shout out, of course, once again to Spring Media, simply the best in the business, getting those important calls and those replays that we need, getting them spot on, and so that we can go on and make the right decisions. But more importantly, so that you at home can enjoy the cricket. And speaking of you at home, I think once again, everybody in the chat and everybody watching around the world, you've been absolutely fantastic. So thank you very much for another great day.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. It's great to work alongside everyone here at Spring, and thanks for all the entertainment in the chat. Had some great discussions, especially in that last match. We were just talking a bit about books and musical instruments and a wide range of topics. As I say, we've got the best fans in the world.
We certainly have. Thank you very much. Let's have a quick look at what's coming up tomorrow one more time. I know we looked at it very briefly. So the Austrian Daredevils are back in action. They're taking on Salzburg first up, so it's not going to be an easy one for them. Salzburg, well, they've got time to get into things. They've got the Daredevils. They've got Lord CC to play as well, and also they'll play Vienna Danube. So in a way, it's kind of a nice introduction for Salzburg because they haven't got some of those big matches, have they, straight away?
Yeah, no, I think sort of diplomatic way to put it would be they have a fairly soft schedule to start things off, so they won't have to go up against some of the heavyweights like Vienna CC, Shire Punjab, Donaustadt, or of course Cricketer CC we just had a chance to watch.
Yeah, well, a lot of people will be wondering, when are we going to see them? Well, you're going to see them tomorrow. You'll see us tomorrow as well. It's time for us to sign off. So thank you very much for watching today. Thank you for your support for the European Cricket Network. And as I always say, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya, thank you for watching. Hasta mañana.